that wouldn't undermine the constitutional rights of law-abiding Americans, but would make it harder for criminals to get their hands on guns. And the president's been frustrated that more progress hasn't made on that. There's been a lot of focus and reporting on the relationship between the Chicago Police Department and some communities in Chicago. The president's made a strong case that addressing the sources of that mistrust can actually make our communities safer, can make our police departments more effective at doing their job. And I know that's something that Mayor Emanuel has been quite focused on, and I think there are some indications that the situation there has improved, but I think the mayor would be the first person to say that there's more that they need to do. But I think those are sort of three areas where the president is hopeful that additional progress would stem the rising tide of violence that we've seen in a handful of communities, including, unfortunately, Chicago.
But is there anything specific to Chicago that the president has seen and observed of these various prescriptions that he thinks specifically would deal with this? As you point out, crime is down in many places. It's spiking in a couple of places, specifically there.
Yeah.
The police chief has talked about some of the sentences that gun offenders get or don't get. And we know about the gun control laws in Chicago versus surrounding communities.
Mm-hmm.
But when you look at that place, his hometown, is there something really more specific than that the president thinks should happen like now?
Well, I'm not aware of any specific prescription that the president's prepared to put forward to address, the situation just in Chicago. I know Mayor Emanuel is quite focused on that, and I certainly would have a lot of confidence in his ability to work through some of these issues and see if there are some specific local solutions that can be implemented. I'm confident that there are officials at the Department of Justice that have an expertise in this area that would be eager to lend that expertise and maybe even lend some resources to the city of Chicago and other communities that are experiencing a spate of violence like this. But look, the president is deeply concerned about this situation.
What about the more broad criticism by Donald Trump and others that he's the law and order candidate, that he's going to make these shootings stop, and that essentially he is saying that the administration hasn't done everything it should to prevent the violence in the cities?
Well, President Obama has presided over an 8-year period in American history where across the country, violent crime is at or near historic lows. And the president's been committed to investing in professional police work and providing support to police officers and police departments across the country. But when it comes to responding to the claims of the Republican nominee for president, I will let him make the case that he chooses to make for his candidacy. I think what I would encourage the American people to do is to press the candidates for specifics about how they intend to make progress on their agenda and evaluate those promises accordingly. Okay, Kevin.
Thanks, Josh. The Syrian refugee story topping 10,000 a little bit earlier than perhaps anticipated. I'm just wondering, from a broad perspective, how is this more humane than some of the illegal immigrants that try to make their way here that are also fleeing devastating and desperate circumstances all over, say, Central America, for example?
Well, the situations obviously are quite different. And
I mean, different, you're right, but I mean, they're both in sometimes in devastating circumstances.
True. And so, but our approaches to trying to confront these situations have been quite different.
Okay.
So let's talk about Central America first. There are some communities in places like Honduras and Guatemala and El Salvador that are racked by violence, where people are under grave threat from that violence. This administration has actually worked closely with the central governments in some of those countries to try to invest in crime-fighting initiatives, to invest in the kinds of programs that could address the root causes of that violence. And there's some progress that we've made. I guess the point is we have governments with whom we can work effectively in that region of the world to try to address these problems and try to stem the flow of people fleeing that violence. Recently, the U.S. government has been able to work effectively through the UN and the government of Costa Rica to establish an in-country processing system for refugees or people fleeing violence, I should say, from those countries. And we're hopeful that that will also sort of stem the tide of people who are tempted to try to make the dangerous journey from Central America up to the United States. And I think it's also consistent with our commitment to recognizing the humanity in these individuals. These are often our families or women and children who are fleeing a desperate situation. And it's important for us to not lose sight of that humanity. The situation in Syria is quite different. For even as some of the civil institutions in Central America might be fledgling, those kinds of institutions in Syria are non-existent. And there is no government that the United States can work effectively with to try to address the root problems that are causing so much chaos inside of Syria that's prompting people to flee to other places in the region and around the world. So our approach there has been different, and our approach has included the United States being the largest donor of bilateral assistance to the humanitarian situation there. We've been strongly supportive of countries like Jordan and others, Lebanon, that are bearing a significant burden in terms of housing people fleeing violence. There are large camps of people who have fled Syria and are desperate to to get access to just basic supplies. And that's putting a significant strain on other countries in the region, and the United States is trying to do our part financially to address that strain. The other thing that we can do is to work effectively with the UN to consider applications of people who want to apply to be refugees in the United States.
Including in Central America.
Well, I'm talking about the situation in Syria right now. So one of the things, for example, that we can do to relieve the burden of the country of Jordan is to process some of those people, consider their application for refugee status, put them through the paces in terms of ensuring that we're conducting all the relevant screening measures to do background checks, collect biometric information, to do in-person background interviews, to vet them through international databases that are maintained by organizations like Interpol, but also run them through databases that are maintained by the U.S. intel community and by the United States military. And after going through that screening, give them the opportunity to resettle in the United States. That just means a smaller group of people for Jordan to support.
Right.
So there are a variety of ways that we have used international leadership and the resources of the United States to try to address these kinds of significant challenges, but the situations are so different, it's hard to compare the two.
Let me drill down a little bit on immigration, illegal immigration in particular. The president has been assailed as being the deporter-in-chief by some groups. Statistically, the numbers are pretty eye-opening. 2.5 million people deported. That's more than all the other presidents combined. I'm just curious, a couple things. First of all, one of the statistics I read from DHS suggests that in 2015, 91% of those that were deported were criminals or had previously had a criminal record. Is that really far afield from what Donald Trump is basically saying? If they're a criminal, they're going to be out of here?
I guess it depends on the day you ask.
No, that's true. Good point.
So I think what I'll say is when it comes to the president's record on this, we've made clear, and I should say the Secretary of Homeland Security has made clear exactly what our enforcement priorities are going to be. And those priorities are individuals that have a criminal record, individuals that pose a threat to national security, or individuals that have only recently crossed the border. The president has been quite serious about making sure that we enforce the law, and that's exactly what this administration has done. What we've also tried to do is to enforce the law in a way that's consistent with our values. And that's why we want to focus our limited law enforcement resources on deporting felons and not breaking up families. That's the approach that the administration has taken. That is an approach that has led to significant investments in border security. There are more resources in terms of equipment and technology and personnel on the border than at any time in our history, and that's a testament to the president making that a priority. The unfortunate fact is there'd be even more resources on our border, securing our border, if Republicans in the House of Representatives hadn't blocked comprehensive immigration reform and merely perpetuated a system that even Senator Rubio describes as the closest thing we have to amnesty. So but look, that's on the conscience and on the hands of Republicans who have failed to deal with this situation. But President Obama has taken on this challenge with a lot of determination, a sense of seriousness, and ensuring that the policies that we have on the books and the policies that we've implemented are both consistent with our nation's status as a nation of laws and a nation of immigrants.
Okay, let me just get a couple more here really quickly. Secretary Kerry in Bangladesh made a comment about coverage as it relates to terrorism, and he said, remember this, no country is immune from terrorism. It's easy to terrorize. Government and law enforcement have to be correct 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 a year. But if you decide one day you're going to be a terrorist, you're willing to kill yourself, you can go out and kill some people, you can make some noise. Perhaps the media would do us all a service if they didn't cover it quite as much. What does the president think about a statement like that? Maybe the media should tone down or back off in our coverage of terrorism.
Yeah. Listen, I think the president has talked about this a little bit himself. I think what the president's point would be that the challenge that is facing the United States law enforcement, national security, and homeland security officials is to be perfect.
But we should still talk about it, shouldn't we? And we should still cover it.
Sure, the president himself talks about it a lot. And we talk about the significant resources that are invested in protecting the American people, both at home and around the world. I think the president wants to make clear that it's also important for people to have some perspective. That kind of perspective is what he is hopeful will be part of a political debate about the most effective way to keep the country safe, about the most effective way for the United States to continue to live up to our values, and for the United States to continue to be a beacon of freedom around the world.
Last one on Obamacare. It's the modifications for after 2018, series of fixes and adjustments. Can you tell me what that might look like and why the president feels like that'll be important?
Well, listen, the president and his team continue to be focused on the long-term health of Obamacare because there are millions of people all across the country who, for the first time, have access to quality, affordable health insurance because of the reforms that this administration passed and have effectively implemented. And at the same time, we're always looking for ways to strengthen the implementation of these policies. And the president's determined to ensure that we're handing off to his successor an Obamacare system that continues to strengthen, that continues to provide quality, affordable health insurance options to people all across the country, and that continues to provide important consumer protections, both to people who buy their health insurance on the marketplace, but also people who've gotten and continue to receive their health insurance through their employer.
Does the fix imply that there's a problem?
I think the fix implies that there's more that we can do to strengthen the Obamacare system, and that's exactly what we're doing. Okay. Margaret.
Josh, on the Syrian refugees, you talked about this being sort of a proud moment for the White House to finally reach its goal of the 10,000. Is there a reason we haven't heard from the president or seen the president? I mean, our neighbors to the north had their prime minister greeting Syrian refugees at the airport, and we haven't even heard from the president on this one.
Yeah.
Why not?
Well, listen, Margaret, I think you certainly will hear from the president when he travels to the UN next month, where he's going to convene an international meeting of leaders from around the world to discuss what steps countries around the world should take to address the population flows that we've seen, not just in the Middle East, but frankly around the world. And the president's determined to ensure the United States continues to play a leading role in mobilizing international response to people who are fleeing violence or otherwise in need of humanitarian assistance. So I think the president's been quite visible on this, both in terms of advocating for this policy priority, and he will continue to be visible as he advocates for a more effective and better coordinated international response to dealing with this problem that plagues many regions around the world.
Well, that's the worldwide refugee problem that the president's going to be addressing in September. Is there something specific to Syrian refugees? I mean, that's the moment that was being hailed as a success here. It was hard won. Congress tried to block it. You had 30 governors in this country trying to block Syrians from settling in their states. I mean, this is a different issue than the rest of the refugee crisis in the rest of the world. Is there a reason that the president chose not to speak on it? Is it because, as some would say, diplomatically, this is like, what, 1/5 of 1% of Syrian refugees, so other countries like Germany and Canada and Jordan and Turkey are making us, by comparison, see this as such a small sliver? Or is it just because it's toxic politically, or was there just a choice it wasn't something you wanted to address now?
No, I don't think it's either of those things. Again, first of all, with regard to the way that other countries see us, the president's going to convene a meeting at the United Nations with other world leaders and the largest, brightest spotlight in the international community at the United Nations.
But not on Syria, on all refugees.
Yeah, on all refugees. I don't think I'm confident that the situation with regard to Syria will be a topic of extensive conversation in the context of that meeting. I don't think that's going to be lost on anybody. With regard to the politics, I think you guys have heard the president more times than I can count over the last year talking about why handling this situation appropriately is the most effective way to protect the American people. And he's certainly done that in a political context, and he's certainly done that in the face of harsh political criticism from Republican presidential candidates, a variety of them, and also from senior officials in Congress. But I think the president feels very good about the way that we have made that argument to the American people and the way that we've been able to overcome their objections to implement a successful policy. And the president believes that that's the right thing to do because it's consistent with our values as Americans. It's also consistent with our national security, and it's also consistent with the obligations that the United States has to lead on the pressing issues that are facing the world.
Will the president meet with any of the 10,000?
I'm not aware of any meetings that the president has with individuals that have resettled to the United States.
Not handing out parkas at the airport?
No, I don't think that he'll be doing that.
I want to also go back to what you were talking about with Apple and Europe there. When you point to in your response, you said it's also possible the kinds of payments Apple made are transfers of revenue from the U.S. to the EU. Are you signaling there some opening, some wiggle room for the resolution to be Apple to pay the U.S. rather than Europe? I believe there's a carve-out that would possibly allow for that rather than the current ruling.
As it relates to the way a ruling like this could be implemented, I'd refer to my colleagues at the Treasury Department. I'm certainly no expert on this particular set of complicated issues. I think the point that I'm making when I make this point is that the unilateral approach that the EU has taken in some of these state aid investigations is fundamentally unfair. It attempts to relitigate already established taxation agreements that could set unfair new precedents. If there are specific concerns that European officials have about the fairness of certain tax policies, then they should engage in a conversation with the United States. We have been able to work effectively together to solve some of these problems in the past, and acting unilaterally doesn't actually address the problems. In some ways, it has the potential to make them worse, particularly when you're evaluating the fairness of them. With regard to the specific ruling and the impact it could have, I'd refer to my colleagues at the Treasury Department, and I just can't speak in much detail about about the specific ruling because it's subject to an appeal. What I can just say in general is that when it comes to this principle about addressing concerns the Europeans may have about the fairness of certain tax policies, a more effective approach is coordinating with the United States and working cooperatively to make progress, as opposed to just acting unilaterally in a way that could set a new unfair precedent and ultimately disadvantage U.S. workers and U.S. businesses. And frankly, that's something that the Obama administration will contest.
And the Treasury issued a statement on this last week saying they were concerned, before the ruling, saying they were concerned about all this, and that was actually going to undermine, as you said today, you're seeking tax fairness. Did you not have a dialogue? Did the administration not have a dialogue with European officials? Are you saying there that you didn't have any kind of conversation at that time about those concerns, or that those concerns weren't resolved in the conversations you did have? When you say that you're disappointed in terms of it being unilateral?
Yeah, well, look, for conversations that the United States has had with Europeans about tax policy, I'd refer you to the Treasury Department. I know that they've had extensive conversations about a range of international issues. There's an ongoing dialogue about these issues. I'll let Treasury speak to the contents of the white paper that they issued last week. But I'm confident that white paper was issued fully aware of the context in which it would be received, which is the impending decision that was announced early this morning, U.S. time.
So just to put a final word on it, you're not, the U.S. is not ready to say it's going to seek any kind of back payment of taxes as a way to resolve this?
I'd refer you to the Treasury Department for a direct answer to that question.
I'm sorry, did you say when you were answering earlier about Apple, saying that you had heard from Apple, what was the White House response to the Apple executives who have reached out?
Well, I think what I just said as a general matter is that it shouldn't be surprising that a U.S. company would contact senior government officials when they have concerns about being treated unfairly in the international community, particularly with regard to the European Union, with whom the United States works quite closely and effectively on a range of issues. I didn't get into the nature of those conversations, and I'm not going to be in a position to do that from here, but I don't think it should be particularly surprising that to all of you who cover these kinds of issues closely to hear that officials at a major U.S. company contacted the U.S. government when they were concerned about being treated fairly in the international community.
And you're not going to say which individuals reached out and to whom here at the White House, or whether it was the president?
I won't. I'm not aware of any conversations like this that involve the president directly. And I'm not in a position to confirm individual conversations that have been had by the White House. Okay, Cheryl.
Thanks, Josh. The president's scheduled to meet with Secretary Burwell later this afternoon. Is there a particular focus of that meeting? And sort of related, now that summer is winding down, has there been any rethinking of how much Zika funding is still needed?
Well, Cheryl, there's been no rethinking of of the amount of money that the administration needs for Zika. Our public health professionals work closely with the president and the administration to put forward a specific, detailed package that would allow them to do everything possible to protect the American people from the Zika virus. Republicans in Congress have blocked action on that package. That's quite unfortunate. And it has prevented, as I said, our public health professionals from doing everything possible to protect the American people from the Zika virus. Right now, members of Congress are enjoying a 7-week break. Some members of Congress, including Mitch McConnell, are spending that 7-week break bragging about not doing their job. That's unfortunate. I don't think that's how most Americans are spending their summer, but I guess the rules are different when you're a Republican leader in the United States Congress. But we are hopeful that when they do return, that Republicans in Congress will have had an opportunity to rethink their priorities and will once again put the health and safety and well-being of the American people back at the top of the list where it belongs.
And meeting with Secretary Burwell, is there any?
The president regularly meets with his HHS secretary, part of what I'm confident they'll discuss is the ongoing implementation of the Affordable Care Act. That's something that the president does periodically, and I'm confident that'll be part of the discussions again today. Okay, Andrew.
Thanks. I want to go back to U.S.-EU trade. Do you think it's a coincidence that France and Germany have elections soon, that these comments come like that?
Well, I wouldn't speculate on the impact of upcoming elections on the public statements that we've seen from some European officials.
What are the consequences if you don't get a deal in place by the end of the year?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
What are the consequences if you don't get negotiations concluded by the end of the year?
Well, again, I think then obviously the next president will have to determine the path forward. We've made important progress in negotiating TTIP, and there are a number of details that remain to be worked out. And as we always say in the context of these kinds of negotiations, nothing's agreed to until everything's agreed to. But we made important progress, and the president has directed his team to try to meet a rather ambitious goal and to try to complete those negotiations before the end of the year. That's certainly what we're aiming to do. But if that doesn't get done, we're hopeful that enough progress will have been made that the president's successor will be able to take up these negotiations and hopefully continue that progress. But I wouldn't prejudge exactly what that's going to look like.
And just a final question on Iraq. General Votel has said that he believes that Mosul can be retaken this year. Is that the view of the White House?
Well, listen, nobody's going to be in a better position to put forward that kind of assessment than General Votel. And obviously he is both keenly aware of the kind of support that U.S. and coalition troops have provided to Iraqi security forces. He's also keenly aware of the fact that officials in Iraq will determine the pace of operations there, and they will ultimately make the decision about when to go after Mosul. But General Votel and other senior military leaders in the United States have been in close touch with their Iraqi counterparts. So he's certainly in a good position to make that kind of assessment, and I would defer to him for those kinds of pronouncements. Okay? Tolu.
Thanks, Josh. Back on Apple and the EU. The fact that Apple has so much money that they could be charged in Europe, does that say anything about the U.S. tax system and why a U.S. company feels the need to have so much of its money abroad? And does this ruling sort of make the case that there should be corporate tax reform, or Treasury should take some action to encourage companies not to have so much of their money overseas?
Well, Tolu, I'm limited in how I can answer your question because I'm not going to talk about the individual business practices of one company, and I'm obviously limited in what I can say about this specific ruling. I think what I can say in general is that we've spent a lot of time over the last several years talking about why the president believes that tax reform should be a priority. Right now, our tax code wrongly gives too many companies an incentive to ship jobs overseas. And we should close some of those loopholes. And by closing some of those loopholes, we could more effectively ensure that we can invest right here in the United States of America. That also would contribute to a more fair system of taxation. The kind of loopholes that you and I are both referring to are not the kinds of loopholes that middle-class families benefit from. So the president's going to continue, even through his remaining 4 months here or so in office, making the case that the next Congress should make closing some of those loopholes a top priority.
All right. I also wanted to ask about a report that the FBI is going to be releasing publicly, the details of its recommendation to the Justice Department and the Clinton email investigation. Did the White House have any opinion about this decision? Were you consulted? And what's your general reaction to the fact that we're going to be hearing more about this investigation and these internal documents from the FBI?
I've seen those reports. I can tell you that the White House did not consult with the FBI about that decision or any of the other decisions that they've made in terms of handling some of the investigative material that they've collected when they looked into this matter. So I'll leave it to them to describe what steps they're taking and why they're taking them. With regard to the potential impact on the election, there are any number of people that are employed by your news organizations that will speculate about the potential political impact or political fallout. I'll let them do that.
All right, and then just one more on the situation in Syria with Turkey. Is the president satisfied at this point with the fact that I guess two of our allies seem to have been attacking one another, but it seems like they're trying to work it out. Can you talk about where the White House is on that today?
Yeah, I mean, I can say that the United States welcomes the overnight calm between the Turkish military and other counter-ISIL forces in Syria. The United States continues to encourage these moves as a way to prevent further hostilities and loss of life between all counter-ISIL forces operating in the area. Our priority here, Tolu, needs to be on fighting ISIL. That's why we describe it as the counter-ISIL coalition. That's why these forces have signed up to work closely with the United States and other coalition members, because they're concerned about the impact of ISIL. And we believe that in making decisions about appropriate military actions, it's important to be focused on the shared goal of degrading and ultimately destroying ISIL. Okay. Serena.
Thanks, Josh. I want to go back to the hacking. So Senate Minority Leader sent a letter to the FBI expressing concern for the Russian government tampering with the presidential election. Do you guys actually see cyber threats affecting the outcome of the election as a real possibility here?
Well, Serena, as I mentioned in response to an earlier question, I'm not going to be in a position to confirm any individual entity or criminal enterprise or government as responsible for the reported hacking at the DNC. I think more generally what I can say is that U.S. officials, particularly at the Department of Homeland Security, who have primary responsibility for protecting the American people in cyberspace, take all these kinds of reports and threats quite seriously. And that's why just within the last couple of weeks, Secretary Johnson over at DHS convened a conference call with election officials all across the country to talk to them about the resources that the DHS has and can be made available to them to safeguard their systems. I think people can have a lot of confidence in the election system, in part because it's not centralized. Elections are administered and conducted by state and local authorities, which means you essentially have a patchwork of systems across the country that maintain the records and administer these elections. Sometimes the consequences for that kind of varied system means that it's hard to implement reforms across the board. It's hard to implement reforms across the board. That also makes it harder to hack the system. It certainly wasn't designed that way, but that is one of the benefits. So we take this threat seriously. The response from DHS, I think, is a pretty good indication of how seriously we take that. There is an active discussion going on among the President's national security team about whether or not to designate election administration systems in the United States as critical infrastructure. If so, that would qualify those systems for enhanced protection and enhanced resources from the federal government. But no decision has been made on that at this point. In the meantime, we'll continue to stay in close touch with election administrators to help them safeguard their systems and continue to give people confidence in the ability of the election to take place and for us to continue to have confidence in the results.
But the FBI has said that one state was successfully hacked and there was another attempt at another state, and then if you designate it as a critical infrastructure by the federal government, aren't you kind of admitting that there's big weaknesses in those states?
Well, again, I think, first of all, with regard to the FBI's communication with computer systems administrators across the country, I'd refer to them. They can talk to you about their assessment about the way that they've talked about this threat. Again, what I think is true is that we're vigilant about the threats that exist out there, and it's an evolving environment, and so we need to be aware of the fact that our adversaries, whether they're criminal or state organized, that they're always evolving, and that they're dynamic, and that they're tenacious, and we need to devote significant resources and be similarly creative to deter those threats. And we certainly are committed to working with state and local officials who are responsible for administering elections to help them do that.
When would that decision be made by the national security team?
that's something they're continuing to evaluate. I don't have a time frame for you at this point.
Okay, and then turning back to Central America, the Ecuadorian mission here in D.C. delivered a letter to the State Department yesterday with 9 Latin American foreign ministers expressing deep concern about the negative effects of the U.S. migration policy across their region with respect to Cuban migrants. Given that the president has opened up Cuba more, first flights, direct commercial flights starting tomorrow, is there any consideration of adjusting that wet foot, dry foot policy that is really impacting a region that you yourself said partner closely with to address their own migrant crisis coming across the southern border here in the U.S.?
Yeah. Well, listen, the United States lives in a region of the world where our migration policies are complicated, and there's essentially a patchwork system that's in place that administers and enforces those laws. And as I mentioned earlier, the administration has not put forward a congressional proposal seeking to change that.
But these are countries we're trying to stem their own flow into our country, and they're saying your policy with respect to Cuban migrants are really impacting us personally. We can't focus on these things when we have to deal with the Cuban migrant situation because of the U.S. policy that treats Cubans different than every other nationality in the world.
Well, we have been committed to working effectively with countries in the region to address some of the migration challenges, whether it's with regard to individuals fleeing violence in Central America or Cubans seeking to use a land route through Central America and Mexico to enter the United States. One of the benefits of the efforts that we've made to reform our approach and relationship with Cuba has been to have a positive impact on our relationship with countries throughout the Western Hemisphere. And that certainly has made the United States more effective in trying to resolve these concerns that have been raised.
And given the flight starting tomorrow, is there any announcements of new Cuba regulations coming forward? Any plans to finally nominate an ambassador?
Nothing that I'm prepared to announce at this point. Okay. All right. Mark.
Josh, over the weekend, a Senate Republican spokesman said that the Senate could use one of its pro forma sessions this week to pass the Zika funding bill if the Democrats withdrew their objections. Is that something the White House has no interest in?
Well, Mark, I think what the Democrats in the Senate would like to see, it's what the Democratic and Republican governors across the country would like to see, and it's certainly what this administration would like to see, is Congress act on the funding request that is supported by our public health professionals. That's the $1.9 billion funding request that the administration put forward back in February, more than 6 months ago. And Republicans continue to block that request, even while they're enjoying their 7-week recess.
So the smaller bill would not be of interest to the administration?
Well, listen, I think we have made clear that we need to see Congress act. And the current bill that was passed by the House includes a bunch of ideological riders, including some that involve the Confederate flag and blocking funding to Planned Parenthood, even though we're talking about a disease that can be transmitted sexually. So that doesn't make a lot of sense. Frankly, neither of those provisions makes a lot of sense. And I think that is a clear indication that Republicans in the House, and apparently now Republicans in the Senate, are much more interested in politics than they are in protecting the American people from the Zika virus.
On another issue, you've seen the stories in recent days based on the release of Secretary Clinton's schedules, private schedules at the State Department. I was wondering if there's any chance the White House would release the president's private schedules during his time in office.
I don't anticipate that the president will do that during his time in office, but consistent with the Presidential Records Act, at some point the president's schedules will be made public, and presumably you'll have to have the opportunity to peruse them when you are enjoying a visit to the Barack Obama Presidential Library at some point in the future.
Why wouldn't his policies on transparency apply now and not after he leaves office?
Well, because the president's committed to complying with the Presidential Records Act, and that's what we'll do, and that will ensure that that the American public does have an opportunity to take a look at his schedule.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks, Josh.
Jean, I'll give you the last one.
Thank you very much, Josh. Does the president have any schedule to bilateral meeting with the South Korean President Park Geun-hye at the G20? If do so, what wider issues will be discussing at the meeting?
I'm not aware of any formal bilateral meeting that the president will have with President Park, but I can tell you that it's not uncommon for the president to have an opportunity to visit with some of his counterparts along the margins of some of these meetings. So I don't know whether or not something like that is planned at this point, but if something like that does occur, we'll certainly let you know. And if there's an opportunity, I'm confident that the president will use it to express the United States' strong support for the safety and security of our allies at the Republic of Korea.
Maybe bilateral meeting without any contact to other countries, China and Japan, so he can do so. I mean, this kind of situation in Korea right now, political situation.
Yeah.
So they're going to talking about securities, bad missiles.
Well, I'm not aware of any multilateral meetings that are planned, but if there's an opportunity for the president to once again express his strong support for the safety and security of our allies in South Korea, then I'm confident he won't let that opportunity pass by. All right. Thanks, everybody. Take care. Hopefully we'll see some of you in Asia. We'll see.
I need to reach out. We're going to catch up with Max tonight. I haven't talked to Carol. She lost one of her Office of George. So I have to reach out to her. See if she found it. Yeah.
All right, everyone. That's the end of Josh Earnest and his daily briefing. He started extra early today, interestingly enough. Speaking of politics, in case you didn't know, look who's going to be in Arizona tomorrow. Look who made the big announcement on Twitter over the weekend. Trump in Arizona, Phoenix Convention Center. That's right, Donald Trump in Arizona tomorrow. The doors open at 3 p.m. Event starts at 6. If you guys want to attend in person, Phoenix Convention Center, all you need to do is go to donaldjtrump.com, click on schedule, it's in the upper right-hand corner, and then click on get tickets under the Phoenix event. You just sign up. You can get up to 2 tickets per phone number, and you will be on your way to seeing Donald Trump live in Phoenix tomorrow.
Great jobs, good schools, and safety to every Hispanic community, African American community in the country. But really, what is it? It's to every community, every single community. We can't do that if we don't secure our border. We can't do it.
For her to have the privilege or the right to run for president with what she's done, with deleting 33,000 emails, and you can imagine what was on those emails. It is so sad, and the whole world is looking, and the whole world is laughing.
Again, guys, you're looking at video of Donald Trump. Just a reminder, he will be in Phoenix tomorrow. Make sure to go to his website if you are interested in seeing him live. And if you're not a fan of his, then get your protest gear out, I guess, and you can head to downtown anyway tomorrow for the rally. And speaking of Donald Trump, his running mate, Mike Pence, made an appearance at a varsity fast food restaurant in Atlanta just minutes ago. I'm going to go ahead and show that to you guys in just a minute, but first, I want to go ahead and bring things back locally. Here is a live look at our weather camera. All right, as promised, Mike Pence, Donald Trump's running mate, eating at a local fast food restaurant in Atlanta.
What's this? Thank you, President. Welcome. Thank you. Enjoy my hand. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. What you got? What you got? What you got? Thank you. Really hot.
All right. Where do we go with it?
Thank you. Thank you. What you got? What you got? What you got?
Get in here and you can shoot him coming in. Okay.
Look, John, I'll be the first to concede that we have a lot of work to do. Republicans in general, this isn't just Donald Trump. For decades, we've done terribly, and I think it's a disgrace that the party of Lincoln has not earned larger support from the African-American community or support from Hispanics. But I would say this regarding this recent escalation. Hey, guys, how are you?
So much. It means a lot. It really does. Yeah. We just heard this was the place to be before we had We're going to Dalton today. Dalton, carpet. We're going to carpet shop. Where are you going? And boat shop. Where are you going to be up there? Where are we going to be in Dalton?
We're going to be at the convention center in Dalton.
Yeah. Am I okay to on the table? Yeah. Good luck. Yeah. That'll be a lot. Good to see you. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Hey, guys. Great. Good. Mike Pence. Mike, I'm Jack. Jack, what a pleasure. Nice to meet you. Yeah, thanks. Hey, it's my wife, Karen. Okay. Art Fisher. Art, what a pleasure. Nice to meet you. Jane is Karen and I. Art Fisher. Nice to meet you, Karen. Thank you. Thank you, Jack. Nice to meet you. Glad to have you here. Yeah, been there. Oh yeah. Yeah, definitely. Glad to have you in Georgia here. There you go, Jack.
I mean, I don't mind, but
Yeah.
Here, go hop in the photo. I'll take it.
okay, all right. They talked me into it. They talked me into it.
When in Rome, right?
Yeah,
All right, 1, 2, 3. There you go. You got some good.
thank you. Appreciate it.
Great, so nice. Thank you. I get you this lunch today. All good. Can you send that to us? Sure. I just got to get a bite of it.
Sorry.
Pretty good. Pretty good. We know something about chili dogs in Indiana. You do. And I'm prepared to tell you that's a good deal. You're right. I'm prepared to back it up. Too bad you gonna come over here? Too bad you can't put onions on it. Huh? Too bad you can't put some. No, I really can't. I'm working on that. All three. Right here. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Thank you. Good luck. Tell them all hello up there. Y'all know it. Yeah, we're gonna have to go to the party. Can I say hello? May I say hello? Mike Pence. From Indiana, Governor of Indiana. Who's your governor? I'm Governor Mike Pence. I'm the governor of Indiana. What's your name? What is it? Sierra. Beautiful name. This is Mrs. Pence. We're so excited to be in Georgia. I just came for the chili dog. So good. So nice to meet you. Enjoy your time. Thank you. My wife here. Thanks. My dad was Army. At the best. He was Korea. At the best. Yeah. When were you in?
All right, guys, we're going to cut out of this Mike Pence meet and greet out of Atlanta and take you to live aerials in Southern California. Police are at singer Chris Brown's home. The question is, why are they there? We don't have the answers to that right now. This is just breaking news. We're getting live aerials. We know that police are at his home. Now, Chris Brown has a history with the police. In case you don't remember, in February 2009, Chris Brown had his first major run-in with the law after his domestic violence incident with then-girlfriend Rihanna. We're looking at live aerials coming in right now, again from Southern California, Chris Brown's home in the hills. You see the live aerials of the police who've just arrived on scene. We're going to get you guys more information. Just wanted to get this video out there for you so you could watch it live with us here on News Now. All right, guys, so we're getting an update from TMZ. This, according to TMZ, police have retrieved at least one gun, other weapons, and drugs from Chris Brown's home after Chris threw a duffel bag out the window of his home. Now, this is a story that first came to you guys from TMZ. Cops racing to Chris's home early Tuesday morning after a woman called 911 and claimed he pulled a gun on her. Wow. Police have been at the house since 3 a.m. and are in the process of getting a search warrant. Chris has not left the house, but multiple sources tell TMZ he was defiant as he threw the duffel bag out the window, taunting cops and saying, "Come and get me." Interesting. This news coming from TMZ as well. Chris posted a video in which he refers to Black Lives Matter, saying, "F the police." Two sources on scene tell TMZ that in addition to weapons, there were drugs in the duffel bag. As for who exactly called 911, that woman, apparently a beauty pageant title holder. Now, according to an LAPD spokesman who spoke with Fox News, they have a detective that's at Chris Brown's residence, and they have police intelligence operations there to gather more information. According to the LAPD, no shots were fired. At that point, that's all they could tell Fox. Now, according to the LA Times, officers made an attempt to enter Chris Brown's house but were turned away and told to obtain a search warrant earlier this morning. Now, interesting fact, according to a local station in Los Angeles, Chris Brown's home has actually been visited by police 5 times in the past year due to various disturbances of the peace complaints. It's interesting because Chris Brown had been staying fairly under the radar after the Rihanna incident in 2009. He was sentenced to 5 years of probation because of his domestic violence incident with Rihanna. Considering his probation just ended in 2015, you think he might be a little more cautious, but we don't know what the altercation was about. We have very limited information right now, but we do have these live aerials outside the singer's home. Hey everyone, Samia here. Many of you guys asking why police are surrounding Chris Brown's home. We do have an update. Joining me now is Mary Gaffney. She's the newest addition to the Fox News Now team. Mary, this is what we know so far. Chris Brown has been called on by a woman. This woman called 911 reporting that he pointed a gun at her.
Right.
Now we're getting a lot of just preliminary information right now from TMZ, so I want to let the viewers at home know what exactly we know. Chris Brown apparently threw a duffel bag out the window of his home. Police then went to his home, found a gun, other weapons, drugs, and apparently police have been at his home since 3 a.m. And obviously this is of concern because Chris Brown has had previous run-ins with the law.
Right.
He had the incident with Rihanna.
Back in
2009. Right, the domestic violence incident. He was on probation for years, and now police are at his residence again, dealing with
And so was the
another
woman
complaint.
there? Is she there at the residence right now, you think? And
You know-
she's the one who called?
I'm assuming that she was at the residence when the gun was pulled, and that's why authorities then arrived on scene to investigate what was going on. Now, according to local news organizations out there, police have come to Chris Brown's home a number of times this year. I think one outlet was reporting that police have gone to his home like 5 times in the last year because
wow.
of various disturbance of peace reports. So,
Okay.
I don't know. It's still...
I wonder who the woman is, because I know that he was dating someone else after Rihanna for a while, some model or something.
Right, Karushi Tran. I don't
Yeah.
think they're together anymore, but according to TMZ, this woman who called 911 is a beauty pageant title holder.
Oh.
What else has TMZ been telling us? So we know that police have been at the home since 3 a.m. They're in the process of getting a search warrant. Chris hasn't left the house. Multiple sources say that he was defiant. He threw that duffel bag out the window. He taunted cops saying, "Come and get me." Now, this is all according to what TMZ is reporting. And then apparently Chris Brown also posted a video online which refers to the Black Lives Matter movement saying, "F the police." So
This is no good.
this is no good for Chris Brown. No, and it's one of those things where if you're Chris Brown, you were supposed to be working so hard to redeem yourself after the domestic violence incident with Rihanna. There were people that forgave him or, gave him
Right.
another chance, looked past it. Radio stations started playing his music again. He started performing in larger venues. He became the...
Yeah, he was doing well again.
Yeah, became the musician that people had grown to love prior to the incident. And now here we are again, Chris Brown making headlines for his personal life rather than his professional life.
Right, and what could be in that duffel bag is what I'm wondering too. Are they saying drugs were in the duffel bag, or?
Right now, I'm just reading the TMZ headline. It doesn't specifically say what was in the duffel bag, but it does say that police have retrieved at least one gun, other weapons, and drugs from his home after Chris threw a duffel bag out the window of his home. So I'm not sure if...
So we don't know yet.
I'm not sure if those contents were inside that bag or if they retrieved that another way. I'm assuming they were inside the duffel bag. If this woman calls 911 saying that Chris Brown is pointing a gun at her, I'm assuming he wants to get rid of that gun.
Everything in the house, yeah. Just
Right.
So they've been there since 3 in the morning.
Yeah.
Okay. And so is he still in the house right now, do you think? Or I guess we'll just have to see what TMZ brings down.
Yeah, so now I'm reading this update from Fox News as well. You had asked, is the woman still inside the home? Was she in the home?
Yeah.
Apparently she was at the home, but she was able to run out and call police.
Okay.
After
So
Chris
she's-
Brown allegedly pointed the gun at her. So I want to go ahead and check in with Facebook, see if any of you guys have any comments, any questions. Wow, drugs, I'm shocked, Mike McGrath says. What's going on? Did he kill someone? Eduardo, we have no reports of anyone getting killed. All we know is that a woman called authorities, claimed that Chris Brown pointed a gun at her. This woman, according to TMZ, is a beauty pageant title holder. We really don't have a lot of information right now other than this. I'm going to go ahead and monitor social media, work to get you guys any new information I can. We have these live aerials coming in from Los Angeles, and we will bring you another update in just a couple minutes. We are reading some of your comments, questions, so if you have any questions you want us to answer, feel free to write them on Facebook, in the Facebook chat if you're watching on Facebook Live. Yvonne saying, what happens? Geez, I thought he was doing better. He seemed like he had his stuff together because of his daughter for the most part. It's true. It seemed like Chris Brown had gotten his life together.
Yeah.
For the most part. After the Rihanna domestic violence incident in 2009, it seemed like he had worked hard to sort of
Clean
at
everything
least,
up and
try to clean up his image, try to be on his best behavior, and
and so I don't know. I mean, where is this coming from?
we don't know what got into him. We really don't know him as a person. We don't know what he's been
Right.
up to recently.
Right.
We know him as a musician. We know what he posts on social media, and we don't know the significance of this woman. What led him to that? Obviously, he's not justified in doing such a thing if he did indeed point a gun at her.
Yeah.
But we don't really have all the facts, I mean, we
Right.
have to also take into consideration that he is a celebrity.
Right.
And, it's he said, she said. But now that we know that cops have retrieved a gun and drugs from the home, it would lead you to believe the woman's report.
Right.
I'm noticing some of the questions online asking who is Chris Brown and what did he do. Chris Brown is an R&B singer, fairly popular R&B singer. He made a lot of headlines in 2009 after he beat up his then girlfriend Rihanna. Pop star Rihanna. I think the whole world knows who Rihanna is at this point.
I think people have heard of her.
Yeah, and so Chris Brown, also a very popular singer. What shocked a lot of people back then is he had a very clean-cut boy next door image until that incident. I mean, he was endorsed by everyone, even like Doublemint Gum. Yeah, I mean, he was that boy next door, and then that sort of shattered his image, his domestic violence incident, and ever since then, he's been trying to sort of redeem
those
himself.
photos came out of Rihanna with the black eye.
Oh, yeah.
And it shocked everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And Rihanna did an interview with Oprah talking about how she got over it, and then he had to go through all these, court sessions. Now this is coming out again.
So a lot of you guys asking who's the girl in the situation. We don't actually have a lot of details about the girl. All we know, according to TMZ, is that she's a beauty pageant title holder. Some of you guys questioning why we reference TMZ. Well, we are owned by the same parent company, so I feel comfortable referencing TMZ. And in my experience, working in both news and entertainment news, more often than not, TMZ is always right. They tend to break the stories before anyone else. Just an example, this year they broke the death of Prince prior to anyone else reporting it. I remember them breaking the news of Michael Jackson.
Right.
So I am referencing TMZ. I'm also telling you that the information is coming from TMZ, so you guys can decide for yourself whether you want to believe it or not.
And has TMZ said anything new yet?
I don't know. I'm going to go ahead and pull up the TMZ website, see if we're getting any new information. The headline right now is Chris Brown, weapons, drugs retrieved from standoff. And it's pretty much the same information I've told you in the last few minutes.
Yeah.
At least one gun, other weapons and drugs retrieved from Chris Brown's home after he threw a duffel bag out the window. He also apparently taunted cops saying, "Come and get me." And he has an Instagram video that he posted referring to the Black Lives Matter movement, and he said, "F the police." Now, I would play this, but given that we know it has profanity, I'm just going to hold off. But you can find it on Instagram, apparently. So.
Well, at least the woman was able to get away and call 911, so hopefully she's okay.
Yeah, it sounds like she herself is safe. And that the issue is that he allegedly pointed a gun at her. She was able to at least escape, but she did want to alert authorities about maybe what he was up to or what his mindset was. You're looking at live images coming in from Los Angeles. These live aerials coming in from our Skyfox chopper at our sister station, KTTV, Fox 11 in LA. Lots of police on the scene. It looks like another police unit arriving right now. All 4 doors open? 3 doors opening.
Oh,
so
wow.
a lot of people arriving in the, at least 3 people.
That looks like a woman, and then
So there's a woman in a skirt, you have a man in a suit, as well as a police officer. Again, we don't really know what's happening on the ground. There are a lot of authorities there at Chris Brown's home. We know that police have been there since 3 this morning. And we will continue to bring you these aerials and work to get you guys any new information we can. Now, those of you familiar with the San Fernando Valley maybe want to know where in Southern California Chris Brown's home is. It is in the greater Los Angeles area, specifically in Tarzana. So Chris Brown lives in the San Fernando Valley. From the aerials, it seemed like he lived in the hills, so this would make sense. San Fernando Valley, south of the 101 freeway, for those of you familiar with Los Angeles. He lives on the 5000 block of Corbin Avenue. Now, Corbin is between Reseda Avenue and DeSoto Avenue. I guess I'm just referencing those 2 streets because they're both exits off the 101 freeway.
Yeah.
So for you watching, anyone familiar with LA, he basically lives between DeSoto Avenue and Tampa Avenue, south of the 101 in the hills up there. All right, now I'm reading the latest updates from our sister station, Fox 11 in LA. We know that officers went to his Tarzana home early this morning, about 3:15 in the morning. Police are not confirming the TMZ report that the unnamed woman said that Brown threatened her with a gun. However, TMZ is claiming that this woman said Brown pointed a gun at her. Officers in the process of obtaining a search warrant. A SWAT team was sent to Chris Brown's home to stand by as a precaution. And we have these live aerials coming in from Skyfox. You can see lots of cars outside Chris's home, both law enforcement authorities and then just cars that seem like they would belong to Chris Brown himself.
Right.
Some of the cars just parked in his driveway.
I'm wondering what's going on here with this woman and the 2 men in the suit. It looks like
Right.
they're exchanging information.
right, for those of you just joining us wanting some information as to why you're looking at aerials of Chris Brown's home, some of you asking who Chris Brown is. Chris Brown is an R&B singer. He is fairly popular. He made a lot of headlines back in 2009 because of his domestic violence incident with then-girlfriend Rihanna. Cops been at his home since 3 this morning in Los Angeles. And apparently in the last hour and a half, Chris Brown has actually posted 3 videos on his Instagram page. I would play them for you here, but they're pretty profane, so I'm going to hold off. We might play a small clip for you. We found maybe a 5-second portion where there's no profanity. But basically, a woman was at Chris Brown's home. She managed to leave, call cops. She apparently said that Chris Brown threatened her with a gun. Now, that is according to TMZ. Police have not confirmed that with our Fox sister station in LA, but TMZ does report that this woman claimed that Chris Brown pointed a gun at her. Chris Brown apparently threw a duffel bag outside his home from a window.
Right.
Police have retrieved a gun, other weapons, and drugs from Chris Brown's home. Chris Brown is inside his home, as you can see in the videos posted on his Instagram page. If you guys want to watch these, you can. You just have to find him on Instagram. There are 3 videos. There is a lot of profanity, so if there's some children around, you might want to put some earmuffs on them.
Yeah. He's really going at it in these videos.
And, you know, he's saying things like Black Lives Matter, F the police. He's also talking about how the media is making him out to be a villain, and he's really not. Everyone's saying, oh, he's barricaded inside his home.
He's like, I'm not barricaded. I'm
He's just stayed
in my house.
And he refers to his home as a palace. Have you seen my house? It's huge. It's a palace. So he put out this video to really call out the way that the story is being portrayed.
Yeah.
If you guys want to watch it, just go to Chris Brown's Instagram. I'm going to play one little snippet of this video because he's acknowledging that he's getting a lot of attention and he decides to turn this into an opportunity to promote his music. So I'm going to play this clip right now. We're really just going to play like a few seconds of it because we got to cut out of it before all the curse words start.
Right.
This is from his Instagram page right here. You can find him, Chris Brown Official. I'm going to go ahead and play this for you guys now.
Okay, let me not forget to say, go stream, download, buy Grass Ain't Greener video out. Ironic how I put a crazy video out, right? And then you got a bullshit ass story. When I'm sitting over here withering away, oh yeah, fuck Chris Brown, it's the end of the world.
So there's just a small snippet. He's posted about 3 videos on his Instagram page. They're all fairly lengthy. You can hear him kind of go on a rant about everything happening, how he just woke up and there are all these helicopters around his house, how the media is portraying him like a villain, how he's not barricaded inside his home. He's just hanging out in his palace.
He looks mad. He looks really mad.
He's very upset. I mean, we can actually look at this video. You can just tell by the body language. I'm going to lower the volume, but watch him.
Yeah, he's holding his cigarette. The ash is almost falling out of his hand. He's been holding it for so long. He's waving it around and he's yelling and he.
These are the 3 videos, and like you mentioned, I'm gonna make this bigger so you can kind of, viewers at home can see just how animated he is, how frustrated he is in these videos.
So, do you think he's just watching the police from his window and he's sitting on his couch, you know, just making these Instagram videos?
I mean, given that we're all live streaming from the helicopter, he could be tuning into the same video that the viewers are tuning into of the cops outside his home.
Right.
You know?
And he's just frustrated. He's had it. Yeah, he looks mad.
Very frustrated. So now we're going to take you guys back to those live aerials. Police authorities outside Chris Brown's home. A woman called police early this morning claiming that she had been threatened by Chris Brown. And according to TMZ, she claims that Chris Brown threatened her with a gun. This woman has not been identified. She's only been described as a beauty pageant title holder. This, again, according to TMZ. Police have apparently retrieved a gun, other weapons, and drugs from Chris Brown's home. Again, this is according to TMZ. Authorities are at the property. A SWAT team was sent there as a precaution. We have very limited information other than the information reported by TMZ, what we know from our Fox sister station in LA, and of course the live aerials that are coming in.
And does it look like, are they still waiting for that search warrant? Or I guess last time we read that they were still waiting on it.
Right. Many outlets reporting that
Maybe that's
a
why
search warrant has been requested.
So the whole street is taped up. No one can get down his street. Lots of cops waiting outside.
Some of the viewers at home asking me, have you seen the video of him saying F the police and Black Lives Matter while this incident with the police is going on? Rebbins, I did see it. Like I mentioned, there are 3 videos posted on Chris Brown's Instagram page. You guys can find it on Instagram, Chris Brown Official. It's these top 3 videos here, posted in the last hour or so. You can watch these on his Instagram. Just go on Instagram.com. Search Chris Brown, hashtag, or Chris Brown Official is his username. So if you guys want to watch it, you can. I would play them for you, but there's way too much profanity.
Too much.
Which is why we'll play it for you without the audio, so you guys can see how animated and passionate he is when he's speaking. He's very frustrated, and you can tell that he's frustrated. You can read his body language.
And I guess he's just saying, you know, why don't you concentrate more on my music? Why is everyone painting me out to be a villain?
Right. So again, if you want to actually watch the video, hear what he has to say, you can find it on Instagram.com/Chris Brown Official. If you have the Instagram app, you can just search Chris Brown. In the meantime, though, many of you guys interested in seeing what the aerials of his home are showing, we'll take you back to the Skyfox aerials. Chris Brown's home, Tarzana, California, the San Fernando Valley, in the hills. Very large home, beautiful home. And that's another thing he mentioned in his video. You know, the media's out there reporting that he's barricaded inside his home. Barricaded inside my home, my palace. Maybe it's just a place he wants to hang out because he really likes his house.
It does look like a palace. I mean, it's a pretty big home. But
right, when you're in...
But, you know, when you've made as much money as Chris Brown has, that makes sense.
Right.
You know, what was he saying? I am the father of all of you. I'm the best entertainer in the business.
Did
He's
he
heated
mention
right
that in
now.
the video?
Yeah, he's
You
like,
mean
I'm
heated?
basically your father.
You can see that he's very frustrated. Very frustrated and very animated.
Yes. So I mean, I don't know if he's panicking right now because he's seeing more and more cars building up outside of his house, and he's just getting more and more frustrated.
We are reading a lot of your comments in the Facebook chat. I do want to read this one from Curler Rodriguez Anaya. Now, again, I can't confirm anything that this viewer is saying. I just wanted to read some of the comments in case you aren't monitoring the comments. Curler's saying, followed the news people. An uninvited woman crashed his party last night and he asked her to leave. Appears that she put some type of resistance and he was exercising his rights. That woman violated his rights. She trespassed property. Again, this is what Curler Rodriguez Anaya is saying. I will look into this information, do some research, and report back to you guys in case I find any additional information that supports this idea. Chris Brown, the #1 trend on Twitter right now. Everyone tweeting about Chris Brown being described as a standoff with LAPD after allegedly pointing a gun at a woman. Like we mentioned earlier, LAPD still seeking a search warrant so they can enter Chris Brown's home in Tarzana, California. Following this early morning 911 call, again, police first arrived at the scene at 3:15 this morning.
Wow.
And, I mean, a lot has happened. A lot has transpired in the last few hours. Police have been able to retrieve a gun, other weapons, and drugs from the home. Now, this according to TMZ. TMZ reporting that Chris Brown threw a duffel bag from the window. And I guess there was a gun along with other weapons and the duffel bag, and drugs in that duffel bag.
Mm-hmm.
Chris Brown has remained inside his home. While he's been inside his home, he has recorded some videos that he's posted on Instagram. We just showed you some of them. If you guys want to watch it and hear the audio, actually hear Chris Brown speaking to the public, just go to his Instagram, Chris Brown Official, and you guys can watch the videos there.
And so the woman was a beauty pageant title holder that he held the gun, allegedly held the gun to.
Yeah, that is according to TMZ. Now, we're getting more details about this story. Now, according to TMZ, Chris Brown had allegedly been in the house with several friends, including Ray J, when some uninvited guests arrived, at which then the story gets murky. And this is according to TMZ. We know that by 9 a.m., a SWAT team unit and Chris Brown's high-profile lawyer, Mark Garagos, were on their way to the home. Now, this is according to the LA Times. And an LAPD spokesman said that the department's robbery homicide division has taken over the case and was also on scene. So that's also something to take note of.
So the homicide is on the scene?
The robbery homicide division. Now, Chris Brown has posted a series of videos, like we mentioned, on Instagram. You guys can go ahead and find it there. We're going to work to get you guys even more information about the incident that took place last night, the story about the uninvited guests, the reports that Ray J was there. I know someone in the comment section on Facebook had said, oh, was that Ray J's car? Because there are a few cars parked outside. And now that we know a little bit more information, we can maybe make the assumption that
it could be his car.
The car could belong to one of Chris Brown's friends.
Yeah.
So we're going to work to get you guys that information. In the meantime, we'll continue to bring you guys these live aerials outside of Chris's home in Tarzana, California. All right, guys, want to give you guys another quick update from TMZ. We're just going to cut out of the aerials for just a minute. We'll take you back to the aerials momentarily, bring you guys the first TMZ article that came out. Woman claims he threatened me with a gun. And you can see the updates here from TMZ. Chris Brown, a suspect in a criminal assault investigation after a woman called 911 and told cops he threatened her with a gun. The alleged incident went down early Tuesday morning. We're told Chris and the woman were in a home when she claims they argued and he pulled a gun. The woman called 911 and police responded and took a report. At this time of the post, Chris is still in the house. He never left. Police are knocking on the door. No one inside is responding, and that was earlier today. TMZ has continued to give play-by-play updates. As of 9:40, about an hour ago, police say they were trying to still make contact with Chris Brown. Let's take you back to those aerials. I'm just going to read some of the highlights. We know that, according to TMZ, Chris Brown was at the home with Ray J and some other friends. They were talking, and at one point, Ray J was getting a tattoo when some uninvited guests appeared inside the home and were asked to leave. Now at that point, the story gets murky. The guests include a man who was invited and 2 women who were not. One of the women who'd been asked to leave is the one who made the police report, claiming Chris Brown pulled the gun on her. Someone inside the home insists Chris was asleep the whole time. Now, at some point, Ray J left the house, and when he got to the base of the driveway, police handcuffed him and seized his BMW. They checked his ID, uncuffed him, and let him go, but kept his car as evidence. He then Ubered home.
Oh, gosh.
So there's some more information. Here's a woman speaking with police. This image on TMZ's website with the caption, "In Chris Brown's driveway," earlier this morning. I'll take you back to those live aerials. Chris has stayed inside his home.
So why would they need his car as evidence? Of evidence for what? I mean...
Interesting. I don't know why they would need Ray J's car as evidence. Ray J's not at the scene. He Ubered home. But his vehicle obviously still at the location, according to TMZ. Now, Chris Brown was asleep, according to one of the videos he posted, that the helicopters woke him up. And he's now posted 3 videos, very angry about the police presence, the way this incident is being handled. He feels like he's being harassed, and he's not too happy. If you guys want to see Chris Brown and his videos that he posted, all you need to do is find him on Instagram. Again, I cannot play the video's audio here on News Now because there's a lot of profanity, but I do want to show you just how passionate he is when he's speaking. He's posted 3 videos. They're not quick 10-second videos. He's very passionate about what he's saying here. He wants to make it clear that he's frustrated. These videos were posted just in the last hour and a half. And you guys can watch them for yourself. Chris Brown Official is his Instagram name. If you guys have any questions, comments, we'll try to read those, get any questions answered for you. In the meantime, we're going to take you back to the live aerials outside of Chris Brown's home in Tarzana, California. I know lots of you online have different opinions on this incident taking place right now. Dante White saying, simple, if unexpected guests come to your house, you have the right to defend yourself under the Second Amendment, which you can bear a weapon. Second, you guys violated his constitutional rights. You can't take away his gun without a warrant. Therefore, he has his right. That is a comment from Dante Warrant. You guys want to go ahead and throw your opinion into the Facebook chat, the Facebook comment section. We are live streaming this on Facebook as well as YouTube. If you're watching us on Facebook, you throw in a comment. We are reading them. We'll try to read some of the most opinionated ones out there.
Yes.
Desiree Carpenter saying, feel sorry for Chris. Wonder if this music industry is trying to ruin his life. I mean, you do have to take into consideration how the entertainment industry works. Some people just, once you're on the bad side of the industry, all you seem to get is bad press.
Look at Justin Bieber. I mean, he's gone through a lot, too.
Right, and he gets very frustrated to the point where he wants to shut down, close his social media accounts, doesn't want to deal with anyone. But on the flip side, if you're on the good side of the media, then even when you do something wrong, you can't help but get good press. Taylor Swift, I don't know.
Right, exactly.
Not making any accusations here, but I did want to acknowledge Desiree's comment to try to be fair, show both sides of the story. I mean, there are a lot of people out there that hate Chris Brown. There are a lot of fans out there that love him.
Yeah, I mean, we see a lot of supporters on here that are saying, you know, leave Chris alone.
Right. And
let him be.
Right now we're looking at these aerials. Looks like more people walking up to Chris Brown's home. You have an officer there, 2 other people wearing regular street clothes. I want to go ahead and read Angie Ransom Brown's quote. You have a right to ask whoever you want to leave your home, invited or not invited. Pretty sure there's more to the story. Now, those of you just joining us maybe don't know the whole story. We really just know the bits and pieces that TMZ has reported thus far. So now, according to TMZ, there were some people at Chris Brown's home, including Ray J. Apparently, Ray J was getting a tattoo done. A man came to the home along with 2 other women. Those 2 were uninvited. TMZ is describing this story as now murky, saying that a woman claims that Chris Brown and they got into an altercation, a verbal altercation. He pulled the gun on her. Someone else is claiming Chris Brown was asleep the whole time. All I know, officially at least from Chris Brown's end, is that he's frustrated, he's pissed off. He's posted 3 videos on Instagram this morning, very passionately speaking out about why cops are here, how this is being misrepresented, how it's unfair, how he's being targeted. And if you guys want to watch and hear from Chris Brown himself, all you need to do is go to Chris Brown Official on Instagram. You can see
how mad he is.
Animated, angry, frustrated. I mean, here's the video. We're not going to play the audio because there is a lot of profanity. This is one of the videos, but I'm going to X this out. You can see there's 3 videos posted on his Instagram page here. You can see he is not too pleased with how this...
Yeah, he's not even really necessarily talking about what's happening outside his house. He's just sort of talking about why his music isn't being recognized more and why incidents like this are inflated.
I'm going to cut out of this, though, because it looks like we have this other feed outside the door of his home, people going inside. Again, these are live aerials coming in. Chris Brown's home. His home in Tarzana, California, the 5,000 block of Corbin Avenue. Now, for those of you familiar with Southern California, want a rough idea of where exactly this is in Tarzana. Tarzana is the San Fernando Valley. He lives in a home in the hills south of the 101 freeway. And for context, his home is between Tampa Avenue and Winnetka Avenue. Those are some of the major streets in the area. Both are exits off the 101 freeway, so that gives you a rough idea of where in Southern California Chris Brown's home is in Tarzana.
I thought I just saw a woman go inside.
Yeah. We know Chris Brown has not left his home, and you know, we're hearing various reports right now, and all we can really tell you is what we've learned from TMZ, what we're hearing from our sister station at Fox in Los Angeles, and what we are seeing firsthand, courtesy of our Skyfox aerials.
Maybe Chris will upload another video and give us an update.
You're right. It's possible that he continues to do so. I mean, he's posted 3 videos so far. No new updates in the last hour. If you guys have any questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, leave your comment in our Facebook chat. We have the comment section there. We are reading your comments as they're coming in. If anyone has a very thoughtful or opinionated comment on this Chris Brown incident, post it on Facebook. We may just read your thoughts on air. All right, for those of you just joining us, wondering why there are police outside of Chris Brown's Los Angeles home, we're going to give you guys a quick update. Again, I just want to preface this by saying all the information we have right now is courtesy of TMZ, what TMZ is reporting. Now, police apparently arrived to Chris Brown's home around 3:15 this morning. A woman called and told police that Chris Brown threatened her with a gun. Now, apparently, Ray J and some other of Chris Brown's friends were at the home. Ray J was getting a tattoo done. Again, this is according to TMZ. And a man and two other women arrived. The man was invited. The two women were not. They're described as uninvited guests. Now, the description from that point forward, TMZ refers to it as murky, a little bit questionable as to what really happened, what didn't. Apparently, this woman and Chris Brown got into an altercation. According to her, Chris Brown pulled a gun on her. We don't know if that's actually true or not. We do know that at some point this morning, Chris Brown threw a duffel bag out of his home. In that duffel bag, police were able to retrieve a gun, other weapons, and drugs. Again, this all according to TMZ. And in the last hour and a half, Chris Brown has posted 3 videos on his Instagram page. You guys can see that here. Chris Brown official. If you guys want to hear what Chris Brown actually has to say, you have to go to his Instagram page. There's too much profanity for me to play it here on a news website, but just trust me, you can see the 3 videos there. They're getting a lot of views, lots of people checking them out. You can tell just how passionate he is when he's speaking here. And obviously frustrated, talking about how he's not barricaded inside his home, he's just hanging out inside his palace.
Right.
How he's not this bad guy, this villain that the media portrays him to be, but instead he's a father, he's just doing his thing, making his music, and he's frustrated.
Yeah, he looks pretty heated, and there's a lot of comments under his video of people supporting him, saying, don't bother with the media, don't bother with the cops, just be you, Chris, and obviously we don't know what's going on yet, though.
Right, right. So if you guys want to check that out, go to Chris Brown Official on Instagram. In the meantime, I know many of you guys are interested in watching the live activity unfold outside Chris Brown's home. So we're going to go ahead and continue to bring you guys these live Skyfox aerials while we work to get you guys more information. Again, you're looking at live aerials of Chris Brown's Tarzana home. Now, Tarzana is in Southern California. It's in the San Fernando Valley, just off the 101 freeway. For those of you familiar with Southern California, think of the San Fernando Valley. It's in between the Sherman Oaks, Encino area, and then the Calabasas area. Calabasas is very popular in the mainstream media, honestly, because of the Kardashians. They're home based out in the Calabasas area. A lot of celebrities in Southern California tend to live in the San Fernando Valley and a lot of these big homes up in the hills away from it all.
Correct.
We're reading lots of various comments on this situation. You have AJ Cavazos who says he knows if he goes out, they may try to kill or arrest him. If he was white, it might be different. Matthew, meanwhile, saying if he did point a gun at the woman and she did not in any way use deadly force with him, I hope he gets prison time. He seems to me like someone who's privileged. So we have various perspectives on the situation. Shavana saying if she would have been at her house, she wouldn't have been threatened. If that was the case, she had no right to be at his home. Andrew saying, I can see why he's mad. This seems so pointless. Obviously, there's nothing extreme happening. Police are just strolling around. He's free to post videos. From what I can tell, there only seems to be 1 or 2 units and a media chopper hovering over, waiting for something that will never come.
It does sort of look like it doesn't, I mean, they sort of just seem like they're walking around just trying to maybe wait for the warrant to go in there, but we already did see some people go inside.
Right, but those seem like more like friends. They weren't in
Right,
uniform.
it was a woman in a dress, and so we don't really know.
Right. Elisa Arnold Windward saying, sorry, but this guy is a slime. If he can't hit any woman and thinks he's okay, then he's got it coming to him. And Kimberly K saying, if y'all heard him, oh God, so help me, I will find you. So we have a lot of Chris Brown fans and supporters watching this unfold. We have people that are not big fans of Chris Brown tuning in for this. We are working to get you guys the latest information. We're monitoring social media, and we have these live aerials coming in courtesy of our Skyfox chopper in Los Angeles. Ivan Maxwell saying, I would have done the same thing. Private property, respect it, or get an AR-15 pointed in your face. So a lot of people coming to Chris Brown's defense once they hear the story that TMZ has reported, that there were people that were unwelcome guests inside the home, wanted them to leave, and that's why this alleged incident took place. Now, Chris Brown hasn't said in any of the videos specifically
what
happened.
Right.
He's more frustrated that police are just there, that the media is paying attention to this, the way it's being described, and
so some people say he might have been asleep the whole time, and others are saying no, he pulled a gun out. So we don't really know.
Right. So some people here asking what happened to him, what happened to Chris. If you are just joining us, let's give you guys another quick recap. The thing about Facebook Live and live streams is that you really have to give updates every few minutes because you don't know at what point in the conversation the viewers are tuning in. So just a quick recap. Again, I want to preface this by saying all of our information coming from TMZ. TMZ reporting that police arrived to Chris Brown's home at about 3:15 this morning. A woman called to report that she had been threatened by Chris Brown with a gun. Mm-hmm. Now, according to TMZ, Ray J was there, some of Chris Brown's friends. Ray J was getting a tattoo. A man and two women arrived at his home. Apparently the man was invited. Those two women were not invited.
Not invited, right.
And then TMZ says the following information gets a little murky. There was an altercation between the two, some sort of argument. Chris Brown then allegedly pointed a gun at her. That's when she left and called the cops. The question is this story valid? Did this actually happen? We do know that Chris Brown threw a duffel bag out the window of his home. Police were able to retrieve the items from inside that duffel bag. There was a gun, there were other weapons, and there were drugs. Again, all of this information according to TMZ in the latest updates that they've posted in the last hour. Now, speaking of posted updates, Chris Brown is also not just sitting silently inside his home. He's in his home. He's posted 3 videos on his Instagram page. I'm going to go ahead and pull this up for you guys so you guys can get a feel for how Chris Brown feels right now. This is his Chris Brown official Instagram. You can tell he is passionate. If you watch his body language in some of these videos that he's posted, you can tell he is just
really heated,
really frustrated, just kind of fed up.
And I don't know if he has a Snapchat too. Maybe he's snapping some videos as well.
Right. Erica Lane messaging us on Facebook. I hope the truth does come out. I doubt Chris Brown did anything that would put him in a position, especially if his daughter is inside the home. And for those of you just joining us for the first time here on Fox 10, we do continue to bring you guys live news updates, breaking news, live interviews, things like that. So we encourage you, those of you just joining us for the first time, to hit the like button on Facebook or subscribe to our YouTube channel because we're always breaking news, not just here in Phoenix and in Arizona, but national and international news as well. If you want to see live video come in, live conversations, make sure to hit the like button on Facebook and hit the subscribe button on YouTube. We really appreciate all of you guys that are tuning in and sharing your thoughts and comments. We love having this interactive conversation with you guys and bringing you guys into our newscast. All right, guys, it looks like the chopper in LA is leaving the scene of Chris Brown's home. I'm assuming that the chopper needs to refuel. That's just my guess. We are trying to work to get you guys another source of live video from Los Angeles, whether it's from a news crew on the ground or another helicopter that's in the air. So stay with us. Don't go anywhere. We are going to continue to bring you guys continuous coverage of the incident outside Chris Brown's home. In the meantime, I do want to show you guys his animated reaction to all of this taking place. I can't play the audio for you right now because it is
pretty
a
extreme.
bit profane, but I do want to show you the video so you get a sense of how frustrated Chris Brown is right now. Frustrated that people are outside of his home. Frustrated that it's being blown out of proportion. Frustrated that he's being painted as the villain. You can see just how passionate he is. Now, if you guys want to actually hear Chris Brown speak for himself, profanity included, just find his Instagram, Chris Brown Official, and you can watch the 3 videos he posted there. And just a quick update, those of you who have been tuning in to watch these live aerials of Chris Brown's home, we are going to get them back in just a second. So you just watched as our chopper left the scene of Chris Brown's home. They're really just making a quick detour, going to the airport, they're going to refuel, and then they're going to be back up in the air so that we can continue to bring you these live aerials of this incident. Some people describing it as a standoff, but based on the video that we've seen, it doesn't really look like a standoff.
Right.
We know that Chris Brown is still inside his home. Police are outside.
We've seen some people go in,
They're
too.
working to obtain a search warrant. A woman called claiming Chris Brown pointed a gun at her. Again, we don't have any confirmed details. It will likely be a he said, she said situation. We do have to take into account that Chris Brown is a high-profile celebrity, and sometimes people will use this as an opportunity, whether it's true or not. We're not saying that the woman's story is not true, but we're just trying to present both sides here and make the viewers aware that we don't have any confirmed information right now. We know that TMZ is reporting that the woman called and claimed that Chris Brown threatened her with a gun. Chris Brown has made no reference to the woman or the gun or the threat in any of these videos that he's posted on Instagram.
Right.
So,
which is interesting that he wouldn't want to, explain for himself what's going on, defend himself. He has this opportunity to, but...
And it looks like police are giving us a news update on Chris Brown, so let's go ahead and listen in now.
Chris, last name is Ramirez, R-A-M-I-R-E-Z. I'm a lieutenant with LAPD Media Relations. Okay, this morning around 3 o'clock this morning, officers responded to a radio call of a woman requiring assistance. The incident involved the residence of Mr. Chris Brown, where officers responded and met with that person requiring that assistance. There's currently an investigation going on, and if you can see, we're in the process of transitioning that investigation over to Robbery Homicide Division. Robbery Homicide Division will now take over this investigation. They still have to interview the victim and any potential witnesses that may be involved with this incident that occurred at Mr. Brown's house. So until we get to discuss that incident with those victims, or with the victim or the witnesses, we'll be able to give you better information at a later time and date. So at this point, that's all we have at this time, and I should try to give you guys some more information shortly as soon as the information comes available to us.
Are you able to say at all if a weapon was involved?
What was your question again?
If a weapon was involved, do you know if you had at least a report of a weapon being involved?
Right now, it's still ongoing. We still have to determine what actually occurred until we can talk to the victim and any witnesses.
But we understand that.
Hold on. Let me go ahead. It's my understanding the call came from outside the residence.
And Lieutenant, we understand the call was that someone pointed a gun at her, at the person. Can you tell us?
This is still being investigated. Like I said, we're in the process of transitioning this investigation to robbery homicide. West Valley is now going to be giving the case over to robbery homicide. And once we talk to the victim and witnesses, we can tell you more.
Have officers had any reports that there's a search warrant that's been issued and SWAT team on top of the hill? Is that accurate or not?
From what I understand, there's currently no SWAT team here, and the investigation is just being transitioned to robbery homicide, where they're going to determine what's going to go from here on.
Are you searching a search warrant at this time?
I have no knowledge of that at this time.
Have you guys spoken to Chris at all?
The detectives are trying to make contact with Mr. Brown.
That's still underway right now. When you say contact, I mean, are you spoken with him through the door? Are you trying to call through the phone? What does that mean?
I have no idea. The detectives are going to make that contact or try to talk to Mr. Brown or any representatives that may be involved with Mr. Brown.
Has he been uncooperative? Has he? My understanding is that he refused to talk and he once said get a search warrant. Is that true? Do we know?
Say your question again, sir?
That basically he refused to cooperate, said if you want to come in here and get a search warrant. Is that true?
I have no knowledge of that at this point.
Who was in the house with him? Are there a number of people in the house with him? Or
There are reports there may be additional people in the residence, but we haven't confirmed that. We don't have that information not being so. But thank you very much. I'll try to provide you guys.
What was the call about?
When they called LAPD?
All I heard was the radio call came out as a woman requiring assistance.
Where did they take the girl? Do you have age?
I do not know her age or name at this time. But thank you very much. I'll provide you guys
A
more.
woman requiring assistance could mean I need a ride. I'll try to get you.
Yeah.
Yes, that's my head. They were lieutenant. Woman needed assistance. No, they just did it. It wasn't. Wow, I learned so much. I've got my she got into a break.
Yeah, robbery homicide. He didn't really go into.
Chris Brown was posting some video. He posted a video of something inside.
All right, guys, those of you just joining us, wanting to know what you're looking at, we just watched as police gave a very, very brief press conference outside of Chris Brown's home. You can see the police tape set up there. For those of you who don't have any idea what's going on, why police are even at Chris Brown's house, we're going to give you guys a quick recap. So police arrived at Chris Brown's home in Southern California around 3 this morning, 3:15, after a woman called claiming that she was threatened by Chris Brown. Now, according to TMZ reports that this woman said that he threatened her with a gun.
Yeah.
Now, we know that Chris Brown apparently threw a duffel bag outside of his home this morning. Inside that duffel bag was a gun, some other weapons, and drugs. According to TMZ, police have retrieved that. Police are working to get a search warrant. And some other information we know from TMZ. There were people at Chris Brown's home last night, his friends, including Ray J. Ray J was getting a tattoo done. Some people were invited. A man arrived and 2 other women arrived. Those 2 women were uninvited, apparently. Now, one of those women got in a verbal altercation with Chris Brown. Again, this is according to TMZ, and this is according to what people have said. And the woman claims that Chris Brown pulled a gun on her during this altercation. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. There are other reports that suggest that Chris Brown was asleep this entire time. Now, Chris Brown, obviously, very flustered, frustrated. We have seen him post 3 different videos this morning on his Instagram page. That's the thing about social media. It gives people a way to talk to the public without having to go through the press.
He's trying to defend himself. Yeah.
Right. So he posted 3 videos on Instagram. Here is a quick look at his Instagram page. You guys can find him, Chris Brown Official. You can watch him as he speaks in these videos. He's very passionate. You can tell by the body language. He's very frustrated that he's being portrayed as this villain. The reports aren't accurate according to him. Why aren't people focusing on his music? It's interesting because he doesn't really talk about this woman or a gun or any of that.
Yeah.
He's more just like, I woke up to some helicopters outside.
And he's like, I'm not barricaded. I'm in my palace.
Yep, he calls his home a palace. He's like, I'm not barricaded inside my home. Have you seen my home? It's a palace. So if you guys want to watch Chris Brown, hear from his point of view, you guys can go to Chris Brown Official on Instagram, and you can watch those 3 videos there. In the meantime, we are going to take you back to those live aerials from outside Chris Brown's home. I also want to acknowledge some of you guys are also tweeting me. My Twitter handle is on the screen in case you guys want to tweet me. So many comments are coming in on Facebook Live, on the chat, that it's hard for me to read the comments. But if you guys find me on Twitter, Samia Fox 10, I'll be able to read some of those tweets that you guys are sending in, your comments, anything like that. If you have an opinion on what's happening, if you tweet me, I'll be able to read that. Dench thinks this whole thing's a publicity stunt. It happens when artists start to die out. Interesting. So, Unknown saying, uninvited, how'd she end up inside the house then? Common sense, if you don't know people, don't get in. Don't let them in. Unknown saying if they had nothing to hide, just meet with the police and then they will leave. So, these are some of the tweets I'm getting, and if you guys want to tweet me to have your comments read on air, you can find me, Samia Fox 10. We'll read those on air. Or if you throw the comment in the Facebook chat, I will try my best to read it, but the Facebook chat is going so fast. We have so many of you guys tuning in right now that it's kind of hard to grab some of the comments and read them on air. I do want to go ahead and read some more comments. Cassandra's saying Chris Brown was smart by closing the door to get a warrant. He does have his rights. He will demand a warrant before allowing people to go inside the home. Daniel Calderon saying Chris Brown didn't do anything. Tony believes that this woman just wants a check.
Maybe
They just got it and painted it yet.
Will Brown saying all of this going on and y'all are just giving him more publicity. He's not tripping over this. Go on his Instagram. He's speaking about everything. This just randomly appears out of nowhere. Angie saying, oh my goodness, they have the entire police force there.
It does look like quite a lot.
Crystal saying, leave him alone. It's probably just a thirsty female. Leave Chris Brown alone already, Emma Jones saying.
Looks like Chris Brown's bust a little bit.
Edwan Sim saying, dang, you don't get this much police attention even when someone gets shot. If he wasn't a celebrity, the police probably wouldn't have even been there yet.
Probably the best thing that guy ever did.
All right, everyone, so you're looking at live aerials outside Chris Brown's home. It looks like a couple of people just left his home, walked out to the driveway, are meeting with police. We don't know exactly what's going on. Let me move me out of the way so you guys can see exactly what's happening at Chris Brown's home. Again, all we have to go off are the aerials that we're getting in live. We can't make any assumptions right now as to what exactly is happening. The only thing we can do is bring you these live images and tell you the background information that we know thus far.
I wonder who's sitting there.
Right. We're looking at Chris Brown's driveway. It's unclear who is there with police. I'm going to go ahead and check TMZ, see if they've updated in the last few minutes. I know as of an hour and a half ago, TMZ was reporting that police were still trying to make contact with Chris Brown.
Yeah.
I just noticed a lot of you guys tweeting me. Thanks for those tweets. We will read some of those comments. Naya saying, I'm just trying to figure out how they're going to get a warrant off of an alleged accusation.
Right.
Be Easy asking, what about the claims that Chris Brown threw a duffel bag out the window with drugs and gun? Confirmed or speculation? Now, Be Easy, we know that TMZ has confirmed. TMZ has confirmed that a duffel bag was thrown out of the window and that there was a gun inside, weapons, and drugs. Now, this is according to TMZ. Bianca saying, I don't understand, was there a body found and where are the witnesses? There's no incident of, there was no actual shooting.
Found,
there's
right.
no body found, Bianca.
As far as we know, there's no body found.
Yeah, we don't. I mean, this could be a whole another situation. As far as we know,
Yeah.
that's not what's being reported. EST saying, hell, she was an invited person that was trespassing on his property. I would have pulled a gun out too.
But I guess she came with a friend of his, right? So maybe they were just tagging
or at
along.
least an acquaintance. Again, the information out there right now, we're hearing various reports. We can't confirm. I mean, let's look at this objectively, guys. We weren't there in the home.
Right.
Only the people inside that home really know what went down. I'm wondering, has Ray J made a comment about this yet? We know Ray J was at the home.
And he got an Uber away.
He did. He Ubered from there. Police apparently kept his car there at Chris Brown's home as evidence, according to TMZ. Getting a lot more tweets in. Wesley saying black people keep getting harassed by the police because they're black. It's a color thing. Leave his home. # Black Lives Matter. Emmanuel saying the cops and everybody, they're just doing this to get ratings up. He didn't do anything. So conservative Rangers saying Chris Brown needs a lawyer and independent video so the police don't cover up anything that they do wrong. Get it now. Nick said, I didn't realize so many police would come if someone famous did something.
Yeah, there are quite a lot of police outside of his house right now.
Mm-hmm. Andrew Codd making the point that homicide and robbery wouldn't have gotten involved unless it was something serious. So, again, we are just working with the information we have right now. We had a brief press conference with police about 15 minutes ago or so, 15, 20 minutes ago. They spoke for like 2 minutes, but they did say that they would be giving us a more detailed update a little bit later on. We'll bring you continuous coverage here on News Now. If you're just joining us for the first time, like what you see, want to get more live news updates, make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Fox10Phoenix. Also, hit that like button on Facebook. The great thing about Facebook, ever since they launched this live platform, we're able to talk to you guys directly, read your comments, really make it an interactive sort of broadcast, and you guys are getting the real live raw updates. We don't have scripts in front of us. It's a very unpolished, raw delivery of the news. We hope you guys are enjoying it. Give us that like, and we will promise to give you guys more coverage of this incident as well as a ton of other breaking news that happens.
Okay, picture only.
Again, if you guys have any thoughts or comments, opinions you want to share, you can tweet me. I see Queen of Pettiness says, I believe he's innocent. What's the whole point of all these cops coming in just for an accusation? Where's the proof? Meanwhile, what is going on? Saying innocent people don't hide in their homes. # just saying. So we're getting to hear from both sides of this story. We have people defending Chris Brown. We have people that believe that something seems a little fishy. Feel free to comment on Facebook or tweet me. We'll try to read as many of your comments as we can. Emmanuel saying, why would a whole army of cops and a helicopter go to the house just because a woman is trying to portray him as something?
It's an interesting comment. And then, but he looks like he's comfortable in his bedroom making these Instagram videos.
Right. Then we have Abby Kane saying, seems strange that he would throw out a bag with drugs and weapons for cops to find. We have Paper Chasing saying, dang, he better just come out of the home. Kevin Owens saying, if Chris didn't do anything wrong, then why doesn't he just cooperate with police? He's just making it harder. Elijah Porter saying, Chris Brown never died out. This can't be a publicity stunt. The hired Freemasons must have not agreed with his music video. Lil Poppy saying, this is all some BS. Nobody wants to see him succeed or even free since 2009. Chris is still the wave and people hate that. Lisa saying, publicity stunt, yet Chris was sleeping and woke up to the police trying to get in his house. LMAO, y'all are giving him publicity. Crystal saying he's just been jealous of Drake and Rihanna for months. The VMAs pushed him over the edge. I mean,
that's
a lot
of people have been saying that.
People have been saying that on the internet. Yesterday, all over Facebook and Twitter, everyone was sharing video and articles about Drake professing his love for Rihanna on stage at the MTV Video Music Awards on Sunday night. I have to admit, it was pretty cute. And in case you don't know, Rihanna is Chris Brown's ex-girlfriend. They had a very tumultuous relationship, on again, off again. Chris Brown first ran into legal trouble because of his domestic violence incident with Rihanna. And, you know, ever since then, like some of our viewers said, it's ever since 2009, a lot of people have just hated on Chris Brown. They don't want to see him succeed.
And what happened at the VMAs? Didn't Drake give Rihanna a big kiss on stage?
He
and
gave her
everyone
a
was
hug,
yeah.
and it seemed like she may have dodged a kiss.
Yeah, maybe dodged it. Yeah, you couldn't really see, but
That's a whole nother story.
Right.
So I do want to just acknowledge all the viewers. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, for tweeting me, for leaving comments on Facebook. We have 70,000 people tuned in right now on Facebook Live, thousands more tuning in on YouTube. So all of you guys tuning in, we appreciate you. We only want to give you guys information that is confirmed. We don't want to give you guys any speculation. So any information that I do give you, I do preface it by saying this is according to TMZ. We don't want to accuse Chris Brown of anything or this woman of anything. We're just telling you the information, and we're letting you guys decide while reading your comments to get your opinion into the conversation.
Oh, boy. Maybe they only have her statement. But looking like guilty and being guilty are two different things. So I don't know. I don't want somebody to get a warrant to come into my house just because they say something happened. I don't know that.
All right, for those of you just joining us, we're going to do a quick recap. I am Samia Khan, joined by Mary Kay Gaffney, the newest addition to Fox News Now. Guys, this is what we know so far. All of our information right now coming from TMZ. TMZ has been reporting on this story since it first broke early this morning. Police going to Chris Brown's home just after 3 this morning after a woman called claiming she was threatened by Chris Brown with a gun.
Yes, yeah.
Now, this is what TMZ has posted on its website over the course of the last few hours. Apparently, there were people at Chris Brown's home last night. Some of his friends, including Ray J. Ray J was getting a tattoo done. A man and two women came. The man was invited. The women weren't. Apparently, the woman got in an altercation with Chris Brown, allegedly. Now, there's someone else reporting that Chris Brown was asleep during this whole incident. What actually happened, it's unclear as of right now. Police gave us a very brief update in the last half hour. Really didn't say much.
Right.
So we don't have a lot of confirmed information from police other than they're at Chris Brown's home. We can see a lot of police on scene. According to TMZ, Chris Brown threw a duffel bag outside of his home from the window. Inside that duffel bag was a gun, some weapons, and some drugs. We are working to get you guys more information. I know a lot of the internet is talking about this right now. Chris Brown is the #1 trend on Twitter nationwide. I know a lot of you guys tuning in are siding with Chris Brown. Some of you believe that, no, this has to be something. This isn't just blown out of proportion because there wouldn't be this much attention. There wouldn't be this much of a police presence if something didn't actually happen.
Right, and the homicide and robbery division is there.
Right, the robbery homicide division of the LAPD is there on the scene as well. We have very limited information thus far. We are working to get you guys more information. In the meantime, we do have these live aerials coming in courtesy of Skyfox. We want to make sure that we're able to bring this to you, the public, because we know that you guys are interested in watching, seeing what happens, seeing this unfold, and we are working on our end to get you guys the latest information, the latest news updates. If you guys want to tweet me at SamiaFox10, we'll be able to read some of your comments here on air and see what you guys have to say. I know there's a lot of people that are supporting Chris Brown. Nico saying Chris Brown's a living legend. Without a warrant, the police won't get very far. Leave him alone. Hashtag know your rights, people. Victor King thinks that Chris Brown is taking a nap. Chris Brown is inside his home. If you guys don't know already, Chris Brown has actually posted 3 videos on Instagram since this whole incident started, since this morning. 3 videos have been posted on Instagram. I would play them for you. Unfortunately, there's a lot of profanity in them. He says F the police. He speaks very passionately about how he's being portrayed as a villain and he's actually a good guy. He's a father. Why can't people focus on his music? I think in the 3rd video, he takes this opportunity to promote his music. I'm going to increase the volume for just a second just so you guys can hear it, but warning, there might be some profanity.
Ironic how I put a crazy video out, right? And then you got a bullshit ass story. But when I'm sitting over here withering away and oh yeah, fuck Chris Brown.
So that was a quick glimpse.
So he's mad.
He's upset and you can hear him. So if you guys want to hear from Chris Brown directly, you can just go to his Instagram page, instagram.com/Chris Brown official, or just find Chris Brown on Instagram in the App Store.
Someone did tweet at you saying they tried to find a Snapchat of his. Maybe he doesn't have Snapchat. I don't think he's tweeted anything since the 28th, but he is Instagramming.
Some people just really upset with TMZ, saying TMZ are demons. They want to destroy people. Payne saying, surrounded by cops and throw a bag of drugs outside. That doesn't make any sense. Little Reef thinks that TMZ has planted the story. It seems too fishy. Emmanuel is saying Chris Brown should go on Facebook Live to tell his story instead of opening the door. You know what? I mean, he has access to technology. He's able to post these videos on Instagram. He could do a Facebook Live if he wanted. John Baton says they would have arrested him already if they had anything on him that he thinks is just blown out of proportion. J Max saying this man is innocent. I bet nothing was even reported. Aimlessly saying he's a good boy trying to turn his life around. Rob saying you get into an altercation with someone who's not even your friend at their house. Why would you even stay? Call an Uber and leave. Right, if you're
There's
an
a point.
unwelcome guest, I know a lot of people saying, well, it's Chris Brown's home, he can do whatever he wants, he has a Second Amendment right, even if he did pull a gun, if he's trying to defend his property. I mean, I've seen those arguments out there on Facebook.
That's true, yeah.
On the Facebook comments, here on Twitter. Wayne Angelo's like, where are his lawyers and publicists at? They need to be there to help defuse the situation. I actually read on TMZ that Chris Brown's lawyer during the 9 o'clock hour was on his way to Chris Brown's home. He's probably already there.
We have seen a lot of people get out of cars in suits, not just police uniforms.
Right. So
they could be there right now.
Right. So Chris Brown's lawyer, I believe his name, Mark Garagos. Let me see if I can find that update. I'm just looking at the TMZ website right now.
I'm not sure if the press conference, they might have said investigators might be inside right now talking to him, so.
Working to get you guys more information. We appreciate all of you guys tuning in. If you guys want to get continuous news updates, not only on entertainment news like this Chris Brown story that's unfolding, but crime news, national news, international news, we encourage you guys to give us a like on Facebook. That way you'll stay updated on all of our live streams. We like to do this Facebook Live form of
all the comments
news and
coming
broadcast
in.
because exactly, we get to take your comments, read them on air, and kind of make it that one-of-a-kind interactive broadcast that you don't get typically with your traditional broadcast evening news. And I do want to just acknowledge you. I know a lot of you guys are tweeting saying we're ignoring your tweets and comments. It's just that there's so many tweets coming in and so many comments on Facebook. We try to get to them all. We try to read them all on air. I can only do as much as I can. Here's some of the latest tweets coming in. We have Lydia Carter saying if they're honestly just wasting their time outside of Chris Brown's house. If I were Chris Brown, I'd just Netflix and chill while this whole thing unfolds. Blunted on reality, saying the media is just trying to ruin his image because of his success. When did he post his last video? Might have lost access to social media. Andrew Codd, it seems to me that his Instagram videos are still up there. It doesn't look like they've been taken down at all. So if you just go to Instagram.com/ChrisBrownOfficial, you'll be able to see the 3 videos that he most recently posted in the last couple hours. Lala Kardashian wants to know, why do you guys believe TMZ? TMZ always lie. I've had fairly good success with TMZ as a source in breaking news situations, Lala. So that is why we are going with TMZ. But I'm making sure to tell you guys that information is coming from TMZ so that you guys can ultimately decide what you want to believe.
Right. And TMZ will retract if they feel like they've reported something that's false. So hopefully they have the right information.
Right. Now, Leo saying, how would you feel if someone trespasses in your house, which is your property? You have the right to bear arms. Seriously. Meanwhile, Snatch My Boy saying, good publicity, bad publicity is still publicity. Hashtag all press is good press. Shay saying they need to leave him alone. He ain't do nothing. Bye. Doug Smith wants to know, I wonder which of those 57 windows the duffel bag was tossed from, towards the police or away. You know, Doug actually is asking the question I was wondering earlier. I was looking at the house. I was like, I wonder which window he tossed the duffel bag from.
And
it's a beautiful home. I mean,
really
Chris Brown is very successful, and
but
you
yeah,
know,
I wonder why. I mean, what would throwing a bag out the window really do anyway, though? I mean, they're obviously going to search the whole property unless he really tried to.
Or maybe he just didn't want them to come in, and it's like, here, you guys want my stuff? Here's a duffel bag.
Yeah.
Because based on what TMZ is reporting, that duffel bag, inside that duffel bag was a gun, some other weapons, and cocaine, and drugs. Excuse me, I take back what I just said. And drugs. We don't know what kind of drugs inside the bag, but maybe he just gathered the stuff that police would be interested in and was like, here, now leave me alone.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Didn't he say, come and get me, and get me, and then he threw the bag out.
Right.
So, we don't know.
Cops are harassing a humble American record salesman, says aimlessly. Corey Krause saying there's a Pikachu inside the house, gotta catch them all. Jim Simmons saying if they got a warrant, why don't they just go in and get him?
We don't know if there's investigators inside right now or not.
Right.
I'm not sure what they were saying, if they're inside or still waiting on that warrant.
Emmanuel is saying, Sami, if this was inside your home and cops were outside, what would you consider doing? Emmanuel, thank you for asking me that question. I mean,
what would you do?
If this were me, and I had this multi-million-dollar home in the hills, and an incident occurred, I would comply with the cops. I probably would not be in an incident where I pulled a gun, and if I did pull a gun, I would probably be in a dire situation where I feared for my life.
And call the police yourself.
And I would have called police, or I would have gone outside and dealt with it. However, I'm not Chris Brown, and I don't know what he's going through, and I don't know how he feels inside, if he feels unfairly targeted, if he feels like he's being villainized. I mean, I can only speak from the point of view of myself and my life, and I've never had to deal with any of the things he's had to deal with. And I don't know. I mean, if someone's trespassing on my property, I probably would just call the cops to begin with to get the people to leave.
Right.
But
he seems very defensive. I mean, maybe he's worried about going outside, or maybe he just thinks, hey, I haven't done anything wrong. I'm not leaving my house.
Right. It's just people need to leave me alone.
Right. Who else is tweeting?
Lots of tweets. So many tweets. Claus saying, I love how you haven't read one tweet regarding how Chris Brown smacked Rihanna about he's such a good guy, isn't he? No, Claus, it's just we have so many tweets coming in that I'm just reading whatever pops up. And we have talked about the Rihanna incident extensively throughout our coverage. We've been covering this story for over an hour now. And we've talked about Chris Brown. We've talked about why we're covering it. Because the thing is, if indeed the facts are true, he pulled a gun on this woman, people can't help but think back to that February 2009 incident where he beat up his then girlfriend Rihanna. I mean, he has been working to redeem himself, clean up that image, but a lot of people will only remember Chris Brown for that moment because they saw that image that TMZ got a hold of, Rihanna with that bruised eye. I mean, it was an awful image, and we're not only reading the good Chris Brown comments, we're reading all comments. I'm just reading whatever pops up at the top of my Twitter feed. We get a lot of tweets coming in, guys. So if you have a comment or something that you want to share, feel free to send them, and we will try our best to read them on air.
Hopefully, I mean, if this is true that he pulled the gun out of the woman, it only makes it worse for him. You know, he's working so hard to make his reputation
If
clean.
that's true. Again, we don't know. Chris Brown is a celebrity. We don't know who this woman is, if it's just a thing to get attention, or we don't know. It could have been true. It could not be true. We will wait and find out. We have these live aerials above Chris Brown's home. You can see many cars parked outside. Could be cars belonging to Chris Brown. Could be cars belonging to his friends. We heard from TMZ yesterday that police spoke with Ray J. Ray J was then allowed to leave. Ray J Ubered home. Police told Ray J that they needed to keep his car as evidence. Evidence of what? It's unclear. But that is information that was reported by TMZ earlier this morning as well.
And what do we know about the woman so far? We just know that she's a beauty pageant title holder?
Yes, again, that's according to TMZ. The woman who called police, talked to authorities, is a beauty pageant title holder. Again, no other additional information right now. We are monitoring social media, working to get some information. Like we mentioned earlier, the only people that truly know what happened inside that home are the people that are inside that home. The woman could possibly be fabricating. The woman could be telling the truth. We don't know yet, and police are working to get whatever information they can. And once they get that information, we will then communicate it with you. And maybe you guys will be getting the information just as we are, because as soon as they give a live update, a press conference, we're going to broadcast that live. So you guys will be hearing from the police as we hear from police. So you guys don't want to go anywhere. You want to continue to tune in, because we should be getting another press conference momentarily.
And we've been checking back at TMZ.
I want to read some of the viewer comments, Mary Kate, just because we have so many people with different points of view. We have Awesome Phenom who says, after having his daughter, Chris Brown has calmed down a lot. I doubt he would do anything stupid to lose his daughter. So he is of the belief that this whole thing is blown out of proportion, it's fabricated, and even if, he did pull a gun, it was probably in self-defense. That's probably, I'm assuming, the point of view of Awesome Phenom based on the tweet he sent in.
Yeah, a lot of people have been asking, is his daughter home with him? There's a bouncy house outside you can see in the live shot, but we don't know for sure.
Joshua saying, LAPD is wasting a lot of resources and time just sitting outside Chris Brown's house. Meanwhile, Lissa thinks that Chris Brown should do a live stream and sing to everyone since basically the world is watching. Why not do an impromptu concert?
It's a very good point.
Bradley says maybe he's hiding something. What do you think?
He does seem very frustrated in his Instagram videos, but it's hard to say.
Right, and I am Farley saying, how do we know it was Chris Brown who tossed the duffel bag out, or if it is his gun or drugs, if it was tossed out at all? It's possible someone else could have tossed it out. We weren't physically there. We didn't see the person that threw something out the window. So, excellent point. I am Farley. Thank you for bringing that up. Quentin Lamar saying, TMZ is filth. Leave Chris alone. Ray Phenom saying it's his property, he has the right to defend it and protect it. Blake Farrell saying Chris Brown didn't do anything, this is so stupid, just another way of entertaining the public. Kizo says I wouldn't go outside either, cops kill black people. Andrew saying people are so quick to judge, we're still waiting on the whole story, maybe he did actually do something wrong, stay tuned. Right guys, we have very limited information right now. We can only tell you the limited information that TMZ reported this morning. We are bringing you these live aerials outside of his home so you guys can watch it unfold live. And hopefully we'll be getting an update from police momentarily, so we'll get more details as to what exactly happened. I'm going to go ahead and move this banner really quickly just so you can see what's in the lower portion of the screen. You can see the home. See some motorcycles outside.
Thought I saw some kids' toys too over to the right.
Right. Beautiful home in Tarzana, California. Rondo saying he's probably scared to come out. They might beat him. Chuck saying convicted felon plus gun possession equals a trip to jail. Stepfather John saying Chris Brown does not have the right to bear arms. It's illegal for a convicted felon to possess a firearm in California.
Oh, so there's a point.
Dr. Vic saying the funniest thing would be if Chris Brown uploads an Instagram video of him watching this live stream of his home and eating popcorn.
I do wonder what he's doing right now. I wonder if there's investigators in there talking to him or if he's just hanging out in his room. We don't know.
Right. LP saying they're pulling a Michael Jackson move on him. People fear what they don't understand. Bradley wants to know, is he holding her hostage or something? No, the woman that called cops this morning was able to leave the home. She called cops. She's not inside the home. Right. It isn't a hostage situation. Chris Brown came out on Instagram, posted a video saying, I'm not barricaded inside my home. Have you seen my home? It's a palace. Like, he just wants to hang out at home.
I'm hanging out in my palace.
Right. Quentin Lamar, who says he actually pulled a gun. Chris says he just woke up. That's true. We're just letting you know that TMZ is reporting that the woman told police that Chris Brown threatened her with a gun. Whether that's true or not, we'll find out from police. But
she is away from the house now.
Yeah, and that woman is claiming that she was threatened with a gun by Chris Brown.
So we don't know for sure.
I do want to acknowledge some of the humorous tweets coming in as well. We have some passionate Chris Brown fans tweeting me, some people passionate on the other side. Meanwhile, Obamanisha just says, Chris Brown has more cars than I have friends.
I loved that comment. He does have a lot of cars.
Yeah.
If anyone can point out what cars they are, I would like to know, because some of them are very beautiful.
And if you guys want to know how to get your comments read on air, all you need to do is tweet me at SamiaFox10. Earlier, I was pulling the comments from our Facebook comment our Facebook chat, but there's just so many comments coming in through there that it's hard for me to look at one without it like getting pushed down by other comments. So if you guys want to tweet me, I'll be able to pull those up on air and read some of those as well. Cartessa sent a note as well saying it's not right and I stand behind him. His daughter is there. Have some respect. Marcus McCoy apparently posted a comment saying from watching his Instagram, he was in bed sleeping when he got the police helicopters and all just in his yard. That's not public property and there are laws against what y'all are doing. Furthermore, why would he throw out a duffel bag with drugs and guns out the window and y'all don't have footage of it? Stop making these false accusations of him. Again, we're just letting you guys know this is what's being reported by TMZ. Simply MG believes that TMZ fabricated the duffel bag story. I don't think Chris Brown is that stupid, says Simple MG.
I mean, we don't know if he threw them out in a panic or if someone else threw them out or if there even is a bag yet. We're just reporting what TMZ is saying.
Mm-hmm. Nada saying this is the industry just trying to ruin his life. Honestly, there's no evidence. Do we know who the woman is? Bradley is asking. We don't know who she is. She's just being described as a beauty pageant title holder. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Klaus, for tweeting me. It looks like the woman who made the report has spoken with TMZ. Alleged victim. He pulled gun after argument over jewelry. So now this is an image. This is TMZ. We're going to go ahead and give you guys a quick look at this TMZ article. Again, this is according to TMZ. Chris Brown's alleged victim. He pulled the gun after argument over jewelry. A woman who called the cops on Chris Brown says the singer pulled a gun on her because she was admiring a piece of jewelry, and afterwards his people demanded she sign a non-disclosure agreement. Bailey Curran appeared on TMZ Live and said she had partied with Chris in the past and he was always nice, but this time he appeared to be out of it on drugs or alcohol. She says she came to his house with a friend, spent a little time in the hot tub, then walked back inside where a member of Chris's crew was displaying a piece of jewelry. Bailey says when she admired it, the guy went nuts, and then Chris followed suit and demanded she get the F out and pointed a gun at her. The craziest part, again, this is according to the TMZ article, guys, as she tried to leave, she says Chris's people wouldn't let her take her cell phone until she signed a non-disclosure agreement. She refused to sign, and she and her friend left. TMZ broke this story. Bailey was a Miss California Regional 2016. She's the one who called 911 and started the standoff with Chris. The full interview on TMZ Live, the show, which airs on Fox 10 as well. So this just posted 10 minutes ago on the TMZ website. That is the latest update. We're going to take you back to those live aerials of Chris Brown's home. Just want to thank all of you guys for tweeting me. We're getting hundreds of tweets coming in, lots of comments on Facebook as well. Wish we could read all of them on air. We know some of you guys have very opinionated thoughts on what's happening right now. I do want to acknowledge Sherelle saying, please cover something else. It's amazing how the media uses its platform to hurt others, give Chris Brown his privacy. Look, we are covering this because it's breaking news right now in Los Angeles. The LAPD is there, and there are lots of people out there right now that want this information. We're giving you guys the information. We're doing our best to share both sides of the story.
Right.
We're trying to read pro Chris Brown tweets and comments. We're trying to read tweets from people who
might not like Chris Brown.
Exactly. We're trying to do the best we can. So I understand some of you would like it if the chopper would go away, but you know, if I didn't cover it, someone else would be. So there is obviously
I mean, I feel his
some
pain.
interest.
You know, if I was in that situation, I wouldn't want a helicopter from my house either, but unfortunately this is what happens when
Right, and Chris Brown has taken this moment to, you know, talk to the people from inside his home. He's posted 3 videos on Instagram. In case you guys haven't been to his Instagram page as of late. Right, and Chris Brown has taken he posted on Chris Brown Official, you know, and it was his way of basically speaking out, speaking his truth. And he actually, in this 3rd video, took it upon himself to, you know, tell people to go, you know, buy his music. I'm not playing the audio in this video right now, mostly because there's just a lot of profanity in the video. We can't play that here on air, but if you guys want to hear from Chris Brown himself, you can go to Instagram.com/Chris Brown Official, and you can hear what Chris Brown has to say. He posted this video a couple of hours ago, a series of videos, actually 3 different videos, defending himself, telling everyone out there that, you know, he's being portrayed as this villain when that's not the case at all. So if you want to hear from Chris Brown himself, just go to Instagram and you can check it out. In the meantime, I want to take you back to those live aerials outside of Chris Brown's home. All right, guys, I'm going to read some more of your comments that are coming in. Kiki Flores saying he has so much money to buy jewelry. Why would he freak out about a woman looking at jewelry? I doubt that's what happened. Pano saying that he looks very frustrated in those Instagram videos that he posted. KB tweets it saying if she wants money, all she had to do is beat herself up. Okay, so we got some very opinionated comments out there. What is going on? Saying it's a really sad thing with Chris Brown. He's such a talent, wasted by always having these legal issues. Lots of tweets coming in. Mia Joe saying robbery, homicide investigating. Sounds like a setup to me. Coleman wants to know what time did all of this start? Well, interestingly enough, apparently cops first came to the home at 3:15 this morning, so almost 9 hours ago.
It's been going on for quite a while.
Right, that's when the woman first contacted police, and that's when police initially arrived at the home.
Right.
Chris Brown didn't, or anyone at the home really, they did not let police inside the home. Obviously, police technically need a warrant to enter.
Right.
Jaden saying he just wants to change his life around and they continue to accuse him of doing something stupid. Why go off of what TMZ is saying? Jaden, we're just letting you know what TMZ is saying. We're not saying that this is fact. We're just telling you what TMZ is saying. That's why we keep telling you that this is according to TMZ.
In the past,
so that
TMZ has been right. So
they're
always.
So we are telling you the information we're getting from TMZ so you guys can make the decision yourself. We're not telling you that this is actually the facts. We are letting you know that police have said that they'll give us another update. They'll hold another press conference. And when they hold that press conference, we're not just going to watch it and turn around and tell you. No, we're going to actually air it here live on News Now. So you guys will get the information from police directly as we're getting the information from police. So we'll get all the same information. We're just giving you the latest information from TMZ so that you guys are aware of the updates that are out there. We tell you that it's from TMZ so that you guys can make the decision yourself.
Everyone's like, leave Chris Brown alone.
And we are back to give you guys an update. I know many of you guys just joining us for the first time want to know what exactly is happening, what we know so far. So you guys are looking at live aerials of Chris Brown's home. And what I can tell you thus far is that police have only given us a very brief update. They're keeping things very vague as of right now. We know that the robbery homicide division of LAPD is at Chris Brown's home. Police arrived at the home just after 3 this morning, this according to TMZ, after a woman called claiming she was threatened with a gun. Now, Chris Brown has not left his home at all this morning. He's posted 3 videos on Instagram. We can't show those to you because there's a lot of profanity, but his friend Ray J, who was at the home last night, who spoke with police last night before leaving, actually Ubering home because police needed his car as evidence, Ray J just posted on Instagram a video. It's about 30, he posted 30 minutes ago. It's just a quick minute video. We're going to play that for you in this corner right here so that you can hear from Ray J. There's no profanity in this video, so I can play this on here.
Right, no cursing.
And you guys can hear what Ray J had to say, or has to say about this whole incident that's taking place right now.
Yo, this Ray J. Check it out. I'm real upset about today. I'm not happy with how things are handled and how people can take a false story and blow it up into something way more than what it should be. You got just positive people around and you look outside and it's like a war zone for no reason. For somebody, what some stranger said about something that don't got nothing to do with nothing, and to react like that so fast without really knowing the facts and knowing what's up ain't cool, and you know, it's just not right. It shouldn't be like this. I support the homie Chris, and I support the whole movement. I'm here, and again, man, this shit gotta change. Like, it can't be like this every time somebody yipping and yapping trying to get an extra buck. You know, it turns around and it's all bad on us. Ain't cool. Yo, this Ray J. Check it out. I'm real upset about today. I'm not happy with how things are handled and how people can take a false story and blow it up into something way more than what it should be. You got just positive people around and you look outside and it's like a war zone for no reason. For somebody, what some stranger said about something that don't got nothing to do with nothing, and to react like that so fast without really knowing the facts and knowing what's up ain't cool, and you know, it's just not right. It shouldn't be like this. I support the homie Chris, and I support the whole movement. I'm here, and again, man, this shit gotta change. Like, it can't be like this every time somebody yipping and yapping trying to get an extra buck. You know, it turns around and it's all bad on us. Ain't cool. Yo, this Ray J. Check it out. I'm real upset about today. I'm not happy with how things are handled and how people can take a false story and blow it up into something way more than what it should be. You got just positive people around and you look outside and it's like a war zone for no reason. For somebody, what some stranger said about something that don't got nothing to do with nothing, and to react like that so fast without really knowing the facts and knowing what's up ain't cool, and you know, it's just not right. It shouldn't be like this.
Alright guys, so we looped that a few times for you. Ray J's video that was posted on Instagram, siding with Chris Brown. Ray J was at the home yesterday. Ray J speaks, it's interesting because he sides with his friend Chris Brown, but doesn't really say much as to what actually happened. He doesn't go on there to say, yo guys, this is what took place.
Right.
You know, so he came out to at least make comment because he knows that a lot of people are probably wondering what he was thinking because people know that he was there last night. So this is his first sort of public statement about the incident. However, he's not really saying exactly what went down.
It's interesting, him and Chris Brown both haven't really said on Instagram what's going down. Maybe their lawyers are saying,
Don't talk.
Don't talk. And they're like, well, we're going to at least share our feelings about what's going on. So they have not said what exactly happened yet.
But again, guys, those of you just tuning in, we're looking at live aerials outside of Chris's home in Tarzana, California, in the San Fernando Valley. Why we're at Chris Brown's home? Well, let me give you guys an update in case you're just joining us, don't know anything about this story. We'll give you a quick recap. So, woman calls police, claims that Chris Brown threatened her with a gun. Police show up at Chris Brown's home just after 3 this morning. Now, that's 9 hours ago now. Police have been outside of his home ever since. Chris Brown is inside the home. Now, according to TMZ, you guys can believe what you will. I'm just prefacing this story with according to TMZ. There were people at Chris's home, his friends. Ray J was there. Ray J was getting a tattoo done. A man and 2 women came over. Apparently, the women were uninvited. And apparently she got in an altercation or an argument with Chris Brown, and then that's when he allegedly pulled a gun on her. Now, other people in the home saying Chris Brown was asleep during the whole thing. Meanwhile, this woman, the one that called 911, apparently is appearing on TMZ's TV show today. She spoke out. She claimed that she was looking at a piece of jewelry or something.
Oh, so maybe he thought she was trying to steal it, or
I don't know.
We don't know.
Again, it's a he said, she said sort of thing.
Right.
A lot of people are tweeting me saying that she's just doing this for publicity, for money,
Right.
that there's no truth to this, the media is blowing this way out of proportion. But then other people are saying, well, there wouldn't be this much of a police presence at the home if something didn't actually take place. So if you guys want to share your thoughts, just go ahead and tweet me at SamiaFox10. I'm seeing a lot of you guys tweeting me. We'll try to read some more of your tweets and get your perspective shared here on the broadcast.
So what are some people tweeting right now?
Steven's saying TMG just did a conference call with Bailey Curran, the woman who called the police. There's an audio recording of it. Steven, I'm going to go ahead and look for that. Maybe we'll be able to play that here on News Now. Britt saying that Ray J said the story's false and the stranger lied, therefore nothing happened. It's not rocket science. 50 Shades of Petty saying, I wonder what she said in reference to the jewelry that made them snap. KB tweets saying, of course he isn't going to say exactly what happened. I'm quite certain he has lawyers. Skylar saying, all these cops for what? An allegation. Why don't they actually go and do their jobs instead of harassing Chris Brown? All right, just want to give a quick update for those of you just joining us for the first time, maybe wondering why exactly the helicopter is out Chris Brown's home. What happened? What's going on? What's the update? I'm Samia Khan, joined by Mary Kate Gaffney, the newest addition to Fox News Now. So guys, this is what we know so far. It's still very preliminary information. Police arrived on scene about 9 hours ago after a woman called 911 and claimed that Chris Brown threatened her with a gun. Now, police have been outside the home. They've been trying to get a search warrant. Police held a press conference in the last hour, but really didn't say much.
Right.
So a lot of the information that we have right now is all coming from TMZ and TMZ's investigation. Now, it's up to you as to whether you guys want to take that information and take it as fact or just take it into consideration and maybe question it. Again, we are waiting for police to hold a follow-up press conference on what exactly took place at Chris Brown's home yesterday. What we can tell you is what TMZ is reporting. TMZ is saying that there were people at Chris Brown's home last night, including Ray J and some others. Ray J was getting a tattoo done, and a man came by, 2 other women came by. The man was invited, the women weren't. There was some sort of altercation between Chris Brown and the woman, and according to this woman, Chris Brown threatened her with a gun. Now, other people inside the home saying Chris Brown was sleeping the whole time. We know that Chris Brown posted 3 videos on Instagram this morning saying that he woke up to all these helicopters and that everyone's blowing this out of proportion. He's not barricaded inside his home. He's like, have you seen my home?
Yeah.
It's a palace, and clearly you can see it's a beautiful home in Tarzana, California. So he's obviously very frustrated with the way that he's being portrayed.
Right.
And a lot of the Chris Brown fans on the internet tweeting me, commenting during this live stream, leave Chris Brown alone. You know, this is just, people are out to get him, to destroy his career, his image. We're just telling you guys what we know so far. Hopefully we'll get an update from police. It's possible that police will come out, hold a press conference and say, look guys, nothing happened, the story was fabricated. That's a possibility. It's also a possibility that police come out and say, hey, there's some truth to this woman's story. We're going to continue to bring you these live aerials from his home, and hopefully we'll be able to give you guys a update straight from police. We do have a crew on the ground as well, so as soon as police hold that press conference, we'll be able to stream it here on News Now.
And you said that the fight was about drugs, allegedly? Or not drugs, jewelry.
Jewelry. Like, I don't know, I wasn't there.
Out of the house, but
right,
the
right.
fight was about jewelry. Okay.
Right. TMZ reporting that a duffel bag was thrown from outside, from the window of the home.
Right.
And that inside that duffel bag was a gun, some other weapons, and some drugs. Again, this is all according to TMZ. We are working to get you guys some new information. We are checking various news sources. I'm about to check in with our Fox station in Los Angeles once again to get some information from there as well. In the meantime, though, we are going to continue to bring you these live aerials. And if you guys want to share your comments or thoughts, you can just tweet me at SamiaFox10 and I'll be able to read some of those. I wish I could read all the comments that are coming in on Facebook, but there's so many of you guys messaging on Facebook
fast.
that as soon as I start reading someone's comment, the comment gets pushed down by all the other comments. So we appreciate you commenting on Facebook, having that conversation with each other. If you guys want to have a conversation with us, you can tweet me and I can read some of those thoughts on air in just a few minutes. All right, guys, it looks like there's some sort of activity outside Chris's home. You see a group of people in that driveway. Some of you tweeting me wondering when the chopper is going to run out of fuel. Well, the chopper already had a fuel incident earlier. We actually did cut away from the aerials earlier this morning because the chopper did refuel. So hopefully the chopper won't have to leave the scene for a while. We'll continue to bring you guys these live aerials. Getting lots of tweets. Andrew Walker tweeting me saying, if the police don't have a warrant to get in Chris Brown's home, how long are they just going to block up his driveway? I don't know the answer, Andrew. I don't know how long they'll be there. Justin Rodriguez tweeted me saying, this is a man who had his whole life on set and then he's tried his best to take care for his daughter. Police need more evidence. It's possible. It could be that the whole world is watching Chris Brown's home for no reason, that this woman just made this up, lied, and now suddenly we have a lot of police there, we have helicopters there. Anything's possible, guys. I know there's a lot of Chris Brown fans that are out there that are defending him, and we understand that what you're saying might be true. And we don't actually know right now what is true and what isn't true.
Right.
We're just telling you the facts that are being reported by TMZ. We're letting you know that police will be holding a press conference, hopefully any minute now, so we can get an update, so you guys can get an update. This could have been blown out of proportion. We don't know. But as the news media, we are taking every measure to bring you guys the information on the off chance that it is a serious story.
Right.
We do know that the robbery homicide investigation unit with the LAPD is there at the home. The question is, why?
And we're just going by what TMZ is reporting.
Right. So we do appreciate all of you guys who are tuning in, tweeting us, sharing the video. Those of you who are new to News Now, we do continually stream on YouTube, and we also stream on Facebook periodically whenever there's breaking news. So if you're new to us, you want to go ahead and hit that like button on Facebook. You guys will get notified anytime we're live with any sort of breaking news or any live interviews. And if you're tuning in on YouTube, we'd love it if you'd hit that subscribe button. And I know there's a lot of people that are very passionate, very concerned about why we're ruining Chris Brown's name. Why are we doing this? That's really messed up of us. Look, guys, I like Chris Brown. I'm not someone who's trying to hate on Chris Brown or say anything bad about him. I'll be honest, I saw Chris Brown in concert, and I'm talking post-2009. I still went to see Chris Brown in concert. I think he's a very talented artist, and I'm with you. I mean, it is unfortunate that people do continually bash him, even though he has tried to redeem himself. However, I am also not going to sit here and defend him if something did happen. I'm just here to do my job, report the information we know, and read some of the viewer comments that we can share the various perspectives out there.
Yeah, there's no question he's not a great entertainer. You know, he works hard, but we don't know what's happening right now. He has had a history with criminal activity.
Right. So, again, guys, we're looking at live aerials. Chris Brown's home in Tarzana, California, the San Fernando Valley area of Los Angeles. Looks like people are entering his home. Those are people in suits, guys. We don't want to speculate, so we're just going to describe what we're seeing. Hopefully, we'll get a police press conference, another update from authorities momentarily. We will stream that live here on News Now. Thanks for tuning in. We appreciate all of you. Keep sending the tweets. Even if you guys want to hate on me, I won't be mad. Just send in the tweets. We love getting your thoughts here on Fox 10 News Now. I do want to read this comment from Sledge Entertainment saying everything is going to be a he said, she said situation right now. Only way to know is to go off of the cameras that I'm sure are installed all over the house. That's true. There's probably security cameras.
Yeah.
And once police have access to that, they'll actually get a fair representation of what happened. And it is very possible that this whole thing was just blown out of proportion or that this woman fabricated it. It's possible.
And then
Police are trying to get access to any sort of evidence that can prove.
And then is she going on TMZ later? Someone said that
She's been going on TMZ a lot. She's a woman that no one's really heard of. And a lot of people are saying, who is this woman? She's a nobody. She's trying to drag Chris Brown down. It is possible. I mean, Chris Brown is a very successful artist. And, I mean, it's unfortunate that the public, those who don't like him, immediately when they hear of Chris Brown incident with a woman will automatically just jump to that and think back to what happened with Rihanna in 2009.
And we don't know for sure.
We don't know if that's the case at all. It might just be a woman that wanted to start something. We don't know. It is also possible that there may be an element of truth to it. We, again, don't know. As of right now, all we can tell you is the limited information we have. We can also just bring you these live aerials from outside his home. And
you said it looked like some people were going inside a few minutes ago.
Right. Ty Rotherham, do you think something happened or do you think the allegations are false? Ty, I'm looking forward to the police press conference that's supposed to take place any minute now. Police did hold a brief press conference in the last hour. Really only spoke to the media for a couple of minutes and said that they'd be giving us more of an update a little bit later on. And honestly, I'm just looking forward to it. I think if these are false accusations, then Chris Brown will be vindicated.
Yes.
But until then, I can't really say much.
So hopefully we'll find out soon.
Just got a tweet from one of our viewers, Keeping It Real 100, with a screen grab of a TMZ tweet saying, law enforcement sources tell us Chris Brown is about to get arrested. Want to go ahead and pull this up on screen for you guys right now so you guys can see it for yourself. The TMZ tweet 9 minutes ago, law enforcement sources tell us Chris Brown is about to get arrested. Again, this is according to TMZ. Chris Brown's alleged victim. He pulled a gun after argument over jewelry. These are the latest TMZ updates. Going to go ahead and pull up the TMZ article right now. Law enforcement sources tell us Chris is about to get arrested. His attorney, Mark Garagos, has arrived and entered the home. The woman who called the cops is Bailey Curran. She appeared on TMZ Live, claimed she had partied with Chris in the past. Again, this is just a random person. And she is now appearing on TMZ. Let's go back to these areas of Chris Brown's home. I know a lot of you guys asking for audio from the woman who called the police. I'm going to go ahead and put this in the corner. We're going to play it in the corner while we continue to bring you the live aerials outside Chris Brown's home. This is the woman who called into TMZ. We're playing the audio now.
There, we were all hanging out for a bit. And then when I went outside and then I came back into the house, there was a older gentleman who was selling the diamond watches and necklaces. And of course, I saw a diamond cross necklace and I touched it. And I said, oh, this one's pretty. Simply touched it, did not pick it up, didn't, take it, nothing like that. And then one of his friends, I'm not too sure his name, African-American, dreadlocks, heavyset, just started cussing me out, calling me names.
Saying what, Bailey?
Oh, just saying, like, you're a whore, put it down, you don't touch that, this, and that, just go back outside, and was kind of like pushing me outside. And then that's when Chris just started at it, and he said, how many times do I have to tell you girls? Because prior to this, he kicked out 4 girls that were there before this event. Like an hour before this happened. How many times do I have to tell you? So what happens then? Anyways, he said that, pulled out his gun, pointed at me, said, get the F out, and that was pretty much it. They tried getting me to sign a waiver afterwards, an NDA or whatever. I did not. I didn't sign anything.
So wait a minute. So I want to get this straight. So you say he pulls a gun on you, and then they ask you to sign a non-disclosure agreement? One of his friends that walked me out after I left the main gate, he would not give me my cell phone back and my shoes because I was barefoot at the time because my feet were in the hot tub. He was very hesitant to give me my cell phone back unless I signed this. And I said, I'm not signing anything, and I took my phone from him, and that's when I fled.
Hey, Bailey, was everyone aware, were you aware that there was a weapon in the room, that Chris had a gun? Was it out visible, or was it something that was just...
I had no idea. This was the first time I'd seen it.
So where did he take the gun from? Was it in his...
I believe it was like, I didn't see exactly where it came from, but it was coming from like his side.
So it was coming from his person.
From him.
Yeah, he had it on him, is what you're saying.
On him, yeah. He was like strapped, obviously.
And he pointed it right at you?
He did, yes.
And said, get out of here?
Yeah, get the F out of here.
And when you, I suppose, turned to leave, did he say anything more, or was that it for Chris?
No, that was pretty much it. And like I said, the first couple times that I hung out with him, it was with Justin Bieber, and it was very nice, light, played hide and go seek, literally. Went swimming, and it was all good. So
was that at Chris's house also?
This was at Chris Brown's house a couple years ago. Not the same house. It was a different house.
Again, guys, that was video that was just posted on TMZ of the woman who called police, speaking with TMZ Live, speaking with Harvey Levin and the team. You guys can actually watch TMZ Live if you're here locally in Arizona on Fox 10. It airs in the afternoon, so you can check that out as well. You'll probably see that interview once again, or if you want to rewatch it, it is also on TMZ.com. We may replay it here in a moment, but I did want to focus the attention on the live aerials that we're getting in right now. You can see lots of people outside the front of Chris Brown's home, the doorway. The question is, what exactly is going on? Now, we know TMZ tweeted in the last 15 minutes saying that they're hearing that Chris Brown is going to get arrested. We personally have not heard that. We're just waiting for an update from police, waiting for a police press conference. Hopefully, they'll be able to give us another update. We got a press conference about an hour ago where they didn't say much. They didn't say much. They really only spoke with the media for a couple of minutes, and they were pretty vague. All right, guys, you're looking at live images outside of Chris Brown's home. Looks like people are leaving the home. They have their hands up. They're being searched. Looks like these were people inside of Chris Brown's home. Chris Brown has not left the home from what we can see as of right now. From our view, we have not seen a glimpse of Brown himself. These are live aerials coming in. We appreciate you guys tuning in, leaving your comments on Facebook, tweeting your thoughts. Again, we will bring you continuous coverage, and hopefully we'll get a news update, a news conference from police where they can give us an update as to what exactly happened, what they know so far, and if there's any truth to this woman's story. This woman who was apparently at Chris Brown's home last night and claims that she was threatened by him, claims that he pulled a gun on her. We'll find out the truth from police. The question is, when exactly we'll get that update. Guys, a lot of you have great perspectives. We're reading all of your opinions that are being tweeted, all of your opinions that are being posted on Facebook Live. I do want to give a shout out, oops, not to her. I want to give a shout out to Mia Joe, who just tweeted me. Curran is just trying to get rich quick. Why would she be interviewing with TMZ and not solely with the feds? I mean, that's a good point, Mia Joe. Shouldn't she be talking with police if
Yeah, if I
this
didn't
was
want
such a
publicity,
serious
I wouldn't
incident?
want to. Yeah, why would you want to go interview with TMZ if you didn't want that publicity?
Right, and there's other people out there tweeting me saying, look, this woman just picked up thousands of followers. It was clearly a publicity stunt. She's obviously in LA trying to break into the music, or not the music industry, but the entertainment industry in general.
Right.
And, you know.
2,000 more followers now, that someone said to you.
Right. Like, and she's picked up 2,000 followers. This is clearly a publicity stunt. Bailey Curran just gained 2,000 followers today. Publicity at its finest.
But again, we don't know if her story is true or false yet, so we can't really say, but there are a lot of people out there saying. Let's see what else.
Lil Marvy's like, you know that lady was lying. She just wants the clout. Meanwhile, Maisha says, I believe her, but even then she can't call the cops just because he didn't want her at his house. In Texas, we couldn't pull a gun out.
Maybe she just panicked and didn't know what to do, you know?
David Stark saying all this girl wants is money and attention. Let the man live and enjoy the fruits of his hard labor, always trying to bring him down. B asking, do you know where Chris Brown's daughter is right now? I hope she isn't in the home. B, I don't have the answer to the location of where Chris Brown's daughter is at this moment. I know many people tweeting me asking me about that. I am checking social media, working to get information from our sister station, the Fox station out in Los Angeles. Hopefully we can get you guys another update as to what exactly is going on.
So Emmanuel says, Samnia, what if Chris Brown pulled a gun on at you at his house? What would you have done?
I mean that is just a hypothetical situation.
Right,
I would hope that I
it's-
wouldn't be in that position, Emmanuel, and I feel like I am a pretty good house guest, and I would never do anything to upset anyone.
You would be a great house guest.
I've been in some famous people's homes during my time in Los Angeles. That's all I'm saying. I've never had a gun pulled on me.
Ashley
I would
says-
be very respectful.
Yeah, and what was the fight about? They said it was about jewelry. So she said she pointed out the jewelry was nice.
If this fight even happened, again, we need to take her story with a grain of salt.
Right.
It appears it's possible that she could be someone that is using Chris Brown's fame for her own fame. I'm not saying that's what happened, but you have to take into account that Chris Brown is incredibly famous, and here's this person that we haven't heard of who
is now on TMZ,
is now on
has more
TMZ,
followers,
has gained followers. I mean, IG Miss Adorkable tweeting me she was not in danger when she called the cops. He didn't shoot her or even hold her hostage. She just used him to get famous. I mean, it's possible. These are all things to take into consideration. We cannot jump to conclusions. We cannot start accusing Chris Brown without the facts, but we also can't entirely accuse her of being a flat-out liar with all the facts. We have to look at this objectively. A lot of people saying there's got to be some CCTV inside the home. There's got to be security cameras
Yeah, he
there.
has to have cameras.
Police will
right?
eventually get access to that footage, we assume, and hopefully, this will
hopefully he has cameras
reveal
that can,
itself.
So Ashley Charmaine said, where is her witness to second that he pulled a gun? So, I mean, there were other people in the house. It looks like hopefully there will be a witness that can say if this happened or not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, John Doe saying, were there any other witnesses? Why is she the only one out there speaking out? Trayvon saying, 100% Chris Brown's innocent. Why run to TMZ? Why not go to the police directly? Why she think tax is going to make her famous? And Jeff saying, it is also possible that everything happened as she said. We're not blindly defending Chris Brown, Jeff. We said both sides. We're like, you know what? It's possible that her story's made up. It's possible that there's some truth to it. We don't know. We're waiting for an update from police. As soon as we get that press conference, we will take you there live. We're not going to sit back and watch the press conference and then tell you guys the information. No, we are actually going to take you live to the press conference directly if that indeed does happen. If we get the next press conference live, we'll take you there live, and you guys will get the information, police, as we get the information from police, all the details that they're going to give us. We heard from police a little over an hour ago. It was a press conference. They gave us
limited information.
Very
they really
limited
don't know much yet.
information.
So, and the only fact we really know about this woman is that she is a beauty pageant title holder.
Right.
That's all we know.
Some sort of Miss California regional title holder. Maybe she's she represents one of the cities within California or a county. We're not quite sure.
Yeah. That's all we know for right now.
We don't know. We do know, though, that she is making appearances on TMZ as a result of this. Obey May saying, men lie, women lie. It's not like Ryan Lochte didn't pull the same stunt about a week ago. There you go. There you go. So we are reading those comments, your thoughts. Thanks to all of you guys tuning in on Facebook Live, all of you guys tuning in on YouTube. We appreciate your thoughts. Feel free to tweet us if you want your comments possibly shared on the air. All right, guys, I have my phone here. I'm reading all the tweets as they're coming in. Shauna saying, sounds kind of fishy to me. Why would he be that reckless? Sounds like a setup to me. Real woman do it big saying, if she's lying, she should be stripped of her title. A lot of people posting saying that she posted an Instagram video. Bailey Kern apparently posting an Instagram video. My guess is she's picked up a lot of new Instagram followers as well. TBMB saying, but realistically, who would snap like that over someone saying that they like their jewelry? Adam saying, what if the alleged victim story is real? I feel bad everyone judging her without facts and proof. Chris Brown is no angel. We don't have any factual information right now that can confirm or negate the woman's story. All we can do is tell you what the woman's story is and let you guys decide for yourself. Hopefully we'll get an update from police out in LA momentarily, and as soon as we get that press conference in, we'll take you there live. In the meantime, the only thing we have coming out of LA right now are these live aerials, and we're showing it to you live here on Facebook Live as well as YouTube. We appreciate those of you joining us. If you guys enjoy our live news updates, this sort of casual conversational newscast, feel free to like our Facebook page, facebook.com/Fox10Phoenix, and if you're tuning in on YouTube, make sure to subscribe to youtube.com/Fox10Phoenix. I know it's not related to Chris Brown or entertainment, but tomorrow Donald Trump is holding his big immigration policy speech right here in Phoenix, Arizona. We'll be covering it extensively, so you might want to give us a like or subscribe so that you don't miss any of those updates, if politics is your thing.
Yeah. What else is being tweeted?
So many tweets. Alexis saying, even if he did pull a gun, he obviously didn't seem to go after her, so she wasn't in that much danger.
Yeah, we don't know if he chased her, if he stayed in the house. We don't even know if he pulled the gun out.
Right.
Sure.
Just live your life saying, this is sad. Too much for one person to handle. People have hated Chris Brown for so long, and he has been public enemy #1. Wayne saying her story doesn't add up. According to her, he just happened to pull a gun from his hip as if he knew that that was going to happen. 50 Shades of Petty. This started off as 2 uninvited guests. Now she was in the house with her feet in a hot tub touching jewelry. Scandal all over it. Jamal saying everybody should unfollow Bailey on all social media sites.
I wonder what's going through her head right now, too.
Crystal saying, we know he was in possession of a gun as a felon. He is breaking the law. Stop justifying it. Big Noah saying, shouldn't she not be on TMZ Live and talking more to the police? She just wants attention. You know what? A lot of people bringing up the TMZ interview she just did. Some of you viewers tuning in may not have heard it. Why don't we go ahead and replay it for the viewers in case you didn't hear it? This is what the woman who called 911 had to say to TMZ earlier today.
So I was there. We were all hanging out for a bit. And then when I went outside and then I came back into the house, there was a older gentleman who was selling the diamond watches and necklaces. And, of course, I saw a diamond cross necklace, and I touched it. And I said, oh, this one's pretty. Simply touched it, did not pick it up, didn't, take it, nothing like that. And then one of his friends, I'm not too sure his name, African-American, dreadlocks, heavy set, just started cussing me out, calling me names.
Saying what, Bailey?
Oh, just saying, like, you're a whore, put it down, you don't touch that, this, and that, just go back outside, and was kind of, like, pushing me outside. And then that's when Chris just go back outside, started at it. And he said, how many times do I have to tell you, girls? Because prior to this, he kicked out 4 girls that were there before this event, like an hour before this happened.
So what happens then?
Anyways, he said that, pulled out his gun, pointed at me, said, get the F out, and that was pretty much it. They tried getting me to sign a waiver afterwards, an NDA or whatever. I did not. I didn't sign anything.
So wait a minute. So I want to get this straight. So you say he pulls a gun on you, and then they ask you to sign a non-disclosure agreement? One of his friends that walked me out after I left the main gate, he would not give me my cell phone back and my shoes because I was barefoot at the time because my feet were in the hot tub. He was very hesitant to give me my cell phone back unless I signed this. And I said, I'm not signing anything, and I took my phone from him, and that's when I fled.
Hey, Bailey, was everyone aware, were you aware that there was a weapon in the room, that Chris had a gun? Was it out visible, or was this something that was just...
I had no idea. This was the first time I'd seen it.
So where did he take the gun from? Was it in his...
I believe it was like, I didn't see exactly where it came from, but it was coming from like his side.
So it was coming from his person.
From him.
Yeah, he had it on him, is what you're saying.
On him, yeah. He was like strapped, obviously.
And he pointed it right at you?
He did, yes.
And said, get out of here?
Yeah, get the F out of here.
And when you, I suppose, turned to leave, did he say anything more, or was that it for Chris?
No, that was pretty much it. And like I said, you know, the first couple times that I hung out with him, it was with Justin Bieber, and it was very nice, light, played hide and go seek, literally. Went swimming, and it was all good. So
was that
I don't know
at Chris's house also?
This was at Chris Brown's house a couple years ago. Not the same house. It was a different house.
All right, guys. So that was the interview that this woman, Bailey, did with TMZ. Whether you believe it or not, that is up to you. She didn't mind name dropping in that video. That's for sure.
Going swimming with Justin Bieber and Chris Brown.
So again, these are live aerials of Chris Brown's home. TMZ tweeting that Chris Brown has exited the home. People are being searched. We are bringing you these live aerials courtesy of our Fox station in Los Angeles. If you guys like what you see, we do bring continuous live coverage of various news events and news topics in general. We enjoy having this conversational approach to the news where we incorporate your comments, your tweets, things like that. So if you like what you see, go ahead and give us a like on Facebook. That way you'll be notified whenever we go live. And if you're tuning in on YouTube, feel free to hit that subscribe button. We appreciate all of you guys tuning in and sharing your thoughts on this story.
after interviewing him inside his home. All right. Thank you. All right, no problem. Thank you very much. His attorney. All right, so let's park it for a minute if we could again. All right, here. Go ahead.
All right, guys, we don't have any new information about the investigation at Chris Brown's house right now, but I do want to read some of your tweets just to let you know that we're still reading your comments and your thoughts. Aim saying, I hate jealous girls. They're sickening and insecure, and they can't hide it. It seeps out in all they say. It looks like Ames is saying that in regards to the woman that called the cops. Misunderstood saying the woman is obviously looking to gain fame. I mean, she talked to TMZ first. Real women do it big, saying, I hope his baby's not there, referring to Chris Brown's daughter. A lot of people asking whether Chris Brown's daughter is inside the home. I don't have that information right now, but as soon as I find out, guys, I will let you know. Looks like authorities, people walking away from the home. I'm hoping that we get a press conference update from police momentarily. We do have a crew on the ground as well, a Fox News crew out there, so hopefully we'll be able to bring you guys that live news conference if and when it happens. Bossed Up saying she's lying in reference to Bailey Curran, saying she keeps saying and acting like she's distracted while telling the story, shaking my head. Wayne Angelo saying in the TMZ audio, she says he points the gun towards her, at her, but in the Instagram video, she says she had it put to her head. Which one is it? Kyle saying this girl is doing it for the attention. She's getting like 100 followers a minute on Instagram. Why would Chris Brown pull a gun over jewelry in his own home? LMAO. Vile saying if all you got to do is call TMZ and lie about a celebrity, then I might as well do it too to get some attention. David saying even if he did do it, he'll just pay a fine. He's rich and he has good lawyers. Skate dude saying Bailey's obviously lying. You could hear it from the sound of her voice. I'd slap her and give her a real reason to call 911. Still no mention of his crazy Instagram videos he posted earlier. Stephanie, we actually did mention the Instagram videos. We played them a few times without the audio because we can't play the audio. There are a number of curse words in it. He did say F the police. We did not play it any time in the last 30-40 minutes, but we have played it. We've been streaming live for 3 hours now covering Chris Brown. If you guys want to see that video of Chris Brown, all you need to do is go to his Instagram page. In fact, I'll go ahead and pull up his Instagram right now. This is Chris Brown's Instagram page. Chris Brown Official. You can see that he posted 3 videos. Let's reload it. See if he posted any new ones. Nope, those are the same 3 videos that he posted 4 hours ago. You can see he speaks very passionately, very frustrated by the fact that all this is going on. He does promote his music, encourages people to focus on that, says that people are portraying him to be a villain. He's not barricaded inside his home. He's just hanging out inside his palace. If you guys want to watch these yourself, go to Chris Brown Official on Instagram. And you can watch it and you can hear the video, you can hear the audio. Viewer discretion is advised. There is some profane language. Just wanted to give you guys the heads up in case you wanted to watch that yourself. Let's go back now to the live aerials outside Chris Brown's home in Tarzana, California.
But he doesn't. I don't think he has cuffs on though.
All right, guys, for those of you just tuning in wondering why we're not actually seeing Chris Brown's house, it looks like the helicopter is just going back to the base to get some fuel so that it can go back to Chris Brown's house. We encourage you guys to stay with us here. Hopefully we'll get an update from police momentarily, a police press conference. We just are waiting on police to hold another press conference. Once they do, we'll get that press conference fed out to you guys live so we can hear from police directly what exactly happened. Who said what is truth, what is false. We'll get you guys all that information here on News Now. In the meantime, we are going to recap some of what's already happened. I'm going to first play this Instagram video from Ray J. Now, Ray J was also at Chris Brown's home last night. He left Chris Brown's home, but not in his own car. He actually Ubered home. Police apparently telling him that they needed to keep his vehicle there as evidence. Now, this according to TMZ. Let's listen in on what Ray J had to say. Ray J posted a video on Instagram this morning.
Yo, this Ray J. Check it out. I'm real upset about today. I'm not happy with how things are handled and how people can take a false story and blow it up into something way more than what it should be. You got just positive people around, and you look outside and it's like a war zone for no reason. For somebody, what some stranger said about something that don't got nothing to do with nothing, and to react like that so fast without really knowing the facts and knowing what's up ain't cool. And you know, it's just not right. It shouldn't be like this. I support the homie Chris, and I support the whole movement. I'm here, and again, man, this shit gotta change. Like, it can't be like this every time somebody yipping and yapping trying to get an extra buck. You know, it turns around and it's all bad on us. Ain't cool. Yo, this Ray J. Check it out. I'm real upset about today. I'm not happy with how things are handled and how people can take a false story and blow it up into something way more than what it should be. You got just positive people around, and you look outside and it's like a war zone for no reason. For somebody, what some stranger said about something that don't got nothing to do with nothing, and to react like that so fast without really knowing the facts and knowing what's up ain't cool. And you know, it's just not right. It shouldn't be like this. I support the homie Chris, and I support the whole movement. I'm here, and again, man, this shit gotta change. Like, it can't be like this every time somebody yipping and yapping trying to get an extra buck. You know, it turns around and it's all bad on us. Ain't cool. Yo, this Ray J. Check it out. I'm real upset about it.
All right, guys, we got our aerials back. We'll bring you continuous live coverage of the Chris Brown investigation. Stay with us. More news now ahead.
All right, everybody, we are continuing our coverage of this Chris Brown investigation. Skyfox up in the air. And everyone, let us know where you guys are watching from on the Fox 10 News Now stream. We'll be covering this for you all afternoon long. This is your source for everything Chris Brown right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream. All right, I'm going to show you the last sound that we got from police. We are expecting an update shortly, but I want to show you this the last soundbite that we did get from investigators here.
All the witnesses, we'll be able to give you better information at a later time and date. So at this point, that's all we have at this time, and I should try to give you guys some more information shortly as soon as the information comes available to us.
Are you able to say at all if a weapon was involved?
What was your question?
If a weapon was involved, do you know if that at least a report of a weapon being involved?
Right now, it's still ongoing. We still have to determine what actually occurred until we can talk to the victim and any witnesses.
But we understand that.
Hold on. Let me go ahead.
Was the call made from his home or outside the property?
It's my understanding the call came from outside the residence.
And Lieutenant, we understand the call was at someone pointing a gun at her, at the person. Can you tell us?
This is still being investigated. Like I said, we're in the process of transitioning this investigation to robbery homicide. West Valley is now going to be giving the case over to robbery homicide. And once we talk to the victim and witnesses, we can tell you more.
Have officers had any reports that there's a search warrant that's been issued in SWAT team? Is that accurate or not?
From what I understand, there's currently no SWAT team here, and the investigation is just being transitioned to robbery homicide, where they're going to determine what's going to go from here on.
Are you searching a search warrant at this time?
I have no knowledge of that at this time.
Have you guys spoken to Chris at all?
The detectives are trying to make contact with Mr. Brown.
That's still underway right now.
When you say contact, I mean, have you spoken with him through the door? He's trying to call the phone. What does that mean?
I have no idea. The detectives are going to make that contact or try to talk to Mr. Brown or any representatives that may be involved with Mr. Brown.
Has he been uncooperative? My understanding is that he refused to talk to anyone, said get a search warrant. Is that true? Do we know?
Say your question again, sir?
That basically he refused to cooperate, said if you want to come in here and get a search warrant. Is that true?
I have no knowledge of that. There are reports there may be additional people in the residence, but we have to confirm that. We don't have that information not being sent. But thank you very much. I'll try to provide you guys.
911 call actually said?
All right, just in case you came in the middle of that, we're just going to show that to you one more time. Still expecting a live update moments away.
Robbery Homicide Division will now take over this investigation. They still have to interview the victim and any potential witnesses that may be involved with this incident that occurred at Mr. Brown's house. So until we get to discuss that incident with those victims, or with the victim or the witnesses, we'll be able to give you better information at a later time and date. So at this point, that's all we have at this time, and I should try to give you guys some more information shortly as soon as the information comes available to us.
Are you able to say at all if a weapon was involved?
What was your question?
If a weapon was involved, do you know if that at least a report of a weapon being involved?
Right now, it's still ongoing. We still have to determine what actually occurred until we can talk to the victim and any witnesses.
But we understand that.
Hold on. Let me go ahead.
Was the call made from his home or outside the property?
It's my understanding the call came from outside the residence.
Lieutenant, we understand the call was that someone pointed a gun at her, at the person. Can you tell us?
This is still being investigated. Like I said, we're in the process of transitioning this investigation to robbery homicide. West Valley is now going to be giving the case over to robbery homicide. And once we talk to the victim and witnesses, we can tell you more.
Have officers had any
reports that there's a search warrant that's been issued and SWAT team? Is that accurate or not?
From what I understand, there's currently no SWAT team here, and the investigation is just being transitioned to robbery homicide, where they're going to determine what's going to go from here on.
Are you searching a search warrant at this time?
I have no knowledge of that at this time.
Have you guys spoken to Chris at all?
The detectives are trying to make contact with Mr. Brown.
That's still underway right now.
When you say contact, I mean, have you spoken with him through the door? Are you trying to call through the phone? What does that mean?
I have no idea. The detectives are going to make that contact or try to talk to Mr. Brown or any representatives that may be involved with Mr. Brown.
Has he been uncooperative? My understanding is that he refused to talk to anyone, said get a search warrant. Is that true? Do we know?
Say your question again, sir?
That basically he refused to cooperate, said if you want to come in here and get a search warrant. Is that true?
I have no knowledge of that. There are reports there may be additional people in the residence, but we have to confirm that. We don't have that information not being sent. But thank you very much. I'll try to provide you guys.
Can you tell us what the 911 call actually said when they called LAPD?
All I heard was the radio call came out as a woman requiring assistance.
Where did they take the girls? Do you have age? Do you know her age?
I do not know her age or name at this time. But thank you very much. I'll provide you guys over to Robbery Homicide Division. Robbery Homicide Division will now take over this investigation. They still have to interview the victim and any potential witnesses that may be involved with this incident that occurred at Mr. Brown's house. So until we get to discuss that incident with those victims, or with the victim or the witnesses, we'll be able to give you better information at a later time and date. So at this point, that's all we have at this time, and I should try to give you guys some more information shortly as soon as the information comes available to us.
Are you able to say at all if a weapon was involved?
What was your question?
If a weapon was involved, do you know if that at least a report of a weapon being involved?
Right now, it's still ongoing. We still have to determine what actually occurred until we can talk to the victim and any witnesses.
But we understand that.
Hold on. Let me go ahead.
Was the call made from his home or outside the property?
It's my understanding the call came from outside the residence.
Lieutenant, we understand the call was that someone pointed a gun at her, at the person. Can you tell us?
This is still being investigated. Like I said, we're in the process of transitioning this investigation to robbery homicide. West Valley is now going to be giving the case over to robbery homicide. And once we talk to the victim and witnesses, we can tell you more.
Have officers had any
reports that there's a search warrant that's been issued and SWAT team? Is that accurate or not?
From what I understand, there's currently no SWAT team here, and the investigation is just being transitioned to robbery homicide, where they're going to determine what's going to go from here on.
Are you searching a search warrant at this time?
I have no knowledge of that at this time.
Have you guys spoken to Chris at all?
The detectives are trying to make contact with Mr. Brown.
That's still underway right now.
When you say contact, I mean, have you spoken with him through the door? Are you trying to call through the phone?
I have no idea. The detectives are going to make that contact or try to talk to Mr. Brown or any representatives that may be involved with Mr. Brown.
Has he been uncooperative? My understanding is that he refused to talk to anyone, said get a search warrant. Is that true? Do we know?
Say your question again, sir?
That basically he refused to cooperate, said if you want to come in here and get a search warrant. Is that true?
I have no knowledge of that. There are reports there may be additional people in the residence, but we have to confirm that. We don't have that information not being said. But thank you very much.
Can
I'll
you
try to
tell us
provide
what
you
the
guys.
911 call actually said when they called LAPD?
All I heard was the radio call came out as a woman requiring assistance.
All right, folks, we are expecting another update shortly here, but you are continuing to watch this coverage here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. You can see investigators still outside the home here. Police say the singer Chris Brown came out of his LA home after officers responding to a woman's call for help served a search warrant. The development ended a standoff that began hours earlier, starting this morning when the woman called from outside the home. Police said she was not inside the home in the San Fernando Valley. Police say about a half dozen people were escorted out of the residence and will be interviewed. That is happening right now. We are continuing to follow this story here for you. Police Lieutenant Chris Ramirez says about a half dozen people were escorted out of the residence and being interviewed right now. Ramirez says nobody has been arrested and everyone has been cooperative so far. Brown did post videos to social media declaring his innocence before his lawyer arrived. Brown has been in repeated legal trouble since his felony conviction back in 2009. After the assault of his then-girlfriend, Rihanna. TMZ first broke this story as cops raced to Chris Brown's home earlier this morning after a woman called 911 and claimed he pulled a gun on her. And we are expecting a police update shortly, everyone. That'll give us the most up-to-date right now. You can see that the whole world really is following this story right now. As you can see right there on our Facebook live stream, we have a lot of people watching this all unfold live right now, and they're pretty much glued to their tablet, their smartphone, or their desktop. Any way you get the news, we can stream it right to you. If you haven't already done so, now would be that perfect time to hit that like button or subscribe button. That way you could always be in the know of when we are covering breaking news anywhere across the country. We do appreciate you guys being part of this situation. If you're just joining us and you're wondering what is happening and why are there aerials outside of Chris Brown's home, well, this is the very latest. This is coming down about a half an hour ago. Police say the singer Chris Brown came out of his LA home after officers responding to a woman's call for help served a search warrant. Now, there's been a half dozen people escorted out of the residence and they have been interviewed. They are all cooperating at this moment. And very shortly, we should be getting another police update. As you can see, investigators still on the premises here, working this investigation right now. No one has been arrested. We do want to put that out there as well. No one has been arrested. Chris Brown does have a felony conviction back in 2009. And an hours-long standoff happened earlier this morning where Chris Brown did shut the door on detectives. You can still see investigators here on the premises working this investigation, talking to as many witnesses as they can as they begin to collect their information here, trying to piece together what just happened this morning. If you're just joining us, we are expecting a police update shortly here for the very latest on this investigation. Just back in 2015, on March 20th, Brown's probation ended, formally closing the felony case that came from the Rihanna assault, which happened about 6 years prior. So that he just wrapped up that situation back in March of 2015. And now a whole nother investigation is happening right now. Just another chapter to add to the Chris Brown saga. You can see here we have several views for you that we're able to show you here as we are continuing our coverage right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Do want to show you just a brief interview from police while we do wait for that update coming shortly.
And any potential witnesses that may be involved with this incident that occurred at Mr. Brown's house. So until we get to discuss that incident with those victims, or with the victim or the witnesses, we'll be able to give you better information at a later time and date. So at this point, that's all we have at this time, and I should try to give you guys some more information shortly as soon as the information comes available to us.
Are you able to say at all if a weapon was involved?
What was your question?
If a weapon was involved, do you know if you got at least a report of a weapon being involved?
Right now, it's still ongoing. We still have to determine what actually occurred until we can talk to the victim and any witnesses.
But we understand that.
Hold on. Let me go ahead.
Was the call made from his home or outside the property?
It's my understanding the call came from outside the residence.
And Lieutenant, we understand the call was at someone pointing a gun at her, at the person. Can you tell us?
This is still being investigated. Like I said, we're in the process of transitioning this investigation to robbery homicide. West Valley is now going to be giving the case over to robbery homicide. And once we talk to the victim and witnesses, we can tell you more.
Have officers had any
reports that there's a search warrant that's been issued in SWAT team? Is that accurate or not?
From what I understand, there's currently no SWAT team here, and the investigation is just being transitioned to robbery homicide, where they're going to determine what's going to go from here on.
Are you searching a search warrant at this time?
I have no knowledge of that at this time.
Have you guys spoken to Chris at all?
The detectives are trying to make contact with Mr. Brown.
That's still underway right now.
When you say contact, I mean, have you spoken with him through the door? Are you trying to call him on the phone? What does that mean?
I have no idea. The detectives are going to make that contact or try to talk to Mr. Brown or any representatives that may be involved with Mr. Brown.
Has he been uncooperative? My understanding is that he refused to talk to anyone, said get a search warrant. Is that true? Do we know?
Say your question again, sir?
That basically he refused to cooperate, said if you want to come in here and get a search warrant. Is that true?
I have no knowledge of that. There are reports there may be additional people in the residence, but we have to confirm that. We don't have that information not being said. But thank you very much. I'll try to provide you guys.
What the 911 call actually said when they called LAPD?
All I heard was the radio call came out of the woman requiring assistance.
Where did they take the girl? Do you have the age? Do you know her age?
I do not know her age or name at this time. But thank you.
All right, we are continuing to follow this story for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream. We appreciate everybody watching on fox10phoenix.com as well on our Facebook Live right now. And if you haven't already done so, now would be that perfect time to hit that like button or hit that subscribe button. That way you'll always be in the know of when we are covering breaking news for you anywhere across the country. That way it'll just pop up right in your feed and you'll know exactly when we are going live. So if you haven't already done so, be part of the Fox 10 News Now stream team. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We are going to keep you updated all afternoon long on this ongoing story of Chris Brown investigation. Police are outside his home, inside his home right now. They are talking to witnesses as we speak. Let me show you another view here. There we can see some investigators talking to some more witnesses as we wait for a police update coming up. For everyone wondering, if you're just joining us, I want to reset the story here for you and give you an update. It's happening all around, starting at about 10 a.m. Police came to Chris Brown's home after police said that they got a call from a woman outside the home saying that he had a gun on him and was displaying it in a threatening manner. Cops came to the house, he shut the door on him, then there was a standoff for a couple of hours. Now the investigation is happening, and we are following this minute by minute for you. We are expecting that police update soon, folks, so stay right here for your source, and you'll be able to hear it as we hear it live right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. We're continuing to follow this for you. As you can see, more investigators talking to more witnesses here. You're watching this all unfold live right now. Sky Fox up above Chris Brown's home right now, where the investigation does continue. All right, will Chris Brown be coming out? We don't know. We are waiting to see, just like you, but stay right here with us as we are continuing to watch this coverage here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We are watching this all unfold live, just like you are right now. We are continuing this coverage here. We are waiting to see if Chris Brown will be coming out of the home here. We have our cameras trained on the door here just in case any developments happen. Continue to watch this right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream. All breaking this down for you here. This all happened. This all started about 10 a.m. where we've been covering this for you ever since then. A female outside of the home called 911 saying that Chris Brown had a gun and was using it in a threatening manner. and cops came and he shut the door on officers. That had a standoff. Now witnesses are being interviewed right now, and we are waiting to see if Chris Brown will be coming out of this home here. We could. All right, everybody. Thank you for joining us on this continuous coverage here, right here on our Facebook Live as well, Fox 10 Phoenix. We had to reboot that as we hit a time limit there, but we are back now live on Fox 10 Phoenix as well. We welcome you back here to continue the stream here. Just joining us, the stream on Facebook ended, but we are back up and running now. And while we wait for a Chris Brown sighting, if you haven't already done so, I would say now would be the perfect time to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. That way you'll always be in the know of when we are covering breaking news for you. And we are continuing this coverage here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. As you can see, a bunch of investigators outside the home still talking to witnesses. This is a story that you guys have been following all day since 10 a.m. Since we put it on our stream, you guys been watching in the droves, really. You can see how many people we have on Facebook Live as well. We did have to end the stream there on our original Facebook Live because we hit a 4-hour time limit, but we're hoping that everyone does come back to see the continuous coverage here that we are giving you guys. Will Chris Brown come out of the home? That is what we are waiting for right now. Police update coming shortly. This is just an ongoing saga in Chris Brown's legal troubles that he's been having since 2009 when he received a felony assault and making criminal threats to his then girlfriend at the time, Rihanna. Back in 2015 of March, his probation finally ended from that assault case on Rihanna, which happened about 6 years prior. So he just wrapped up probation on that incident, and now it looks like he is facing more investigations right now. We are continuing to follow this story here for you. Police update coming very shortly, everyone. Police say that everybody has been cooperative so far. So we are just awaiting to see if Chris Brown will come out. We've been following this for you since 10 a.m. Like I was telling earlier in our previous stream on Facebook, if you haven't already done so, I highly suggest that you hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. That way you'll always know when we are covering breaking news for you right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. This has been a story that you guys have been following all the way since 10 a.m. right with us when we started putting the stream up. You've been coming by the thousands to view this and are very curious to see what will happen next. We are waiting for police to give us an update as well, so continue to follow right along with us. You can see investigators still talking to witnesses here. As we continue to follow this right now, I do want to show you earlier, police gave a small update. Let's show you that right now.
Take over this investigation. They still have to interview the victim and any potential witnesses that may be involved with this incident that occurred at Mr. Brown's house. So until we get to discuss that incident with those victims, or with the victim or the witnesses, we'll be able to give you better information at a later time and date. So at this point, that's all we have at this time, and I should try to give you guys some more information shortly as soon as the information comes available to us.
Are you able to say at all if a weapon was involved?
What was your question?
If a weapon was involved, do you know if that at least a report of a weapon being involved?
Right now, it's still ongoing. We still have to determine what actually occurred until we can talk to the victim and any witnesses.
But we understand that.
Hold on. Let me go ahead.
Was the call made from his home or outside the property?
It's my understanding the call came from outside the residence.
And Lieutenant, we understand the call was at someone pointing a gun at her, at the person. Can you tell us?
This is still being investigated. Like I said, we're in the process of transitioning this investigation to robbery homicide. West Valley is now going to be giving the case over to robbery homicide. And once we talk to the victim and witnesses, we can tell you more.
Have officers had any
reports that there's a search warrant that's been issued in SWAT team? Is that accurate or not?
From what I understand, there's currently no SWAT team here, and the investigation is just being transitioned to robbery homicide, where they're going to determine what's going to go from here on.
Are you searching a search warrant at this time?
I have no knowledge of that at this time.
Have you guys spoken to Chris at all?
The detectives are trying to make contact with Mr. Brown.
That's still underway right now.
When you say contact, I mean, have you spoken with him through the door? Are you trying to call to the phone? What does that mean?
I have no idea. The detectives are going to make that contact or try to talk to Mr. Brown or any representatives that may be involved with Mr. Brown.
Has he been uncooperative? My understanding is that he refused to talk to anyone, said get a search warrant. Is that true? Do we know?
Say your question again, sir?
That basically he refused to cooperate, said if you want to come in here and get a search warrant. Is that true?
I have no knowledge of that. There are reports there may be additional people in the residence, but we have to confirm that. We don't have that information not being said. But thank you very much. I'll try to provide you guys.
What the 911 call actually said when they called LAPD?
All I heard was the radio call came out of the woman requiring assistance.
Where did they take the girl? Do you have age? Do you know her age?
I do not know her age or name at this time. But thank you very much. I'll provide you guys over to Robbery Homicide Division. Robbery Homicide Division will now take over this investigation. They still have to interview the victim and any potential witnesses that may be involved with this incident that occurred at Mr. Brown's house. So until we get to discuss that incident with those victims, or with the victim or the witnesses, we'll be able to give you better information at a later time and date. So at this point, that's all we have at this time, and I should try to give you guys some more information shortly as soon as the information comes available to us.
Are you able to say at all if a weapon was involved?
What was your question?
If a weapon was involved, do you know if that at least a report of a weapon being involved?
Right now, it's still ongoing. We still have to determine what actually occurred until we can talk to the victim and any witnesses.
But we understand that.
Hold on. Let me go ahead.
Was the call made from his home or outside the property?
It's my understanding the call came from outside the residence.
And Lieutenant, we understand the call was at someone pointing a gun at her, at the person. Can you tell us?
This is still being investigated. Like I said, we're in the process of transitioning this investigation to robbery homicide. West Valley is now going to be giving the case over to robbery homicide. And once we talk to the victim and witnesses, we can tell you more.
Have officers had any
reports that there's a search warrant that's been issued in SWAT team? Is that accurate or not?
From what I understand, there's currently no SWAT team here, and the investigation is just being transitioned to robbery homicide, where they're going to determine what's going to go from here on.
Are you searching a search warrant at this time?
I have no knowledge of that at this time.
Have you guys spoken to Chris at all?
The detectives are trying to make contact with Mr. Brown.
That's still underway right now.
When you say contact, I mean, have you spoken with him through the door? Are you trying to call to the phone? What does that mean?
I I have no idea. The detectives are going to make that contact or try to talk to Mr. Brown or any representatives that may be involved with Mr. Brown.
Has he been uncooperative? My understanding is that he refused to talk to anyone said get a search warrant. Is that true? Do we know?
Say your question again, sir?
That basically he refused to cooperate, said if you want to come in here and get a search warrant. Is that true?
I have no knowledge of that. There are reports there may be additional people in the residence, but we have to confirm that. We don't have that information not be. This investigation. They still have to interview the victim and any potential witnesses that may be involved with this incident that occurred at Mr. Brown's house. So until we get to discuss that incident with those victims, or with the victim or the witnesses, information at a later time and date. So at this point, that's all we have at this time, and I should.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. I'm Mike Pace, joined by Samia Khan, where we've been just following the story, just like you guys have.
All morning long. I mean, we first got word of this around 10 a.m. We started going live. We had no idea what was going on, and we've just sort of watched this unfold. Now, we still don't have a lot of information. We've been waiting for an updated police press conference where police can finally speak to us and give us more details. I mean, police have been at Chris Brown's home since just after 3 this morning. So about 11 hours now spent at Chris Brown's home. It all started because this woman called authorities and claimed that Chris Brown threatened her with a gun. Police arrived at the home, and here we are now. There's a lot of speculation out there. There are a lot of various reports out there. TMZ reporting that the woman was there with some other people. Some say she was an uninvited guest. She got into an altercation with Chris Brown. Meanwhile, Chris Brown, inside the home, he's posted videos on Instagram.
Yes.
And it's sort of just like, what is going on, Mike?
Well, you know, at this point, there's a lot of probably stories going around right now. We're still waiting for a police update. We understand that some of you might be watching us right there on TMZ. We do appreciate that as well as we continue this live stream here. That you see police still talking to witnesses. They're really just trying to piece together what happened earlier today.
Right.
I think that's what everybody wants to know.
And a lot of people want to know, why is there such a huge police presence? Why is LAPD's robbery homicide investigation unit there? There's so many questions that people at home have. We have those same questions. We're just waiting to get an official update from police. Right now, all we can tell you are some of the updates that we're getting from TMZ, some of the things that we're seeing on Twitter. I know a lot of you guys tweeting me, giving your opinion on what you think about the situation. Yeah. I mean, we have people that believe that this whole thing is being blown out of proportion. Some people feeling that, you know, her story may be valid. Her, as in this woman. Now, this woman is a pageant title holder. That's how she's being described by TMZ. I know a lot of people saying, on the internet, mind you, a lot of people on the internet saying that she was doing this for attention. She did make an appearance on TMZ earlier today. She spoke with Harvey Levin on TMZ Live, so I know that interview will air there if it hasn't aired already where you live. Those of you tuning in here in Arizona, TMZ airs live on Fox 10 at 3 p.m.
It's a very fluid situation that we've been following here, and still waiting for that police update that will probably give us a lot more details as well. But, you know, it's hard for them to give us an update when you can see that they are still, at this point, just interviewing, I'd say, over a dozen witnesses that you've been seeing on the property there. It's a huge property that they are interviewing witnesses there that were at the compound, and we'll see where it goes like from this, though.
Right, so this is Chris Brown's home in Tarzana, California. For those of you familiar or vaguely familiar with Southern California, Tarzana is in the San Fernando Valley area, just south of the 101 freeway, I would say, between the cities of Sherman Oaks and Calabasas. Beautiful home up there. We're looking at these live aerials.
And we're waiting to see if they're going to bring Chris Brown out.
Right.
That's why the chopper has been just really positioned by that door there. We're waiting to see if he is going to come out, and that'll be, you know, something to see as well as we continue to follow this here for you. We've been talking about this. You've been on this since 10 a.m., Samia.
I know, and a lot of people coming to Chris Brown's defense. Some people tweeting me saying, "Leave him alone. Let's not blow this out of proportion. It's not a story yet, guys. We don't know the details right now. We're waiting to get an official update from police. Police are being very tight-lipped right now. So all we can do is bring you these live aerials and tell you some of the reports that we're hearing.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, this is just what we're going off of right now. We appreciate everybody watching on TMZ as well, right there on the homepage there for TMZ. So a lot of people really interested to see what's been going on. Our first Facebook stream that we had so many shares. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
It was over 170,000 shares that people were sharing the post. So, I mean, this is something that we've never seen before as far as in a coverage mode for a breaking news event.
Right. I mean, a lot of people interested, a lot of people that are Chris Brown fans that want to make sure that musician they respect is treated fairly, treated okay. And there's also people that are just very interested in the news element of it. Maybe they don't like Chris Brown. Maybe they want to see what happens.
Yes.
They want to see how this plays out. So bringing you non-stop continuous coverage here on Fox 10 News now. Just want to make a note, those of you who didn't join us during our earlier coverage, Chris Brown did post 3 videos on his Instagram feed earlier this morning. I wanted to play them for you here on air, but there is a bit too much profanity.
Yeah.
But you guys can check it out for yourself. Just search Chris Brown Official on Instagram. You'll be able to watch it there. But basically, Chris Brown talking about how he's being unfairly portrayed as the villain and how people need to focus on his music and that he's a good guy, he's a father. Ray J, a friend of his, also coming out, posting a video on Instagram.
Yes.
Saying that, you know, these accusations are false, siding with Chris Brown. Ray J was actually at Chris Brown's home last night, according to TMZ. He was at Chris Brown's home. He was getting a tattoo. When he left the home, he spoke with police, but he wasn't allowed to take his car, so he had to Uber home. Police apparently saying that his car needed to stay there as evidence into the investigation.
Well, you know, this is something. The singer is he's been part of the legal troubles before.
He has had some legal trouble in the past. I know a lot of people tweeting me saying, you know, he's trying to get past that incident. He's cleaned up his life. Everyone just wants to harass him. People want to bring him down. I'm getting so many tweets, you know. I've read a lot of them, and I do, you know, I can see where the fans are coming from, and I can see why they believe that it's possible this woman who called 911 may have an ulterior motive. It's possible. I can see that side of the story. However, I cannot make a statement like that because we haven't heard from police yet. All I can do is present the facts to you guys, and hopefully you'll be able to make, you know,
well, just as many
your own decision.
Chris Brown fans that there are, you know, that there's so many more anti-Chris Brown, you know,
I don't know if there are more.
Not more, but they go around the block too.
Yeah, there are a lot of people who don't like Chris Brown. There are a lot of people who really like Chris Brown.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen Chris Brown in concert, and I've seen those fans. They're very diehard.
Well, it's a very
really
polarizing figure right now, especially, you know, since whatever happened back in 2009 with Rihanna.
Right.
Yeah, so.
Right.
We will continue to, as we see more and more investigators pour out of the house here.
Right. A lot of people there. Chris Brown's lawyer, present as well, legal team. A lot is happening. It's very unclear what exactly is going on
Sure, yeah, a lot of
at
activity.
this given moment.
A lot of activity.
A lot of
at the
people are
house.
just like, it has to be something serious, because why would these many officers
Have this much attention.
be
what you're
involved
saying. Yeah.
in a situation that has no merit?
Yes.
And I can see how those comments make some sense. So again, guys, I'm not here to speculate. We're just here to show you these live aerials, tell you what we're hearing, read some comments on Twitter, and wait for that press conference. Hopefully
Absolutely.
LAPD will give us an update momentarily. They held a press conference outside of Chris Brown's Tarzana home during the 11 o'clock hour. So it's been about 3 hours since we've gotten a proper police update. So it should be any minute, truthfully. We should be getting another update from LAPD.
But when you look at the scene here with investigators still talking, I mean,
You know.
it'd be hard for whoever the PIO is to kind of get a sense of what's going on when you got about probably dozen officers here just interviewing.
Right, and just to translate for those viewers at home that don't know what a PIO is, maybe they don't speak news talk.
Yeah.
It's a public information officer. Basically, the PIO is the spokesperson for the Los Angeles Police Department. So, again, hoping that we'll get official police updates soon so that we can stop the speculation and everyone on the internet can finally have their answer.
Yeah, we want to know what happened, and we want to know now. This is news now. We want to know, right? We want to know now, but, we got to let the investigation happen and see what police say. So we're going to continue to watch this here for you. You can still see, let me just take us down for just a moment here, and you can see as more and more investigators pouring into the house, they're out of the house. So we are watching this just like you guys are. And we are curious to see how this will all unfold and what's going to come from this. Still investigators talking right now. We are following this for you right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. And you can see by body language here from the man in the red hat here, seems relaxed, talking to police right now. Looked like he was waving at maybe the helicopter there. See more investigators coming out of the house. And we are all watching to see how this will all unfold, seeing if Chris Brown will come out of the house as well. And we're waiting for that all-important police update that we desperately want some updates from. And folks, if you haven't already done so, while we wait for a possible Chris Brown sighting, hit the like button or hit that subscribe button. That way you'll always be in the know of when we are streaming breaking news for you. Right there, we could stream it right for you on your Facebook timeline as you're watching this right now, or if you're on fox10phoenix.com. Hit that subscribe button. We love to have you part of the Fox 10 News Now stream team.
All right, guys, just looking at the aerials coming in now, we believe that the man in the red hat, it appears like it's Chris Brown. It appears to be similar facial hair. Chris Brown also has many
You're looking for the tattoos, right, Samia?
And it looks like that might have been what he was wearing earlier.
So now this man is now sitting on the ground here.
So a lot of people tweeting me, yes, that is Chris Brown right there in the red hat and the white shirt. That's him sitting on the ground, guys. That is Chris Brown. I don't know who has just been spotted here on News Now. Looks like he is being pretty cooperative.
He was animated there a moment ago when he was standing. He was
laughing almost.
I don't know if he was laughing, but he was very animated with his arms, almost like to be stretching.
Right.
But now let's see, what's he doing now? He is. Looks like he's laying down now. Look at this, Samia. This is interesting.
Right.
He's like laying down like he's sleeping. Well, this is a different development right now. This gentleman is now laying on the ground. Now he seems to be back up again as he's sitting down here. A lot of emotions happening right now that we've been able to uncover here for you. You can see a lot of investigators around him right now. What do you think of this, Samia? What do you think the situation here and why he's just sitting down like this?
I think he's just trying to comply with police. You see a lot of people in the area. He appears pretty calm. I mean, I really think he's just trying to stay low-key right now. I mean, I'm sure this isn't how he'd like to spend his Tuesday afternoon.
This is a very, very different Tuesday, to say the least, for Chris Brown here.
Right, right.
You know, you got to figure, too, probably family and friends of Chris Brown and his supporters are watching this as well. Wanted to see what's going on and how this is all happening. And we are continuing to follow this for you right now. I'm Mike Pace, joined by Samia Khan here as we continue to see Chris Brown there laying down just right outside his front door here, talking to investigators, talking to police, as they still try to uncover what happened. All right.
And I just want to read some of the latest updates from TMZ as well. As of 2:30, that's when TMZ reported that Chris walked out of his house in a red cap, as we see here on the screen. He's not in handcuffs, as we can see his hands are right in front of him, and police are standing watch. This is my favorite part of the update. But Chris looks totally relaxed and chill about the situation, and that's what I was saying earlier. It doesn't seem to be a very stressful or dramatic sort of incident. I mean, obviously
I would still
he's
be stressed.
Annoyed, but he's, you know what I mean? He seems very calm.
Think about this.
Relatively speaking.
Yeah, think about this. This has been a long day for him already.
Absolutely.
And this is definitely a. Let's see what's going on right here now. Is he a little bit more, little more animated here? Let me just pull that out. So you can still see here Chris Brown right outside his front door here, as police have been talking to him right outside his front door here. We're still waiting for a police update. You've been watching this all unfold right now on the Fox 10 and News Now stream, as we continue to cover everything Chris Brown related right now. Still waiting for that police update, everybody. Thank you for joining us all afternoon long and even in the morning hours here as we've been watching this all unfold right now, where Chris Brown, you can see there in the red hat, sitting down right now. When he was standing, he was a little bit more animated with his hands and motioning out to his property. So still waiting to see what is going to happen here. No one has been arrested yet. Accusation earlier that Chris Brown pulled a gun in a threatening manner to a woman. She called from outside the home. Police tried to get to the house, and he shut the door, and that started a standoff. Now police say witnesses have been cooperative. And we're seeing how this investigation is unfolding here. Here's a new shot here that our helicopters are on right now. As you can see, police still on the property here, talking to witnesses here. All right, we continue to follow this, as this is the never-ending saga here with Chris Brown, live right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, Samia.
Right, so Chris Brown, in case you're just joining us, has exited his home. Maybe you joined us earlier, you took a break, you don't know what's going on now. Well, Chris Brown has left his home. You can actually see him right there. Mike, if you just move our
Let's take it away for just a moment.
box right, you can see Chris Brown sitting there on the ground. He's wearing a white t-shirt, a red hat. Looks like a lot of people around him. He is demeanor as being described as chill by TMZ, and I feel like that's an accurate representation given the speculation out there and
given
all of the attention.
Oh yeah, and the circumstances. I mean, it's not every day you got about 15, 20 investigators on your property talking about, 12 of your friends that were on the property as well. So obviously a whole different Tuesday than Chris Brown ever imagined here, is police definitely still into this investigation mode, where this has been a tumultuous day for the singer, and accusations have been flying that he had a gun and he used it in a threatening manner to a woman. She got scared, called 911, and this is how this all unfolded. So waiting for that police update where it could happen at any moment. And we continue to follow this story for you. Thank you to everyone that's watching on Fox10Phoenix.com, as well as our very own Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page, as we are streaming right there on to your timeline. Doesn't matter if you have a tablet, if you have a smartphone, or if you just have a desktop computer, you could get news now whenever you like and however you want it, really. As we continue to see Chris Brown there in the red hat, white shirt, talking to investigators outside his front door right now. No arrests have been made as the investigation does continue. All right, continuing on. What do you think of this? I mean, Sami, you've been covering this since 10 a.m.
I know. I didn't come into work thinking I was going to cover Chris Brown today. I mean, it is the Arizona primary. We were supposed to be focusing on
That's
John
what
McCain
we were focused on today.
Senate race, which I know you're going to get to later tonight.
Yeah, tonight.
But a lot of people want to know what's going to happen with Chris Brown. I mean, the story all started unfolding this morning. Police first arrived at Chris Brown's house at 3:15 this morning in Tarzana, California. Tarzana is in Southern California, just outside of Los Angeles. It's really between, I would say, the Sherman Oaks, Encino area of Los Angeles and Calabasas, for those of you vaguely familiar with the Southern California area. He has a beautiful home in the hills south of the 101 freeway. And what we know so far, a lot of the information we know so far has come from TMZ.
Mm-hmm.
TMZ first broke the news that police had gone to Chris Brown's home. There was some sort of altercation, according to police, or rather according to TMZ, who spoke with the woman who called police. She had some sort of altercation with Chris Brown.
Must have been scary enough to call 911.
She believes that she said that Chris Brown pulled a gun on her.
Mm-hmm.
I know a lot of people online saying, well, he probably has CCTV. There were cameras inside that home. The truth will prevail. And that's kind of my take on this.
Oh, sure.
Everyone's asking me, well, whose side are you on? Who do you believe? Honestly, I just want...
And you've been hearing the
what just happened?
Applause in the background. We just hit 1 million likes on Facebook.
Oh, wow. Thank you, guys. Thanks so much. You guys just...
There
you
we
heard
go.
it here first. We're giving you live coverage of Chris Brown's incident at his home and live coverage of the growth of our Facebook channel.
Now, at what point this morning, Sami, did you know that you're like, oh, wow, we're getting a lot of people interested in the story?
I mean,
was it right away, or did it gradually grow, or was there like a huge uptick?
I don't pay attention to the numbers. Honestly, when I first started doing this, I was just focused on doing my job. I was like, all right, let's get this live video in. Let's talk about what we know. Let's do some research. And that was that. It was just fascinating to me as I saw the numbers grow, as I saw it go from 20,000 to 30,000 to 40. And when it hit 100,000 on Facebook, that's when it was like, whoa. Those are things you don't really take into consideration when you're just here to do your job.
No.
You're just here focused to get viewers the story. I was really actually more focused on getting viewer interaction, reading the Facebook comments, reading on Twitter, making the viewers feel like it was a truly interactive experience where they could be a part of the news as opposed to just being a viewer. They were actually a fundamental part of our conversation.
Sure.
So that was the most important part to me. And again, it's still important as we watch this situation unfold. We're looking at live images of Chris Brown sitting right outside his front door at his home, wearing that white t-shirt, that red hat. His lawyers are there, cops are there. There he is. He just waved to the camera.
Yeah, waved to
Chris
the chopper there. Look at that.
Waving to us, all of you viewers watching, sending us a little wave. Again, we're waiting for police to give us an update. I am not going to make an assumption one way or the other as to what happened.
Way too early.
I want police to see the security footage. I want police to give me an update, a press conference, and I will take their word for it, guys.
I'll be interested to hear the when that comes out, the 911 call. That's what I want to hear.
Right.
I think that would be a good indication too of what the scene was like at that moment. Was it panic? Was it just absolutely scared for your life moment? You don't know. So we'll see how that unfolds too. But
yeah, and I've been just glued to my phone too. Honestly, I'm refreshing TMZ.com. They have been on top of it.
Oh yeah.
When it comes to just giving us the
they always do. They always have it
with this story. So again, their last update was 27 minutes ago. Chris Brown walked out of his home. He's not in handcuffs. Police are standing watch. Chris looks totally relaxed and chill about the situation. And again, I think the description of totally relaxed and chill is a fair assessment of the situation. I mean, we're looking at him right now. He's watching. The chopper is up in the sky.
Yeah, this is as chilled as you can be
he waved to the camera.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
he's trying to make the best out of the situation right now, I guess, right?
Right. And if you're
that's all you could do.
Chris Brown, you're probably just like
yeah. Just another day in his really ongoing saga of his life, right? I mean, it's just a roller coaster when you think about it. Just all his problems that he's had in the past with the legal system.
Yeah, I mean, and again, in his defense, I mean, you have to look at it from all sides of the story.
Oh, sure.
Not only him, but other celebrities as well. You have to be so cautious and guarded because you really can't trust anyone.
No,
You never
no.
know who is going to come into your life, whether they're being sincere, whether there's an agenda. I mean, we don't really know what happened last night. We have the account from the woman who called 911. We've heard from her, and we haven't heard from any other witnesses. We really haven't gotten a thorough police update. We haven't seen any of the security footage.
No.
So at this point, we can...
It's all speculation. Everything's speculation.
Exactly. I think it's in our best interest, guys, to sit back, continue to watch these aerials if this is something that you enjoy watching, and wait for that police press conference. Now, we are hoping to carry that press conference live here on News Now. We did carry the press conference during the 11 o'clock hour here on News Now. And during that press conference, they did mention that they should have another update later. So the question is, when later is that going to happen? Because now it's been almost over 3 hours since we heard from police.
So we'll see. We'll be really looking forward to that update, though, where hopefully we'll get a lot more information right now. As we were talking, everything's speculative now, though. Well, the camera is trained there, right there on Chris Brown, just sitting down right outside his front door. You're watching this just like how we are, just as everything's unfolding live right now. And you know what we like about News Now is that, like you were saying earlier, with the social media connection, you're able to see those comments come in.
I mean,
and interact with the people that are watching.
Many tweets.
You are getting a lot of tweets there.
My poor iPhone battery life.
I know. Yeah. That is something. Wow. Well, yep, he's waving again there. So he knows that chopper's right up there and really trained on him. But we will continue to follow this, everyone. Still watching live aerials.
I want to read this tweet from Reagan. Reagan asking, do you guys have any opinions about the situation? # Team Breezy. Reagan, we all have opinions. It's just whether or not we choose to air them on air.
Sure.
I'm going to leave it at this.
I'm right down the middle right now because I don't know what happened.
I have been on this all morning, and it's just my job to give you guys the information. I'm looking forward to hearing from police, and hopefully police will confirm what many people think.
And that's the great thing about our justice system. Innocent until proven guilty.
Exactly. So that's an excellent point.
Right?
We need to remind people of that sometimes, because it's so often that the minute anyone's arrested or the minute anything happens, it almost seems like it's guilty till proven innocent these days, right?
Yeah. You got to almost have an uphill battle at that point. But to his credit, right here, he has not been arrested, so investigation continuing here.
I love this tweet right here from Shlomo saying, maybe Chris is watching. Ask him, if you're watching, then do a jumping jack. Well, I don't see him on his phone over there.
Yeah, he would need his phone or somebody to...
But if he is tuning in and he does do a jumping jack, then Shlomo, that one's for you.
Yeah, that's a different kind of request. Get the guy that's part of this investigation to do something there. So we'll continue to watch here live right now.
And it looks like Chris Brown walking back inside his home, guys.
And you could still see investigators on scene here. Chris Brown moments ago went back inside the home.
for those of you wondering what you're waiting for, what you're looking at on the screen, this is a live feed of Chris Brown's home. We are waiting for police to hopefully hold a press conference. Well, they'll be able to update us and you about what exactly is going on here. What is fact? What is fiction? Hoping to get a police update any minute now, guys. Stay with us here on News Now. I am reading your tweets, guys. Don't think that you're getting ignored. We're just working to get you guys some more updated information, which is why we're not talking to you live on air as much. Do want to read some tweets. Clemmer asking, do you think this is all a misunderstanding? Do you think this is a big conspiracy theory? Jessica Moman asking, do you know anything about the duffel bag he supposedly tossed out the window? Now, Jessica's asking about the duffel bag. That is something that TMZ reported earlier this morning, that a duffel bag was thrown out of the window from Chris Brown's home, and in that duffel bag was a gun, some other weapons, and some drugs. Jessica, I haven't gotten any updates regarding that report. That is what we knew as of this morning. Again, my source is TMZ. I haven't read any other updates regarding the duffel bag. Hopefully, all these questions and more will be answered when police hold their afternoon press conference. We're hoping to stream that live right here on News Now. Stay with us while we wait for a police update. Should be happening momentarily.
All right, we are continuing to follow this for you, continuing to follow this breaking news situation that has been happening for most of the day outside Chris Brown's home. Investigation happening right now. Woman saying that the singer pulled a gun on her, and then she called 911, and there was a standoff for a moment. Now Chris Brown is talking to investigators, and witnesses are talking as well. Waiting for that police update on the Fox 10 News Now stream. About 10 minutes ago, Chris Brown was outside his home. He was sitting down right there, right where investigators are, and he then went back inside. So continuing to watch this all unfold right now. We want to show you from earlier today a police update.
Robbery Homicide Division will now take over this investigation. They still have to interview the victim and any potential witnesses that may be involved with this incident that occurred at Mr. Brown's house. So until we get to discuss that incident with those victims, or with the victim or the witnesses, we'll be able to give you better information at a later time and date. So at this point, that's all we have at this time, and I should try to give you guys some more information shortly as soon as the information comes available to us.
Are you able to say at all if a weapon was involved?
What was your question?
If a weapon was involved, do you know if you got at least a report of a weapon being involved?
Right now, it's still ongoing. We still have to determine what actually occurred until we can talk to the victim and any witnesses.
But we understand that.
Hold on. Let me go ahead. It's my understanding the call came from outside the residence.
And Lieutenant, we understand the call was that someone pointed a gun at her, at the person. Can you tell us?
This is still being investigated. Like I said, we're in the process of transitioning this investigation to robbery homicide. West Valley is now going to be giving the case over to robbery homicide. And once we talk to the victim and witnesses, we can tell you more.
All right, folks, we are continuing to follow this for you. You know, about 20 minutes ago, we were showing you Chris Brown outside his home, laying down, talking to investigators. Then he popped back inside, and we are still waiting for that police update, but investigation does continue here, and we're watching this all unfold just like you are right now, where at this moment, investigation does continue. We're continuing to follow this story for you right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, waiting for that police conference to give us some sort of update. Like Sami was saying earlier, it's been about 3.5 hours since we received an update from the police, so we are awaiting that, waiting to see if there will be any arrests made in this investigation. You got to figure they've been talking to a lot of people, a lot of witnesses, so something is going to happen soon. We just don't know what yet. Right now it's all speculation until we hear something, really. What will happen next? That is the question. That is what we have all been really, at this point, just waiting to see, waiting to hear from someone about what's happening in this investigation. We're just like you right now, wanting to know what is going to happen. Is he going to be arrested, or are police investigators just going to walk off the property? We will wait and see. You're watching this all unfold right now, live on the Fox 10 News Now stream, and thank you to everyone watching on our Facebook Live as well, Fox 10 Phoenix. If you haven't already done so, now would be that perfect time to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. That way you'll always be in the know of when we are breaking news from anywhere across the country. It'll happen right in your stream there. You won't have to look for it. It'll just be there right for you on your Facebook page, and you can follow along any live breaking news across the country that we do cover for you right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Got more police there right near the door here. Not sure if we're going to see somebody get walked out here or what's going to happen here. Okay, there you can see Sky Fox. They're leaving the scene there. Show you the latest update that we got about 3.5 hours ago from police.
They still have to interview the victim and any potential witnesses that may be involved with this incident that occurred at Mr. Brown's house. So until we get to discuss that incident with those victims, or with the victim or the witnesses, we'll be able to give you better information at a later time and date. So at this point, that's all we have at this time, and I should try to give you guys some more information shortly as soon as the information comes available to us.
Are you able to say at all if a weapon was involved?
What was your question again?
If a weapon was involved, do you know if you had at least a report of a weapon being involved?
Right now, it's still ongoing. We still have to determine what actually occurred until we can talk to the victim and any witnesses.
But we understand that.
Hold on. Let me go ahead. It's my understanding the call came from outside the residence.
And Lieutenant, we understand the call was that someone pointed a gun at her, at the person. Can you tell us?
This is still being investigated. Like I said, we're in the process of transitioning this investigation to robbery homicide. West Valley is now going to be giving the case over to robbery homicide. And once we talk to the victim and witnesses, we can tell you more.
Have officers had any
reports that there's a search warrant that's been issued in SWAT team? Is that accurate or not?
From what I understand, there's currently no SWAT team here, and the investigation is just being transitioned to robbery homicide, where they're going to determine what's going to go from here on.
Are you searching a search warrant at the time?
I have no knowledge of that at this time.
Have you guys spoken to Chris at all?
The detectives are trying to make contact with Mr. Brown.
That's still underway right now.
When you say contact, I mean, are you spoken with him through the door? Are you trying to call through the phone? What does that mean?
I have no idea. The detectives are going to make that contact or try to talk to Mr. Brown or any representatives that may be involved with Mr. Brown.
Has he been uncooperative? My understanding is that he refused to talk to anyone, said get a search warrant. Is that true? Do we know?
Say your question again, sir?
That basically he refused to cooperate, said if you want to come in here and get a search warrant. Is that true?
I have no knowledge of that at this point.
Who is in the house with him? Are there a number of people in the house with him?
There are reports there may be additional people in the residence, but we have to confirm that. We don't really have that information not being said. But thank you very much. I'll try to provide you guys.
What actually said when they called LAPD?
All I heard was the radio call came out of the woman requiring assistance.
Why did they take the girl? Do you have any?
I do not know her age or name at this time. But thank you very much. I'll provide you guys the Robbery Homicide Division. Robbery Homicide Division will now take over this investigation. They still have to interview the victim and any potential witnesses that may be involved with this incident that occurred at Mr. Brown's house. So until we get to discuss that incident with those victims, or with the victim or the witnesses, we'll be able to give you better information at a later time and date. So at this point, that's all we have at this time, and I should try to give you guys some more information shortly as soon as the information comes available to us.
Are you able to say at all if a weapon was involved?
What was your question again?
If a weapon was involved, do you know if you had at least a report of a weapon being involved?
Right now, it's still ongoing. We still have to determine what actually occurred until we can talk to the victim and any witnesses.
But we understand that.
Hold on. Let me go ahead.
Was it only from his home or outside his property?
It's my understanding the call came from outside the residence.
And Lieutenant, we understand the call was that someone pointed a gun at her, at the person. Can you tell us?
This is still being investigated. Like I said, we're in the process of transitioning this investigation to robbery homicide. West Valley is now going to be giving the case over to robbery homicide. And once we talk to the victim and witnesses, we can tell you more.
Have officers had any
reports that there's a search warrant that's been issued in SWAT team? Is that accurate or not?
From what I understand, there's currently no SWAT team here, and the investigation is just being transitioned to robbery homicide, where they're going to determine what's going to go from here on.
Are you searching a search warrant at the time?
I have no knowledge of that at this time.
Have you guys spoken to Chris at all?
The detectives are trying to make contact with Mr. Brown.
That's still underway right now.
When you say contact, I mean, are you spoken with him through the door? Are you trying to call through the phone? What does that mean?
I have no idea. The detectives are going to make that contact or try to talk to Mr. Brown or any representatives that may be involved with Mr. Brown.
Has he been uncooperative? My understanding is that he refused to talk to anyone, said get a search warrant. Is that true? Do we know?
Say your question again, sir.
That basically he refused to cooperate and said if you want to come in here and get a search warrant, is that true?
I have no knowledge of that. There are reports there may be additional people in the residence, but we haven't confirmed that. We don't have that information not being said. But thank you very much, and I'll try to provide you guys.
One call actually said when they called LAPD.
All I heard was the radio call came out as a woman requiring assistance.
Where did they take the girl? Do you have age?
I do not know her age or name at this time. But thank you very much. I'll provide you guys over to Robbery Homicide Division. Robbery Homicide Division will now take over this investigation. They still have to interview the victim and any potential witnesses that may be involved with this incident that occurred at Mr. Brown's house. So until we get to discuss that incident with the...
All right, folks, this was aerials from earlier today right here. We're waiting to see if we will
Get a police update, police news conference.
police update or another live aerials. They're probably refueling, Samia.
You're right. The chopper probably went back to refuel. In the meantime, though, I'm really hoping we get an update from police because there's been so much speculation on the internet. And if we just had one press conference from police, it would silence the speculation.
Absolutely.
We would get some answers, and we could all continue with our Tuesday.
There
That's
you
all
go.
we want to do, Mike.
There we go. Tuesday is a lot different today, everyone, including Chris Brown. Continuing to follow this story for you. This was earlier today. We're showing you these live aerials from earlier today. So you can see investigators, they're combed really the whole compound there, interviewing dozens of witnesses. Police did say that the witnesses have been cooperative.
And any potential witnesses that may be involved with this incident that occurred at Mr. Brown's house. So until we get to discuss that incident with those victims, or with the victim or the witnesses, we'll be able to give you better information at a later time and date. So at this point, that's all we have at this time, and I should try to give you guys some more information shortly as soon as the information comes available to us.
Are you able to say at all if a weapon was involved?
What was your question again?
If a weapon was involved, do you know if you had at least a report of a weapon being involved?
Right now, it's still ongoing. We still have to determine what actually occurred until we can talk to the victim and any witnesses.
But we understand that.
Hold on. Let me go ahead.
Was the call made from his home or outside the property?
It's my understanding the call came from outside the residence.
And Lieutenant, we understand the call was that someone pointed a gun at her, at the person. Can you tell us?
This is still being investigated. Like I said, we're in the process of transitioning this investigation to robbery homicide. West Valley is now going to be giving the case over to robbery homicide. And once we talk to the victim and witnesses, we can tell you more.
Have officers had any
reports that there's a search warrant that's been issued and SWAT team is that accurate or not?
From what I understand, there's currently no SWAT team here, and the investigation is just being transitioned to robbery homicide, where they're going to determine what's going to go from here on.
Are you searching a search warrant at this time?
I have no knowledge of that at this time.
Have you guys spoken to Chris at all?
The detectives are trying to make contact with Mr. Brown.
That's still underway right now.
When you say contact, I mean, are you spoken with him through the door? Are you trying to call through the phone? What does that mean?
I have no idea. The detectives are going to make that contact or try to talk to Mr. Brown or any representatives that may be involved with Mr. Brown.
Has he been uncooperative? My understanding is that he refused to talk and he once said get a search warrant. Is that true? Do we know?
Say your question again, sir?
That basically he refused to cooperate, said if you want to come in here and get a search warrant. Is that true?
I have no knowledge of that.
The house with him. Are there a number of people in the house with him?
There are reports there may be additional people in the residence, but we haven't confirmed that. We don't have that information not being said. But thank you very much. I'll try to provide you guys.
Call, like you said, when they called LAPD.
All I heard was the radio call came out of the woman requiring assistance.
Where did they take the girls? Young lady?
Folks, we are continuing to watch aerials from... Looks like we're getting live aerials back again here, so let's see. If we do, of course, we will switch on over. Okay, we are live right now. This is live once again. So once again, this is now live aerials. We are back to showing you live aerials right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream as police are still investigating right outside and inside the Chris Brown home. And we continue to watch here as investigators on the property here. Once again, the front door. About an hour ago, we had Chris Brown outside the home, just sitting right where those investigators are right now, and they are walking in. Still waiting for that police press conference. You can see there investigators right outside the front door as they continue this investigation here. Chris Brown inside the home. No arrests have been made right now. We are continuing to follow this story here for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Continuing to show you live aerials right outside the Chris Brown home, where the investigation's still very much on right now, waiting for that police press conference to give us some sort of update. And we are continuing to follow this story here for you live with the aerials high above Chris Brown's home right now. You can still see, folks, we are covering this story for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream, and then everyone on Facebook Live as well, Fox 10 Phoenix. We do appreciate you guys being all about this story today. We've had so many people watching live simultaneously that we even cracked 1 million likes on Facebook in the process. All right, everybody, continuing the coverage here, Fox 10 News Now, part of fox10phoenix.com. We are in continuous coverage mode on this Chris Brown investigation. Now, if you're just joining us and wondering what the heck is happening here and why is a chopper above Chris Brown's home, well, it all happened earlier this morning where a woman called 911 from outside the residence and said that Chris Brown had a gun and was displaying it in a threatening manner. That activated the police to come to the house, and then police tried to make contact with Chris Brown, but he shut the door on them, locked the door, and then a standoff happened for a couple of hours until then Chris Brown became cooperative with the investigators, and other people in the house were also talking to the investigators as well. So this is where we're at right now. We're waiting to hear a press conference. We haven't heard one in about 4 hours now. We're waiting for that police update to kind of give us a little shape and story angle to this very fluid situation. And we do want to show you, earlier today he did post on Instagram about 3 different posts there. We have lowered the audio on there because he does use foul language, but you can see how animated he was during this as police were trying to make contact with him. But he was trying to reach out to his viewers there. This video alone has 1.2 million views there on the Instagram page. So this is from earlier today where he posted inside his home. You can see how animated he was during all of this. Now, according to TMZ, the woman who called the cops on Chris Brown says the singer pulled a gun on her because she was admiring a piece of jewelry, and afterwards his people demanded she sign a non-disclosure agreement. That is what TMZ is reporting. This was from earlier on Chris Brown's Instagram page, where you can see how animated he is during all of this. It's taking now back out live for live aerials happening now. Where about 20 minutes ago, there was a lot more activity that you saw from inside. We're not sure if the investigators maybe are more inside right now, but we are following this story as closely as we can for you. We appreciate everybody watching on fox10phoenix.com, as well as our Facebook Live right there on our Fox 10 Phoenix page that you're probably watching. It's in your feed right now. We're getting another look here as investigators looking around the residence right now. Once again, live aerials for you folks on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Been covering this for you since 10 a.m. and we do appreciate everyone that's been hanging around with us, as you know, we want to hear from the police just as much as you do. So we are continuing to wait to see if we get any developments from that. You could see the compound here, how vast it really is in that driveway, and look how many investigators' cars are there, as well as the own cars of Chris Brown and his entourage. The woman that alerted cops, according to TMZ, says she came to his house with a friend, spent a little time in the hot tub, and then walked back inside where a member of Chris's crew was displaying jewelry. The woman says she admired one piece of the guy and went nuts, and then Chris followed suit by demanding that she get out and pointed a gun at her. That is according to TMZ. TMZ also reporting, though, that the crazy part of the story was as she was leaving, after Chris Brown told her to leave, Chris's people wouldn't let her take her cell phone until she signed a non-disclosure agreement. She refused to sign, and then she and her friend left. That's what TMZ is reporting. You can see more investigators there throughout the compound right now, working this story like they've had all morning long. And if you're just joining us, I do want to mention what TMZ has been reporting. This incident happening after a woman was hanging out with Chris Brown and others at the residence. And what happened, TMZ says she admired a piece of jewelry from one of Chris Brown's entourage members. The man got agitated, and then Chris Brown got agitated as well and told her to get out while pointing a gun at her. She left and was somehow able to call on a cell phone because they wouldn't give her cell phone back unless she signed a non-disclosure agreement. She left with a friend. Probably the friend then had a phone and was able to give it to her. We are continuing to search for more updates for you as they come in here. Stay right with us. Still waiting for that police press conference to happen. We will bring that to you as soon as we get it, everyone. And we appreciate you all being part of the Fox 10 News Now stream with us and being part of the Fox 10 News Now stream team. I do want to show you from earlier ago when Chris Brown was posting on Instagram. You could see how animated he was. We had to lower we couldn't have the volume up there because he was very profanity laced here. So that was earlier today when he was posting on Instagram. Just wanted to show you just how animated he was there. Once again, showing you investigators still all over his property right now. And once again, folks, we do appreciate you guys being part of this Fox 10 News Now stream. Still, aerials up right now as investigators combing the residence of Chris Brown. And if you're just joining us, this is what happened earlier today. Police were alerted by a woman who called 911 saying that a gun was pulled on her. That alerted the police, and then Chris Brown shut the door on investigators. And it's been like this all day long. This is the scene that you've been watching. Continuing to follow breaking news here right outside the Chris Brown home. As investigators talking to witnesses, talking to whoever they can to just try to piece together what exactly happened earlier today. Now we got someone just looks like they work for the property and they're starting to water now. And we appreciate everybody watching on Facebook Live as well. It's fox10phoenix.com. Continuing to follow this breaking news story that we've been bringing you all morning and afternoon long. Continuing these live aerials here for you as the investigation does continue. We're waiting just like you are for that police press conference, hoping it will happen soon for you. So this is what TMZ is reporting right now. There was a woman at the residence of Chris Brown yesterday, or earlier this morning, I should say, really. She admired one of Chris Brown's friend's jewelry, and then the friend got very upset about that. Chris Brown was upset as well and pulled a gun on her. That's what she told police and TMZ. And this is why the incident like this, the investigation is happening right now at his house. And if you haven't already done so, folks, I think now would be just the perfect time while we wait for this press conference to happen. Now would be the perfect time to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and that way you'll always be in the know of when we are covering breaking news anywhere across the country. That way it'll be live right there on your stream, able to share it with your friends and family or even comment in the comment section. But you have to like or subscribe to it. That way you'll always be in the know of when we are covering breaking news there for you. Okay, you can see Chopper heading somewhere else right now. I want to show you from earlier, though, Chris Brown on his Instagram here. This was as police were trying to make entry inside his home. He recorded these videos. There are 3 of them on Instagram. We had to lower the audio because of heavy profanity, but you could just see his what he was up to moments as police were outside his property. So this was from earlier today, folks. If you're just wondering, hey, what is this right now? Well, this is Chris Brown's Instagram. And this is what he was posting as police were trying to make some contact with him. Okay, folks, just give me a moment here. What I'm going to do is then replay some of the earlier aerial footage here. But before I do that, let me just show you the last time we did hear from police. This is what they told us.
They still have to interview the victim and any potential witnesses that may be involved with this incident that occurred at Mr. Brown's house. So until we get to discuss that incident with those victims, or with the victim or the witnesses, we'll be able to give you better information at a later time and date. So at this point, that's all we have at this time, and I should try to give you guys some more information shortly as soon as the information comes available to us.
Are you able to say at all if a weapon was involved?
What was your question again?
If a weapon was involved, do you know if you had at least a report of a weapon being involved?
Right now, it's still ongoing. We still have to determine what actually occurred until we can talk to the victim and any witnesses.
But we understand that.
Hold on. Let me go ahead. It's my understanding the call came from outside the residence.
And Lieutenant, we understand the call was that someone pointed a gun at her, at the person. Can you tell us?
This is still being investigated. Like I said, we're in the process of transitioning this investigation to robbery homicide. West Valley is now going to be giving the case over to robbery homicide. And once we talk to the victim and witnesses, we can tell you more.
Have officers had any reports that there's a search warrant that's been issued and SWAT team on top of the hill? Is that accurate or not?
From what I understand, there's currently no SWAT team here, and the investigation is just being transitioned to robbery homicide, where they're going to determine what's going to go from here on.
Are you searching a search warrant at this time?
I have no knowledge of that at this time.
Have you guys spoken to Chris at all?
The detectives are trying to make contact with Mr. Brown.
That's still underway right now.
When you say contact, I mean, are you spoken with him through the door? Are you trying to call through the phone? What does that mean?
I have no idea. The detectives are going to make that contact or try to talk to Mr. Brown or any representatives that may be involved with Mr. Brown.
Has he been uncooperative? My understanding is that he refused to talk to anyone, said get a search warrant. Is that true? Do we know?
Say your question again, sir?
That basically he refused to cooperate, said if you want to come in here and get a search warrant. Is that true?
I have no knowledge of that at this point.
The house with him. Are there a number of people in the house with him?
There are reports there may be additional people in the residence, but we haven't confirmed that. We don't really have that information not being said. But thank you very much. I'll try to provide you guys.
One call actually said when they called LAPD.
All I heard was the radio call came out as a woman requiring assistance.
What did they take the girl? Do you have any?
I do not know her age or name at this time. But thank you very much. I'll provide you guys. Division will now take over this investigation.
We'll play that one more time for you, just in case you're just coming in the stream here.
And any potential witnesses that may be involved with this incident that occurred at Mr. Brown's house. So until we get to discuss that incident with those victims, or with the victim or the witnesses, we'll be able to give you better information at a later time and date. So at this point, that's all we have at this time, and I should try to give you guys some more information shortly as soon as the information comes available to us.
Are you able to say at all if a weapon was involved?
What was your question?
If a weapon was involved, do you know if you had at least a report of a weapon being involved?
Right now, it's still ongoing. We still have to determine what actually occurred until we can talk to the victim and any witnesses.
But we understand that.
Hold on. Let me go ahead.
Was the call made from his home or outside the property?
It's my understanding the call came from outside the residence.
And Lieutenant, we understand the call was that someone pointed a gun at her, at the person. Can you tell us?
This is still being investigated. Like I said, we're in the process of transitioning this investigation to robbery homicide. West Valley is now going to be giving the case over to robbery homicide. And once we talk to the victim and witnesses, we can tell you more.
Have officers had any
reports that there's a search warrant that's been issued and the SWAT team at the Capitol Hill? Is that accurate or not?
From what I understand, there's currently no SWAT team here, and the investigation is just being transitioned to robbery homicide, where they're going to determine what's going to go from here on.
Are you searching a search warrant at this time?
I have no knowledge of that at this time.
Have you guys spoken to Chris at all?
The detectives are trying to make contact with Mr. Brown.
That's still underway right now.
When you say contact, I mean, are you spoken with him through the door? Are you trying to call to the phone? What does that mean?
I have no idea. The detectives are going to make that contact or try to talk to Mr. Brown or any representatives that may be involved with Mr. Brown.
Has he been uncooperative? Has he? My understanding is that he refused to talk and he once said get a search warrant. Is that true? Do we know?
Say your question again, sir?
That basically he refused to cooperate and said if you want to come in here and get a search warrant. Is that true?
I have no knowledge of that at this point.
Who was in the house with him? Are there a number of people in the house with him?
There are reports there may be additional people in the residence, but we haven't confirmed that. We don't have that information not being said. But thank you very much, and I'll try to provide you guys.
Okay, folks, we just want to break in and just show you just this. This is here in Arizona. Reports of a small plane crash incident at Deer Valley Airport. Plane looks to be like on the belly a little bit here. We'll be following that story for you as well this evening here. We'll go back to some aerials. Whoop, there was me. Go back to some aerials right now from earlier ago at the Chris Brown residence. All right, folks, once again, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We are in Arizona here now, Sky Fox, capturing some weather in the area. We'll keep our eyes, and as soon as we get some updates on the Chris Brown saga, we will bring that to you. All right, folks, we're still waiting for some updates here on the Fox 10 News Now stream for Chris Brown. We're waiting for those updates from police. And we are continuing to wait for some updates here for you. I know y'all been wondering what's going to happen, how's this all going to unfold. This is from earlier ago today. Waiting on those Chris Brown updates for you. And this was from earlier ago today. Once again, waiting for those updates here for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream. And just like you, everybody, we are waiting for an update here from police. I know everybody's been watching so patiently here on the Fox 10 News Now stream here. We've been waiting and waiting, and we also have, it's going to be a very busy night here also in Arizona. It is the primary election day right now. And you can see there on the bottom, this is where we will have our coverage here, as well as full coverage starting at 8 o'clock tonight. But we just wanted to show you the live coverage area that you will be seeing tonight right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. For those of you political junkies, we are ready for you. Once again, these were from earlier today. The stream was from earlier today here that we were able to bring to you, but we just wanted to keep this coverage going for you right now as we continue to wait for some updates here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. All right, folks, just wanted to give you the very, very latest TMZ reporting, though, that this is how it all unfolded earlier this morning. This woman was at the Chris Brown residence with some friends and Chris Brown's friends. She made a reference to one of his friends that he had nice jewelry on. The man became agitated and told her to leave, and so did Chris Brown. And then she said to the police and TMZ that that's when he pulled a gun on her. And that's how this whole situation happened. We are getting a live update right now. Live update right now, everyone.
An investigation is now stemmed that has become an ADW investigation, assault with a deadly weapon
Do you know
investigation.
what kind of weapon that is? A gun? Do we know what
Can
it
you
is?
give us any more
No.
details? Was there a fight over jewelry or anything like that, or you can't give us details?
I cannot comment on that at this
Nothing
time.
on that.
Correct.
Will you be opposing his release on bail pending him going before a judge?
I'm sorry?
Will you be opposing his release on bail pending his appearance in front of a judge? Will he go into custody or will he be allowed out once he post bail?
That's all based on the detectives and their investigation. That's fine. That's all I have at this time. I cannot comment on that. Okay, thank you.
Was he handcuffed as he was taken?
I hadn't seen him leave, so thank you.
Thank you, guys. That's
Thank
all
you.
we
Thank
have
you.
right now. Your title?
Lieutenant Chris Ramirez, thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
Okay, that was a very, very brief update there.
Why did you think that was right?
Duncan, you want to sit up?
Sorry, it doesn't work.
All right, we made it. We got it. Jumping off the front. Yeah, I know that.
This black table. That must have been someone else's money.
We're going to monitor that feed there and see if we get any more updates on that channel as well for you. Covering this here all day for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. And the very latest, LA police detectives searching the home of Chris Brown after a woman said he pointed a gun at her. The woman in question tells the Los Angeles Times that she and a friend went to Brown's house with a business associate Monday night. She said she was admiring the diamond necklace of a man who had been showing off his jewelry when the man got angry and told her to back away. That's when she says Brown pulled out a gun, pointed it at her face, and told her to get out. The woman hasn't responded to requests from the AP. Brown says in video post on Instagram that he's innocent and rebutted reports that he had barricaded himself in his home. Police say Brown has been cooperative. No one has been arrested, and police haven't said whether they have found a gun. We're also monitoring some weather here in Arizona as well. And what I want to show you as well is coming up at about 8 o'clock today, we're going to have a special election show, as this is primary election day here in Arizona, and we will have your results right there on the bottom of that screen for you. Still waiting for the latest updates here, folks. While we do cover this for you right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream for you. All right, here is the very latest, folks. I do want to break into the coverage here. Los Angeles police just said singer Chris Brown has been arrested on suspicion of assault with a deadly weapon. That is breaking news right now, everybody. LA police just saying that the singer Chris Brown arrested on suspicion of assault with a deadly weapon. That is coming down. We should be getting some live aerials very, very shortly, right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream for you. So we have live breaking news, folks, that just coming down within the last couple of seconds here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. And this is what TMZ just put right there on their feed, saying that Chris Brown has been arrested for assault with a deadly weapon. That is a felony. TMZ broke the story. Brown allegedly pulled a gun on a guest at his home early Tuesday morning after an argument, she claims, over jewelry. Brown will be taken to the police station for processing. So that was just coming down within the last couple of minutes, everybody. Wanted to update you and continue with this update here. Los Angeles police saying the singer Chris Brown arrested on suspicion of assault with a deadly weapon. Okay, folks, very latest. Chris Brown arrested. He's being taken to the police station now for processing. That happening just in the last 5 minutes here. You watch that all unfold live. All right, folks, if you're just joining us, within the last 15 minutes, Chris Brown was arrested for assault with a deadly weapon. He will be now taken to the station and processed. The woman that filed a police report and cops obtained a search warrant. TMZ reporting that while Chris was holed up in his house, he threw a duffel bag out his window that contained 2 guns and drugs. What a day it's been so far in the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We do appreciate, once again, everybody being with us. Continuing to monitor this, folks. This was from earlier ago with these aerials, but we're waiting to see if we could get you guys the very latest video for you on this investigation that led to a Chris Brown arrest. So Chris Brown was arrested for assault with a deadly weapon, a felony. That happening, coming down within the last 15 minutes here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. So, folks, if you're just joining us, what a day it has been here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, as we've been covering this for you all day long. What happened earlier in the morning at the Chris Brown residence, a woman became scared for her life when she says that Chris Brown pointed a gun at her after there was an argument with her, with his other friend, when she wanted to applaud the gentleman for his jewelry. He did not like it. Chris Brown did not like it either. He came back with a gun, pointed it in her face, and that's when she became scared. They wanted, the entourage wanted her to sign a non-disclosure agreement. She did not want to. They did not give her phone back. She left the premises with a friend. They called 911, and this is how that whole incident did start. The investigation happened for well into the morning hours and into the afternoon. And then about 20 minutes ago, we did learn that Chris Brown was arrested by the Los Angeles Police Department. So that is some stuff that we've been following here for you. Okay, folks, once again, still covering this for you, showing you aerials from earlier ago. We don't know if we'll be getting any more aerials for today, but we wanted to just keep showing you this, as this was his residence. This is where police had the investigation all day today. Folks, we have been waiting for this for a while here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, covering this for you since 10 a.m. Coming up on 6 o'clock here, we are still streaming for you. Also want to be on the alert for anyone that is a political junkie. We will be having full coverage here on the Fox 10 News Now stream starting at 8 o'clock tonight on results from the primary election. Those results will be on the bottom of your screen. You can see they're all zeroed out right now because, well, people are still voting right now and no votes have been tabulated as of yet. So, folks, what a day it's already been here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. You can see those aerials from earlier ago, the breaking news that Chris Brown was arrested. Had to come down about 45 minutes ago. So right now he is being processed at the police station. All right, folks, we do appreciate everybody that was watching this continuous coverage of the Fox 10 News Now stream of Chris Brown. We are going to be jumping around here, showing other stories here as we continue on here. Let's just take you now to California. Still California, but the wildfire is burning. I'm going to get you the exact location in just a second here.
Well, David, that smoke that Rob is seeing, that is some of the fire that's burning in that unspent fuel, that unburned fuel in this canyon here. Not a backfire at this particular time. That backfire was the head, but you can see that that fire that is running right into that Phoscheck line that firefighters laid down, so it's staying contained within those Phoscheck fire lines. Live from Air 7 HD, JT Alpa, ABC 7, Eyewitness News. So, Jay, if we're going to make the call to go back to Van Nuys, we'd have to pretty much go now. Yeah, that's going to burn. That's going to burn out any second. That's how effective it is. Hitting that.
just in case you're wondering, I am not Marco Rubio. My name's Carlos Lopez Cantero. I'm the Lieutenant Governor of Florida. Yo te quiero también. It's good to see so many friends here. We have the CFO of the state of Florida, Jeff Atwater, right there. Some friends from the legislature. Mike LaRosa's here. Representative Mike Miller. Representative Bob Cortez. And the chairman of the Republican Party of Orange County, Lou Oliver. Also here, he's back there, a guy that was in the primary with me before, a guy named Todd Wilcox. Great American. And of course, all of you are here. And this is about all of you. Now, the numbers tonight are pretty good. Over 70%. Now, that's a good old-fashioned landslide. But this is not the end. This is only the end of the beginning. For the real race starts right now. The Democrats have their hand-picked candidate in Patrick Murphy, hand-picked by Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, Harry Reid, and the entire Democratic Party establishment. And he's got all their resources, and his family's millions to boot. It's nothing to be taken lightly. This is going to be a very important race for Florida. But this is not any ordinary Senate race. For this race in Florida could determine the very definition of what it means to be the United States of America. And that's why I am so proud and so happy that all of you have been standing with and will continue to stand with our friend and our senator, Marco Rubio. For the Obama's forces may be mighty, ours are right. And I'll always pick right over might, any day. But our forces are mighty too. You know why? Because we have all of you. All of you who knock on doors, make phone calls, and ensure that Republicans win up and down the ballot. We're going to need you this time for this race to ensure that we re-elect our senator, Marco Rubio. And though I've done it before, I enjoy it every time I do it. Ladies and gentlemen, our senator, the senator from Florida, Marco Rubio. Thank you very much. It's great to be with all of you. To our CFO, Jeff Atwater, thank you for coming all the way over here. I really appreciate it. I look forward to working with you. Thank you, Jeff. Todd Wilcox is up with us here today. This man's got an incredible future. He's already served our country in incredible ways, and I'm so grateful to him for being with us today. And, of course, my friend for over 2 decades. We're old enough to know each other over 2 decades. Our Lieutenant Governor, Carlos Lopez Cantero. Thank you all for being a part of this. Thank you. And I want to begin by... as I always try to do, when I should always remember to do, and that is to, as my faith teaches, thank my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, and I take great solace in my faith's teaching that he will come again in glory to judge the living and the dead, and his kingdom will have no end, and that ultimately gives purpose to my life and to our life. I, of course, would be remiss if I didn't thank the people that have been with me every single time I've done this, in the good days and in the bad ones, and that's my family, my wife Jeanette, and my 4 kids. Who are, and I'll tell you right up front, guys, we probably have to leave pretty quickly tonight. I want to see everybody, as many people as I can, but they have school tomorrow, and Daniela has a test tomorrow, And yeah, so she'll be there if they're watching. But I'm really, this has been an unusual road back here with you tonight. As you know, after my race ended in March for the presidency, I was prepared to become a private citizen. And I was not just prepared to be so, but I was excited about what that meant. Time with our family, other opportunities. But I just couldn't be at peace with the idea that we were going to not just potentially lose a Senate seat, but lose the balance of power in the Senate at this critical moment in our nation's history, with a vacancy on the Supreme Court, with the potential that Chuck Schumer of New York would be the majority leader, with all the issues facing America. And I'm so grateful now as I'm back with you here today for the support that so many people have given us. The thousands of people who called and knocked and supported us and helped us along the way. I'm really grateful to you for this opportunity. To the Republicans here in the state, who over 70% of them have returned me as their nominee for the United States Senate. Now, in about 70 days, the people of Florida will choose. And they will have a clear choice to make. Politics are at its best when it's about clear choices. This election is going to present the people of Florida a very clear choice for the future of our country. I'm proud of my service. I'm proud of the things we achieved in my time as Speaker of the Florida House. I'm proud of the things we've achieved in my time in the United States Senate. I'm proud of the fact that I sponsored, I wrote, and we passed the VA Accountability Act so that those people that aren't working for our veterans will be fired from their jobs at the VA. I'm proud that I sponsored, I wrote, and we passed the toughest sanctions ever on the terrorist group Hezbollah. I'm proud that I wrote and we passed a bipartisan law called the Girls Count Act that goes after human trafficking. I'm proud that I wrote and we recently just passed the Foreign Aid Transparency Act, so we have more accountability and transparency over how your taxpayer money is being spent. I'm proud of the fact that I led the effort and we got rid of the Obamacare bailout fund so your taxpayer money cannot be used to bail out private insurance companies. I'm proud to have led the effort and we passed, after far too long a wait, recognition for the Burincaneers, a segregated unit of our armed forces who bravely served our country and waited far too long for the recognition they deserved by receiving the Congressional Medal of Honor. On issue after issue, I'm proud of the work we've done on behalf of the people of our great state. And I'm also proud of the way we've supported our constituents and helped so many people that have come to our offices. Over 40,000 people that have come to us and we've been able to help with their cases, including 5,000 veterans, 4,000 to 5,000 veterans whose cases we have processed. And that's why I'm asking the people of Florida to return me to the United States Senate, so that I can continue this work on your behalf and so that we can have a Senate that returns to its proper role under our Constitution. And it begins from day one. For this nation has a Supreme Court vacancy, and it is the Senate that must confirm the next Supreme Court justice, and that justice must be someone who will apply and interpret the Constitution as originally intended, not any way they want it to mean, because if the Constitution means whatever you want it to mean, it means nothing at all. The Democrats and their hand-picked candidate will be our opponent. And I look forward for you and all the people of Florida understanding the differences. Like any candidate for the Senate, Patrick Murphy, the congressman from West Palm Beach, will have to justify to people why his candidacy is the right one for you to vote for. Now, he's tried to do that in the past by talking about how successful he's been in the private sector. The problem is it isn't true. He'd like to say he has dual degrees from the University of Miami, but the University of Miami says that's not true. He likes to say he has extensive years of experience as a CPA. CBS News found he hasn't worked a single day in his life as a CPA in Florida. He likes to say that he was a successful guy that started a small business and did golf cleanup. He started no business, and he never got a single contract to clean up the Gulf. So he's not going to be able to run on the promise of all the things he succeeded at as a private individual. He's going to have to account for his 4 years in Congress, where he was ranked by a nonpartisan group as one of the most ineffective members of Congress. And that's a hard thing to achieve in a Congress as ineffective as this one has been over the last 10 years. He'll have to answer for his liberal record. He likes to call himself a centrist and a moderate. Well, let me tell you about his voting record. Patrick Murphy is an enthusiastic supporter of the nuclear deal with Iran. And he's still a supporter of it, even after Iran got $400 million in ransom. Even after Iran took 3 more American hostages after the deal was finalized. Even after Iran captured 10 American sailors and tried to humiliate them, he still supports that deal. He still says that deal will bring us peace in our time. The last guy who said that was a prime minister from England in the 1930s, and he regretted it for the rest of his life. Patrick Murphy wants to close Guantanamo and either release these terrorists or bring them to America. Patrick Murphy is a supporter of the Export-Import Bank, a bank sponsored with your taxpayer money in which all the loans go to a handful of politically connected companies. And when offered the chance to vote for an amendment that said this bank can't give loans to countries that sponsor terrorism like Iran, he voted against that. In fact, last year alone, he voted with Barack Obama 94% of the time. Patrick Murphy is nothing more than an old-fashioned liberal, and his ideas that he stands for are wrong for Florida. They're dangerous, and they will leave us vulnerable as a people and as a nation. And so you may ask yourself, well, how can Patrick Murphy, who has done nothing in his private life to be successful and done nothing in his 4 years of Congress, which you'll have to answer for, how can someone with that kind of record think he can be elected to the U.S. Senate? And the answer is he has this sense of entitlement. Because when everything you've ever had in your life is given to you, you think you deserve it all. Now, I understand that in many parts of the world, people that come from families that are politically connected and influential dominate government, but not here in America. Here in America, we are entitled to nothing other than the liberties that our God has given us. Here in America, if Patrick Murphy wants to be a U.S. Senator, it doesn't matter how politically connected, wealthy, or influential his family is. He wants to be a U.S. Senator, he's going to have to earn it by beating the son of a bartender and a maid who came to this country in search of a better life. So I look forward to this campaign because the best ones are the ones that give you a clear choice, and this one will be a clear choice between someone who has achieved things on behalf of our state and who has plans to achieve things in the future, and someone who feels he's entitled to the job because everything he's ever wanted has been given to him before. That's not the way it's going to work. Not for the U.S. Senate, not for this important state, and not at this critical time in our history. For this, my friends, is no ordinary time. America once again finds itself at the proverbial crossroads. And we've been here before. The truth is that for over 2 centuries, each generation of Americans has stood where we stand now. For over 200 years, each generation of Americans has had to make the choice that we are called to make at this moment. And the choice is the fundamental question of what kind of country do we want America to be? What kind of country will America be when Anthony and Dominic and Amanda and Daniela, my children, and your children are our age? And I believe there are only 2 ways forward. My children and yours will either be the freest and the most prosperous Americans that have ever lived, or they are going to be the first Americans that inherit a country worse off than the one that was left for their parents. The road we are on right now will leave my children and yours as the first generation ever who inherit an America worse off than the one that was left for their parents. That's the road we are on right now, and that's the road that Patrick Murphy will leave us on if he's our U.S. Senator. But I believe there's a different path if we do what needs to be done. If we rebuild our military, which Patrick Murphy supports cutting and I support rebuilding. If we re-embrace free enterprise, which Patrick Murphy apparently doesn't believe in, at least as a congressman, and I believe is essential to our prosperity. If we re-embrace all of the things that made America special and we open the doors of opportunity for all Americans, no matter where you started out in life or what your parents did for a living, if we do those things, then I believe that our children and our grandchildren will be the freest and most prosperous Americans that have ever lived. That is the road that I ask us to choose. That is what I have always been about. That is what I will continue to be about if I am honored to once again serve you in the Senate as your senator. I look forward to the opportunity to doing that. For this is a time of great challenges, but also extraordinary opportunities. This is an exciting time to be in public discourse in America and in the debates before us. For I believe that our opportunities are even greater than the problems that we face. But to do that, we have to have the right people in those positions who don't just believe these things, but have done these things, who aren't just on the right side of the issues, but have been able to show how they can get those things done. and I have, and Patrick Murphy hasn't. That is the exciting opportunity that awaits us now, and I hope that we will fully embrace it, so that we can have a Senate that takes its role in our Constitution right. A Senate that will act as a check and balance on the excesses of the executive branch when it goes too far, no matter who wins this election. For the only person in this race who will not be a rubber stamp for the executive branch in this election is me. And that is what we need in the Senate more than ever before. I am privileged and honored to stand before you today. As I was walking into this gathering, as I usually do at these events, I walked through the kitchen of this hotel in the back room. And I ran into some of the folks that were breaking down what looked like a pretty good party that happened a little earlier in another room. And it reminded me, and as I told them, it reminded me of where I came from. And I've said this so many times, I will always say it, because I think it speaks not just to me, but to our country. It was in rooms like this where my father worked for over 3 decades, maybe 4. As a banquet bartender behind a little rollaway bar. We don't have one here tonight because we're trying to save money we could have had a cash bar. But that's what he did for a living. And he stood behind a bar like that all these years so that I would have the chance to be anything I wanted. All my parents wanted in life was for their kids to have all the opportunities they never did. And I know anywhere else in the world they could not have achieved that. They came here with nothing. Barely spoke English, no money, no connections. Barely educated, formally anyways. And yet somehow they were able to own a home and retire with dignity and leave all 4 of their children better off than themselves. That's not just my story, that's our story. This is who we are as a nation and as a people. And this is who I want us to remain. But we didn't become that by accident. We became that because the men and women who stood here before us did what needed to be done, and now the time has come for us to do what needs to be done. And if we do what needs to be done, we will be able to leave for our children what our parents left us, the single greatest nation in the history of all of mankind. And I might want, with your indulgence for a moment, to say, not the same speech as long, but I'll be brief, but in Spanish. I talk a lot faster in Spanish, so. But I know a lot of people get their news in Spanish, especially here in Central Florida and South Florida where I live. Quiero empezar por reconocer a mi Señor Jesucristo por todas las bendiciones que nos ha dado a nosotros. Mi vida es centrada en esa fe y le doy gracias a Dios por eso y por mi familia. Le doy las gracias a mi familia, a mi esposa Jeanette, a mis 4 hijos que están conmigo en la noche de hoy, la cual vamos a tener que irnos un poco temprano porque mañana tenemos que regresar a Miami y mañana tienen escuela. Yo llego a este momento en un proceso bastante inusual. Después de la campaña presidencial yo pensaba regresar al sector privado como un ciudadano privado, pero no podía estar en paz con el pensamiento que se iba a perder el Senado y que íbamos a seguir en la dirección que va este país en este momento. Yo estoy muy orgulloso de lo que hemos hecho durante nuestra vida pública, del servicio que yo le proveía a este Estado como presidente de la Cámara de Representantes, de los resultados que logramos ahí, de lo que hemos podido hacer en el Senado de los Estados Unidos, pasando leyes que traen, por ejemplo, contabilidad al Departamento de Veteranos, que pudimos también lograr sanciones en contra de Hezbollah, un grupo terrorista, que nos hemos enfocado en los temas de América Latina, sanciones contra Maduro en Venezuela, involucrado también en los temas que afectan a la isla de Puerto Rico que tanto está sufriendo en este momento. Y muy orgulloso de poder haber patronizado una ley que al fin le da el honor que se merecen los Buccaneers que sirvieron a este país por tanto tiempo y con tanto sacrificio. Pero las elecciones son sobre las diferencias y hay gran diferencia entre yo y el candidato que aspira en contra de mí en el Partido Demócrata. Este individuo no ha logrado nada en su vida. Todo lo que ha tenido en esta vida se lo regalaron y se lo dieron. Esta es una persona que decía que era un contador, pero jamás ha trabajado ni un día en este estado como contador. Una persona que dice que es un pequeño comerciante y no es verdad, nunca lo fue. Que decía que tenía 2 títulos de la Universidad de Miami y la Universidad de Miami dice que eso es mentira, que no tenía 2 títulos. Una persona que se ha pasado 4 años en el Congreso de los Estados Unidos y Patrick Murphy ni puede decirte una cosa que ha logrado en su tiempo ahí. Un individuo que apoya a este arreglo con Irán nuclear. Un individuo que quiere cerrar a Guantánamo y traer todos esos terroristas aquí o dejarlo en libertad. Cosas peligrosísimas para este país. Un individuo que jamás ha alzado su voz sobre los temas que afectan la isla de Puerto Rico o el país de Venezuela o Cuba o todos los países de este hemisferio, algunos que están sufriendo y todos que son tan importantes para nosotros y para nuestras relaciones en esta parte del mundo. ¿Y por qué una persona que no tiene trayectoria ni en la vida privada ni en la vida pública piensa que puede ser un senador? Y es porque Patrick Murphy es una persona que se ha criado con muchísimo privilegio. Y a él todo lo que lo ha tenido en su vida se lo regalaron, se lo dieron. Y ahora él piensa que a esto también se lo van a regalar. Y yo entiendo que hay países en este mundo donde si alguien viene de una familia conectada y con dinero y con influencia, esas son las personas que dominan la vida política de esos países. Pero no en este país. En este país hay que ganarse las cosas. Y si él quiere senador, si él quiere ser senador, va a tener, él, aunque tenga todo el dinero del mundo, le va a tener que ganar al hijo de inmigrantes que padres trabajaron en hoteles como esto, como una criada y como un bartender. Yo sé que enfrentamos muchos retos. Yo sé que es un momento difícil para este país. Y es por eso que más que nunca necesitamos un Senado y un senador dispuesto a enfrentar las malas ideas del ramo ejecutivo, del próximo presidente, sea quien sea, aunque sea un presidente de mi propio partido. Y yo soy el único candidato a la presidencia dispuesto a oponerme a las malas ideas, aunque sean las malas ideas de un presidente de mi propio partido. Yo sé que es un momento, como le dije, difícil, pero también un momento de enormes oportunidades. Pero hay que escoger. Por más de 200 años, todas las generaciones en este país han tenido que escoger la dirección que quieren ir. Y por más de 200 años, todas las generaciones han escogido hacer lo necesario para que sus hijos hereden un país y una vida mejor que los de ellos. Esa es mi experiencia y esa es su experiencia. Y ahora ha llegado nuestro momento de decidir de nuevo. Ha llegado el momento de decidir y yo sí pienso que decidimos, si seguimos en los pasos que vamos ahora, en la trayectoria que estamos ahora, en la trayectoria que Patrick Murphy nos va a mantener si es nuestro próximo senador, pues entonces nosotros vamos a tener que explicarle a nuestros hijos y a nuestros nietos por qué nosotros heredamos el país más grande del mundo y ellos heredaron un país disminuido. Pero tenemos otra opción y es la que quiero yo escoger y es la que yo le pido a ustedes que escojan y es hacer lo necesario para que crezca nuestra economía, para refortalecer nuestras Fuerzas Armadas, para enfrentarnos al terrorismo y las amenazas internacionales, hacer todo lo necesario, regresando a los principios que hicieron este gran país grande, hacer todo lo necesario. Y si eso es lo que hacemos, pues entonces nuestros hijos y nuestros nietos van a ser los americanos más prósperos y más libres en la historia de este gran país. De eso se trata estas elecciones y por eso le estoy pidiendo su voto en noviembre. That's what these elections are about. That's why I'm asking you for your vote. I thank you for being here tonight. Let's get to work. We're going to win in November. We'll turn America around. We'll get this right once and for all. Thank you and God bless you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Muchas gracias. Que Dios lo bendiga.
All right, everybody. What we're going to do is just end the stream right now. We're going to be back at 8 o'clock for a full coverage mode of Arizona primary night. We'll have full results for you starting at 8 o'clock on the Fox 10 News Now stream.